roads to avoid the flooded portion, thereby crisscrossing villages to complete what should be a short distance journey, but turned extended time and costs.
The kind of water where they come here, the very mighty water, it went that place down full. That water, all of them, when they come out from the road. Upon all the compound where they are, all of them don't learn. Make governor help us, I beg, with the bleed.
The situation is similar at the building materials market, Ogidi, where traders are already counting their losses following a recent downpour that wreaked havoc, destroying goods worth millions of naira.
The water is coming from Ogidi side, coming from inside market. This load, nobody is passing for this load. It's like nobody can know what to do again.
My tires fell down, like about 3 stacking of 150 cartons each, fell down and broke. So a lot of damages were incurred, my fans, my chairs, everything in this place. And we have suffered this for 3 years now. So we're begging on the government to see if they can help us to remedy the situation.
The Anambra State government on Tuesday made yet another pledge to fix the flooding challenges, saying it has plans to channel the Ogidi flood waters into an inland door.
Togo had instructed us we are going to evacuate this water. So it's already done. 2 and 3 is completed. So very soon we'll also start the phase 1 that will take out this water pretty soon.
Residents and traders in the affected communities are not swayed by words, instead preferring to wait until tangible deliverables are seen.
All right, up next on the news bulletin, the esports, and Laila Lawal is standing by.
Hello and welcome to Sports Track. We bring you some update from the FIFA World Cup. Africa's campaign at the tournament continues to gather momentum, with Cote d'Ivoire becoming the latest African nation to qualify for the round of 32, while Egypt, Senegal and Cape Verde all face decisive match today. The Elephants sealed qualification with a 2-0 victory over Curaçao to finish second in Group E behind Germany. Despite suffering a surprise 2-1 defeat to Ecuador, Germany progressed as group winners, while Ecuador's third-place finish will leave the South Americans in contention for the knockout stage with the tournament formats, allowing the 8 best third-place teams to advance. Attention now turns to Group G, where Egypt tops the standing ahead of its final group game against Iran. Senegal, meanwhile, must beat Iraq convincingly to boost its qualification hopes, while Cape Verde needs to beat Saudi Arabia to firm up their qualification chances. The next 24 hours promise to be decisive as Africans remaining representatives battle to keep the continent's World Cup dream alive. Now, World Football Governing Body, FIFA, has suspended Nepal Football Association, the All Nepal Football Association, with immediate effect, preventing the country from participating in all international football competitions. FIFA said the sanction was triggered by what it described as undue third-party interference in the administration of Nepali football stemming from a governance dispute between ANFA and Nepal's National Sports Council. The council had earlier suspended ANFA for 3 months in March 2026 during preparations for elections approved by FIFA and the Asian Football Confederation. Although the suspension was later lifted in May, FIFA insists that National Football Association must operate independently of government influence, but repeated delays to ANFA's Electoral Congress and directives from the Sports Council, including demands to amend the association statutes, led to the latest action. The suspension will remain in place until the council withdraws its earlier decision and allows ANFA to complete its electoral process, with Nepal also losing access to FIFA development programs, training courses and funding opportunities. Now, the National Sports Commission and the Nigerian Football Federation have constituted a 7-member welfare committee to support the Super Falcons campaign at the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations WAFCON in Morocco. The committee was inaugurated following a meeting between the NSC Director General Bukola Onigbinde and the NFF General Secretary Mohamed Sanusi in Abuja. NFF Executive Board member Aisha Falode will chair the committee, while Ruth David serves as secretary alongside 5 other members. Onigbinde said the initiative reflects the federal government's commitment to ensuring age-free title defense for the 9-time African champions, with President Bola Tinubu and First Lady Oluremi Tinubu fully backing the team's success. Sanusi described the committee's as a landmark step for women's football in Nigeria, noting that it is the first time such a structure has been established for the senior women's national team ahead of a major tournament. And now the final journey of Nigerian football icon Festus Onigbinde has begun with a memorial lecture at the Liberty Stadium in Ibadan. The former Super Eagles coach, CAF and FIFA instructor died at the age of 88, leaving behind a legacy that shaped a generation of Nigerian football.
Team in two spells from 1981 to 1984. Leading Nigeria to a runners-up finish at the 1984 Africa Cup of Nations in Côte d'Ivoire, and again in 2002 when he guided the Super Eagles to the FIFA World Cup in Japan and South Korea. Speakers at the event paid glowing tribute to the respected tactician. Former international Felix Owolabi called for a more meaningful recognition of Onigbinde's contributions to the game, while Dr. Abiodun Salami urged coaches to preserve their ideas and experiences through publications.
Baba had all these things in his head. He was doing some documentations, but he didn't have the adequate time to put all this into books. I've advised other coaches on many occasions, when you are doing something, document, put them down. Not for today, but for the future.
In FIFA, I think something very tangible must be done. It should not be naming him on the street, which of course that is what we are very much interested in, or maybe we want a stadium, a stadia or whatever. No, there are many things you can do to the family of such a person so that the family, the children particularly, will not have cause to regret seeing their father having given the best of the best.
Remembered for his discipline, professionalism and commitment to integrity, Onigbinde remained a strong advocate for excellence in football administration. Speaking on behalf of the family, his son, Abide Onigbinde, appealed for greater support and recognition for sports heroes who dedicated their lives to national development.
From the NFF, just a letter of commendation, to my dad. Nothing has been done, which is very, very sad. But like I said, we hope maybe before the burial on Friday, they will come around and do something.
As memorial activities continue, tributes keep pouring in for a man whose principles and passion left an enduring mark on Nigerian football.
That's Sports Track. Many thanks for watching. I am Lai Lawal.
Thank you, Lai, and that's AIT Report. I am Onoshorena Obozege. Thank you for staying with us.
Hello and many thanks for joining us again on the program. I am Imonia Marere. The drive to establish state policing moved a step forward on Wednesday in the Nigerian Senate. This followed an earlier passage of a similar constitutional alteration bill by the House of Representatives. setting out a framework for state policing. While that of the Senate was an executive bill, that of the House emerged from the constitutional review process of the National Assembly. The passage of the bill by both chambers of the National Assembly marks a significant milestone in Nigeria's long-standing constitutional debate on the decentralization of policing and the restructuring of the nation's internal security architecture, especially against the backdrop of persistent security challenges across the Federation. Both versions of the alteration bill seek to move policing from the exclusive legislative list to the concurrent legislative list, thereby empowering states to establish, fund, and operate police services alongside the federal police structure. It also introduces constitutional safeguards, oversight mechanisms, and a framework for coexistence between federal and state policing institutions. The principal difference between the two for now is that the executive version represents the federal government's preferred framework for implementing state policing. Other key areas that may require comparative examination will include the scope of state police powers, command and control arrangements, standards and funding obligations, as well as federal oversight mechanisms, interjurisdictional operations, accountability safeguards, and protections against political misuse by state authorities. The eventual harmonization process will therefore determine the final constitutional architecture of the state policing in Nigeria. These are the issues that we shall examine in more detail as the bill is prepared or is being prepared for transmission to state houses of assembly for consideration in the process of becoming law. I have joining me in the studio three very distinguished guests. First, from my immediate right is distinguished Senator Dickett Plaque. He is representing the All Progressives Congress from Plateau Central. Thank you so much, distinguished Senator.
I'm glad to be here, and thank you so much for inviting me.
Welcome. Also with us is Captain Bish Johnson. Captain Johnson is an ex-U.S. military officer, a security analyst, and a military strategist. Captain, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
And we also have joining us Barrister Jerry Edemeka. He is a legal practitioner. Thank you so much. I hope I got that name right.
You got it right, and it's always my pleasure to be here.
Welcome.
Yeah.
All right, let's proceed. Distinguished Senator, let's begin with you. The Senate eventually passed the bill, the constitutional alteration bill that now puts forward, as it were, the whole question of state policing. Why did it take the Senate this long to do so?
I must assure you that the Senate is very deeply concerned and very deeply careful on issues of the Nigerian Constitution. As you rightly said, second schedule, part 1 and item 45 in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999 as amended, has domiciled the Nigerian police in the executive legislative section, and therefore nobody can do anything on it unless the National Assembly will make that decision and trip. And you also know that the law established Nigerian police cannot, well, it's not enough to enable us establish state police, and therefore constitutional amendment that has been on for the past 2 years within this period of the 10th Senate was already on. And you wouldn't say it has taken us so long to that level because there were public hearings, and the public hearings were done regionally to hear of the opinion of Nigerians as regards anything that will alter the constitution, where state police was one of the items. I therefore wish to tell you that it has not taken us too long. The House of Reps did theirs just about 2 weeks earlier than us, and then we work on it, and we had wanted also to work on the constitution amendment. And what we did was to be sure that we hear the report of the constitutional amendment in the Senate, and then try as much as possible to meet the requirement for the amendment of the Constitution, which was done, and that enables us to, at the final end, maybe to work on the Police Act. So for me, we did our best. We make sure we got the 2/3 that will vote, not just voice voting. We need the 2/3 of the Senate that will attend, and luckily for us, we're able to get what is more than 2/3 that sat on the Constitution alteration that was done by the Senate. And again, we did that with every belief that whatever we would be sending to the states, it should be what would actually come out well for the operation, structure, jurisdiction, and the power of the state police. So for me, I think for any very serious issue like this to be taken and to alter the Nigerian constitution, we must be very diligent, we must be very careful, and we must not use speed in order to make these changes. So I think we were on the right speed towards ensuring that we alter the constitution to enable us meet this requirement, which is also the Nigerians' will. We represent Nigerians, and the issue of insecurity has dealt heavily with our people. And any other brave step towards arresting this is welcome by us.
What I actually meant by that question, distinguished, is why the Senate waited for an executive bill from the president, when in fact, like you mentioned, the Senate, alongside the House of Representatives, had actually dealt with this issue in the constitutional amendment process. Why did you wait for the executive?
But you know that we run a bicameral National Assembly. So whatever reps are doing, it will come to us. It will definitely come to us. Because whatever there is, the law does not finish with reps, or neither does it finish with senates. So even if the reps are in the forefront, they are also dealing with what will come to us. It will come to us. And at the end of the day, there will be a joint committee to look into the final result. So whatever reps are doing will not end at reps. It will have to come to Senate. Even if we are at the forefront, it will go to reps too. So I don't think that for the actual function of bicameral National Assembly, you all know that wherever the speed is high, it will land on the other side too.
Okay. So, Captain, let me come to you, and let me begin this way. The issue of state policing has been on the table for so many years. In fact, I think, if I'm not mistaken, as far back as the third or fourth assembly, session of the assembly, it's been there, and it's been going back and forth and all of that. Do you think that it became absolutely necessary now because of the insecurity, the level of insecurity that Nigeria is experiencing now? Is that what has motivated lawmakers and indeed the executive to take an expeditious look at the bill?
Okay. Yes. This has been an ongoing issue. I believe I have been one of the proponents for state policing. And I think I've been on this matter for nearly a decade now, even more than a decade. But one thing I can tell you is that, you know, we elect leaders to take hard and difficult decisions. If decisions were that easy and simple, I don't think we'll be electing leaders, because every Nigerian is capable of taking such easy and simple decisions for themselves. It's not usually every administration that has the political will to venture into a situation like this where you have to go in and alter your constitution. Like you rightly pointed out in your opening commentary, that is on this exclusive list, which means only the center has jurisdiction over policing. And so this is a very serious matter. So it requires leadership that has the courage and the boldness to be able to pursue this issue of state policing the way it's being pursued now. So I believe that the reason why the matter is a top burning issue is, one, because of the level of insecurity in the country and the need to rein in that level of insecurity. And it has become obvious to most people that, look, the federal government alone cannot shoulder the responsibility of, one, funding a police structure that is going to be adequate to police all of entire Nigeria. This is a very massive country in terms of landmass and in terms of population. The federal government cannot fund such a police force that will police all of Nigeria. So it's obvious to everybody that the police have a role to play, that they must be able to also provide security and protect lives of their own citizens and fund them. And another factor is also who is in charge of the country. Not every president has the guts to take this kind of risky decisions. These are very courageous decisions. And from what I have seen so far about this president, the man is not afraid to take bold decisions, which may not be popular in the interim. But in the long term, you need such decisions for the stability and the progress of the country. You saw, it's not just peculiar to state policing. You saw that with removal of fuel subsidy. That issue had been an ongoing issue in Nigeria for nearly a decade or more. And the president came on board and he quickly removed it. We've seen the issue of local government's autonomy, which has equally been a long-running issue. And this administration came in and went to the Supreme Court and got a judgment, even though not much has happened in that area, but at least there's a pronouncement from the Supreme Court. And so that, which means that that can be taken up at any time. So we're also now seeing the same push from this current administration on the need for us to decentralize police so that everybody can chip in, the states can chip in. The governors have long complained that they are not chief security officers of their various states in practice. And I totally agree with them, because they have only been chief security officers of their own state in principle, since they don't command any of the security apparatus to enable them become actually the chief security officers of their various states. And to add to this, look, one of the tenets of democracy is that when you ask a people to go and govern themselves, you must also allow those same people to be able to protect themselves. And so what this decentralization of policing does for us is allowing the various states, because we're a federation, allowing the various components of our federation to be able to go back and not only provide governance for themselves, but also to provide security for themselves, which is the utmost responsibility of government.
So, Mr. Adamaka, from a lawyer's perspective, what do you think of this proposed law?
Well, from a lawyer's perspective, this proposed law must take care of certain handicaps, statutory handicaps, constitutional bottlenecks, and must take care of them properly. Like the senator mentioned, you have the second schedule of the Constitution, and you have Article 45, specifically itemizing that the function of policing, this just in Nigerian police, putting it in the exclusive legislative list, meaning that shutting the door against state policy, meaning you can't do anything about state policy. So they have not just to amend those kind of sections like section 214 of the Constitution, sub 1, sub 2, and if you look at that section of the Constitution, it still talks about one police force. There is a Nigerian police force. There's a centralization of the police force, and there's no shade of kind of decentralization. So this has to be, we have to clear these bottlenecks. And you know, the process of amending a constitution in a federal system of government such as Nigeria is usually very tedious. You have to go through the processes, like he was talking about, a bicameral legislature. You have two houses. If it starts in the Senate, it has to go to the House of Representatives, and then it has to go to the state houses of assemblies in the various states. So the process is cumbersome. That is what it is when you want to amend the Constitution, which is the starting point for state policing. So I think the Senate, from the body language I've seen, the Senate and the House are determined to put behind us the political nomenclature that is a state governor is the chief security, which I see as a nomenclatural mischief. As you know that the state governor is not the chief executive in terms of being the chief security officer. He's not, it doesn't command any structure, it doesn't give instructions as to even how the police can be distributed in the state or all that. So by this new amendment they want to do, by establishing the state policing, for the first time, a state governor can now become the chief security officer of his state. And don't also forget that policing is not just, in the 20th century, policing is not just about uniform and men running all over the place. Policing has become more of intelligence. And intelligence has to do also with the culture of a people, has to do with the language of a people, has to do with a lot of things that are within a community. So now state policing brings into fore the issues of community policing. So most of the people committing crime, for instance, are known within the community. They live within a certain community. They speak a certain language. So it's easy. So when you have somebody from Sokoto that is trying to combat crime in Calabar, you see, you can be sitting side by side with a criminal and they are talking their things, you are not even understanding what they're saying. So state policing will now address a lot of pitfalls, issues of intelligence gathering, knowing the criminals that are within us. You could, if somebody, for instance, in an election were to carry a ballot box and start running, so and a policeman from Ilorin is looking, he doesn't know, the policeman from that community will know, oh, this is the son of so person, this is the daughter of so person. So it's very easy to track the person. It's very easy to arrest. It's very easy so crime prevention becomes easier when it is decentralized. You take it home. You take it closer to the people. So centralization has really been one of the reasons why we had escalation of crime in the country, from kidnapping to this and that. So I think this is a bold step. Community policing, state policing is the first one step that we have to take to start addressing the issues of insecurity. And I commend the administration for taking this step. And if we can get the things right, not just policing, not just, like I said, intelligence and all that, if we can get it right in the command structure, we get it right in the recruitment policies, we get it right in the funding, because there are so many issues that can make even the state policing to fail. I used to be the State Legal Advisor and Secretary General of the Police Community Relations Committee, PCRC. And I used to feel very sad when I see that the police do not even have, the policemen don't have way to change They use the interrogation room. They just watch, look this side, and you see them changing up. They don't have decent accommodation. They are not properly taken care of. And these are the people we are expecting to fight crime. And they look battered because they are not taken care of. Some of them don't have accommodation. They sleep just on the corridors of the police station. So this kind of funding, if we want to do state policing, we have to address fundamental issues like funding. The police has to be properly funded. I used to look at when I enter most army settlements, and you see that it is well structured, things are done well, and you enter a police station, it looks ramshackle and dilapidated. So the funding, not just funding, you can send money, you can fund it, but the money ends up in certain places, in the wrong places. It ends up in certain hands. I remember a certain time, a certain Inspector General of Police was alleged to have stolen so much of billions when the police is needing this money to improve crime prevention. So if we want to go into state policing, issues like this, like funding, who is in control, you have to set up a mechanism for control, for surveillance, for oversight functions. Not just one person taking everything. So there are a lot. Let me
Okay, Barrister, yes. Thank you so much. You put so many issues on the table. I'm just wondering whether or not with the establishment of state police, whether at the federal level there will be better funding for the federal police now. But that's an issue we'll come to later. But Captain, very quickly, what is the difference between state policing and the concept of community policing that even the Nigerian police has been pursuing for a very long time? Okay. Is there a synergy between the two?
Well, I think, we misapply those terms, community policing, state policing. The federal police can do community policing. It can be done at the federal level. In fact, every level of police must do community policing. It can also be done at the state level. What does community policing mean? Community policing is simply policing the people with the engagement of the people. Because it's very difficult for you to police a community if you don't have their buy-in. You have to have their buy-in. They have to be part of the policing activities in those communities by providing you with intelligence. Policing is, you fight crime with intelligence. Crime fighting must be intelligence-driven. And because crime fighting is intelligence-driven, you need the people that will actually provide you the intelligence for you to be able to fight that crime. And so it's through community policing that police departments get intelligence from within the community, and they are able to effectively utilize those intelligence to do effective work in those communities. So the short answer to your question is that community policing can and must be done at every level. Even at the federal level, they must engage in community policing. The state level, because the policing is being brought even closer to the people, they must engage the people. You cannot successfully police a community without their involvement. You have to have their buy-ins. They should always be having regular meetings with community leaders, traditional rulers, religious institutions, so that way they're free to provide you with the intelligence that you need to protect them.
Distinguished Senator, the bill that the Senate passed yesterday has 25 clauses. The first question I'd like to ask is whether this bill does it give unrestricted powers to the state chief executives in terms of setting up the state policing services and all ancillary issues around it? Does it give them unrestricted authority or powers?
Thank you for this question. As rightly spelled out by my brother, the lawyer, we are aware of what the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria spells out. Section 214, A and B, will tell you there should be established a Nigerian police force. Subsection 2 speaks about the jurisdiction of the federal police. The constitution that we have had, then subsection 215 to 220. It will tell you about the National Police, the Police Council, National Police Council, where the president is the chairman of that committee and all governors are members of that committee. Then again, if you go down to subsection 17 or 18, 218 or 217, 218, you find out that there is also a National Police Service Commission. There's a Police Service Commission. What we do in this law is also the established State Police Service Commission. You have the National Police Service Commission, you have the State Police Service Commission. And then, just as spelled out by him too, there is a place for oversight function at the national to the lower level. And I also know that the standard of the expected standard of the state police is well guided by the law, because you need to meet some minimum requirement for welfare, for equipment, and also the quality of people that be recruited into the Nigerian police. So what I'm trying to say there is that there is interlocking relationship between the federal police and then the state police. Yeah, the federal police also have some special areas of function, like things that has to do with national security and so on and so on. But most of the other civil are within the state. But the state governor of each of the state chairs the state service,
the police service,
service commission at the state level. So I believe that there is power for the governors to actually be in charge of the state police, but in whatever they do too, there is also an oversight supervisory role that would be expected from the national police. And I want to assure you, just as said by all of us seated here, that it is a new thing. We've tried all other ways to improve the security of this country, but it's worsening every day. We must think the other side. And I think we need to commend the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, distinguished Senator Ahmed Bola Tinubu. Why? Because he is brave, he is futuristic in nature, he takes tough steps. And I want to assure us all that when you are starting, the law may not be enough. We have to keep on reviewing.
Yeah, sure.
Keep on reviewing. The first outcome of the law may not be the best.
It won't be perfect.
But as we put it into practice, it is subject to continuous review so that we'll be attaining perfection. So, but I think that we are starting at the right time, and as rarely enumerated, policing is about intelligence gathering. And then there's no way, and then familiarity to environment. I am from Plateau, very rocky land. I know the land more than somebody coming from Bayelsa to be a police in my village. The topography is well known to me. I know the rocky areas. I know where it is forestry oriented. And therefore, if the policing is more on people around, criminality will easily be checkmated. And if you have the governor as the officer as the chief security officer, he would give command, and command will reach. And then, just like said by him, you are sitting with a criminal who is speaking the language or doing what you don't know. It's very difficult. But so I feel that the command, the actual power given to governors is there. But again, all those powers are subject to a relationship within the national.
You mentioned, Senator, about setting standards. By the provisions of the bill that was passed on Wednesday, who is going to set those standards? Will those standards come from the national... the formation of the state police that will be contained
in the Constitution will have to have some standards. Because we also work on the law of establishing police and the state police commission. It will have some standards. The state houses assembly, whatever they will do, they should work towards meeting the standard set by the National Assembly.
Okay. So it's the National Assembly that will set those standards. And then
minimum standards.
Yes, those minimum standards. Who will then oversee that the states actually adhere to those standards?
You say there's oversight. The law provides for an oversight of the working system at the state level. So there's an oversight. So in the process of oversight, anywhere you discover that what is going on does not meet the law, it should be checkmated and corrected. So I think that I don't want us to feel that there will be no relationship between the federal police and also the state police. They work in harmony. They
have to work together.
They work in harmony, sir. And
Barrister, one of the concerns that has been raised, which you alluded to earlier on, is about funding. And this was also brought up on Wednesday by distinguished Senator Inaya Baribe, who is insisting, for instance, that funds for state police service commissions should be made maybe like a first-line charge. They should be guaranteed by the Constitution to avoid a situation where of what we have seen with local government funding. Now, do you think that that can be built into the Constitution and that it will be implemented by states, given the fact that the establishment of those commissions will be by the law made by state houses of assembly ultimately?
Yes, ultimately the laws made by the state houses of assembly will play a key part in setting into motion the instrumentality of state policing. And I can tell you that if we do not have these oversight functions, and when I say oversight functions, even oversight on funding, and I did mention that Nigerians were very sad one time when a police IG was prosecuted for so much billions of naira, and when the police was thinking, I have never forgotten that era. So we must learn from that as a part of the learning curve. So if we are going into an effective state policing, funding plays a crucial part of that structure. And then that funding must be such that it's transparent, and there must be accountability. Because if there is no accountability, the money will end up in few persons' pockets, and the state policing will continue to require funding, and it may not succeed. I am happy about the state policing, but I'm not really so excited. I'm not really so excited because I know that it is not just about state policing alone. State policing, like I said, is one step in the right direction. But there's more to be done to get it started successfully. If you do not get these issues right, like the funding, you will not succeed. And then I used to also say that Nigerians are not worse than any other group of persons in the other parts of the world. By the grace of God, I've seen and traveled to different parts of the world, and I found that Nigerians are very good people. It is because certain things are not put in place. For instance, this state policing, for it to be very successful, there must be certain infrastructural provision that enables it to succeed. If you don't have the infrastructural provision, you may not succeed. For instance, if somebody is overspeeding in the United States of America, you know that you are going to be penalized. And it is not because a typical American doesn't like overspeeding. He loves to overspeed, but he knows that overspeeding comes with a penalty. and that the cameras are getting you. They are taking pictures of you overspeeding. So you don't need to come out and start speaking much grammar, whether you overspeed or whether you did not overspeed. No, as soon as you come out, they just show you you have exceeded your speed limit. That is infrastructural provision. There's infrastructure that checks when you overspeed. So, and even the provision of things like camera on the streets curbs crime. And Nigeria is not too little. Nigeria is a giant. Why can't it have cameras on the street? And you see, even on the roads, you see people will pull something, somebody will go and remove lights on the street. Why are they doing that? Not because Nigerians are worse than other people. Nigerians are good people, but they take advantage of certain lacunae, certain vacuum. So if there was light cameras on the street and there are lights everywhere, it will make the state policing to be very effective. So I am believing that the state will improve, will seek to improve on what we have had in the federal level by even providing infrastructural services to enhance the performance of the state policing so that it will not just be a paper tiger. It will not just be much talking, and then at the end of the day, Nigerians end up being disappointed. Say, oh, what's this talk about state policing? It hasn't achieved much. No, we need infrastructure. We need to make the roads start working. A policeman that wants to run after a criminal, the road is not motorable, he may not be able to get the criminal. So we have to fix our roads. We have to provide light on the street. If we cannot put lights on all the streets, at least there should be camera on the major cities that could detect criminals.
Security is wholesome.
Security is wholesome. It's a total package.
All right. Captain, before I come to you, let me come to distinguished senator. Still pushing the aspect of funding. I have not seen the full Senate version of this bill, but I know that in the version passed by the House of Representatives, in terms of funding, they recommended, or it is there in the bill, that there should be some grants from the federal government to enable the states set up or establish the state police at that level. Is that also included in the Senate version?
You know that the Constitution is a framework. Then you now have the Police Act that will work on. I want to assure you that the framework that would contain the presence and acceptance of the state police in the Constitution is there. The type of institution that it needs to run will be spelled out. But then sources of funding in detail will come in the Act. And mind you, just as we yesterday were able to pass the state police bill, we also had the Nigerian Police Trust Fund, that we improve what was there to something higher. And you know that will be the Nigerian Police Trust Fund. At the end of the day, the purpose, usage, disbursement of that police trust fund will adequately be spelled out when, at the end of the day, if you pass the law, if you are able to repeal and amend the Constitution to bring in place a state police service, then the police trust fund will be spelled out on how that money will be shared. Just as you have TED fund. The TED fund is at the federal level, but the beneficiary of TED fund goes down to the states. I want to assure you that the first assignment is to amend the Constitution to put in place state police service and then spell out the structure. But the total function and the total source of funding and then the sharing formula of the funding will also come from the amendment of the Nigerian Police Act, which will contain the federal police and then the state police. So I want to assure you that what we are doing now cannot really give you the total
Picture.
picture.
Okay. All right. So, Captain, you know, there's a saying that he who dictates the tune, of course,
is the one paying the piper.
Is the one that is playing the piper,
yes,
and all of that. There are concerns and there are fears that the state governors, state chief executives might utilize this opportunity for different purposes. Of course, the Senate in its bill, also just like the House of Representatives, provided certain safeguards for this kind of behavior that might arise. But even at that, many people are still very concerned that the things could go really wrong and all of that. Do you, even with the added safeguards that the Senate has provided in its bill, do you think that this could actually prevent any power-hungry politician who sees himself in position of power and authority to maintain what the law provides for?
Imon, our country is a very complex and very complicated one. In as much as we are decentralizing policing, I want to advise that we don't federalize the state police that we are trying to achieve. We cannot replicate Nigerian police in 36 states of Nigeria and FCT. State police should be state police, and the federal police should be federal police. And this is not rocket science. And the reason why I say it's not rocket science is because there are places in the world, some federations in the world that are already having the kind of structure we are trying to put in place in Nigeria. We can go to those places and see what they're doing that is working for them. We've talked about funding. The funding that the federal government cannot fund security alone. And I think that's why we're decentralizing it, so that states can come in and support. The area that I think the federal government can come in, which I saw in the bill they talked about, is in the area of provision of grants. That is what happens in other places too. Asking the federal government to come and take the holistic responsibility of funding state police defeats the objective. It's just like saying that the federal government should go and fund state civil services. The police is going to fall into state civil service. What we need to do now is what the National Assembly has done, set the minimum standard for which no state should go below. Instead, they should strive to go above it. But I don't think we should sit at the center and begin to legislate on the operations of those state police. It will defeat the whole purpose. Let every state set up the state police that they can manage. You can't expect a small state like Bayelsa to have the same number of police as a state like Lagos. So every state should go back and set up their own police based on what they can afford and what they can manage. The federal government should not, the relationship between the state, we're in a federation, the relationship between the state and the federal government is not like a master-servant relationship. It's more or less like a class monitor and a classmate relationship. The center cannot detect everything that happens at the state. There's enough guardrail in terms of limiting the ability of state governors from hijacking state police and turning them into tool for political witch hunt and vendetta seeking. That I have seen from the bills that I read on the public domain, if that's what they are. Look at the area I have concern. The area I have concern is Nigerian Police Force has been involved in drafting the framework for this state police. You and I, we are in this country. You and I know that Nigerian police has its own culture and has its own problems. I am not the one who is talking about this. This thing has manifested in protests against Nigerian police, even as recent as, I think it was 2020 that we had the NSAS protest, in which young Nigerians complained about police brutality, police impunity against them, how they are being terrorized. Unfortunately, some of those issues, which, by the way, are real, some of those issues have not been resolved. So it will not make sense that we are going to get Nigerian police so deeply involved in what is going to become the outcome of the state police, because what is going to happen is that they are going to transfer the same culture at the federal level that we are avoiding to the state. And so we're going to end up having state police that are more or less replicates of the federal police. That is one concern I have. Another concern is that we should have enough guardrails, which I think they do have, such that states do not turn in this state police into ethno-religious militia, where they will begin to use the state police to impose and enforce religious doctrines within the jurisdiction, their state jurisdictions. It's a concern. And we should try to put a guardrail to it, which is what the National Assembly has to do. The National Assembly has to make sure that all the necessary guardrails are in place. And I think they are doing it. We should also ensure that whoever we're recruiting into these various state police are Nigerian citizens. You can't have police where you are recruiting foreigners in your police and they will take over your. Policing is a very vital, a very serious matter for every nation. You know, so we have to ensure who we are vetting and how we are recruiting people, and we also make sure that governors do not just go and recruit their party members, and by the time you know it, the state police thing has become a partisan issue. So these safeguards are necessary. But I am not advocating a situation where the federal government is going to have total control of the state police again. Not at all. There should be that distinct between the federal state police and the state police. The states should go and manage themselves. Like the senator said, in everything you start, it can never come out perfect. What we have to do is to execute what we have first for some time, and we will identify the gaps. Once we identify the gap, that's why they are there as lawmakers, because they will review this legislation, and then they will review those gaps, and they will close those gaps. I listened to the Senate President. He said they're working in this thing using two approaches. There is a constitutional amendment, and then there is an act of the National Assembly. The constitutional amendment, we know, like he rightly pointed out, is a very tedious process for you to amend anything. You have put it inside the Constitution. However, the act of the National Assembly, we allow them to, from time to time, through review, identify gaps that were not previously captured either in the Constitution or the initial legislation, and they will go back and amend the legislation and be able to close those gaps. We will continue to do it, continue to try it, continue to amend, continue to review until we get it right. We are not going to get it 100% right as soon as we just roll it out. It doesn't work like that.
All right, Barrister, given the little time that we have left, what are your concerns about this bill? I ask that because you know that the two houses are going to have a harmonization process. What are those provisions that will most likely feature in the conference committee?
I think the provisions that should feature prominently should be the command structure. It is very important that we define properly the command structure of the state police. And like we said about funding, it is important. It is important that we place checks on the funding and make it transparent so that it gets to where it's supposed to get. So we don't have funds that are located but misappropriated. So we should not have situations like that. So in that harmonization, they must critically look at funding transparency, funding and transparency. And you see, the state policing, as Nigerians are excited about it, my colleagues have said that it is not a magic wand that will solve all the problems of crime overnight. No. So, but my prayer is that it will not become another political kind of creation. And where you find, recently in the political landscape, you find a lot of politicians, as soon as maybe Mr. President is sworn in, and then before you know it, people start cross-carpeting people start cross-carpeting into the ruling party. And most of the people cross-carpeting into the ruling party is not because there is much of philosophical or ideological differences between the parties. The parties are totally almost the same in Nigeria. Many of them are cross-carpeting because as they move into the next party, it stops investigation, assuming an anti-graft agency was to investigate them, and their sins are forgiven because they are now in the ruling party. So we wouldn't want a state police where if you are in the party of the governor, and the state police will now favor you. If you are not, if you are in a position, your area will now become the crime center where the police will be investigating. And then if a certain son of a certain political party is involved in crime, his sins are forgiven, like what we have now. So we wouldn't want that.
All right. Distinguished Senator, in 60 seconds, if you can, give your last word here. What guarantees is the Senate and the National Assembly giving that what you lawmakers have done is something that can actually help to curb the insecurity that we have in Nigeria today?
To be very specific, we are feeling the insecurity in our country. We are feeling how unsafe our people are. And we believe that by the time we come out with the state police, the police-civilian ratio will be reduced. More of our youth will be swept, and then will be engaged with security jobs that will reduce criminality. I would also want you to know that we would not even want the states not to play a part in the federal police. And that's why the Constitution or the Constitution will still contain the National Police Council, where the governors are members. And I believe that National Police Council chaired by the President can also overlook whatever is happening at states that are very abnormal. So there is a checkpoint. We would like, at the end of the day, to put it in such a way that Nigerians will be safe. Act of political interest is reduced. And no political position is permanent. Today you are a governor, the following day you would want to be a senator, you will be somewhere. The law should be in such a way that wherever you are, the law will treat you well. Okay. I assure you that we are very patriotic on this. We will work in such a way that the system will be good, but we pray that Nigerians will be patient, so that wherever there are mistakes, give us an opportunity for us to review
make amends.
And appeal, make amends.
Thank you so much. Distinguished Senator Dickett Plagg is representing Plateau Central in the Nigerian Senate. Thank you so much for your time. And Captain Bish Johnson, ex-U.S. military officer, a security analyst, and a military strategist. Thank you for your time. And of course, Barrister Jerry Edemeka is a legal practitioner. Thank you so much, Barrister.
Thank you so much.
To you, our viewers out there, we want to thank you for investing your time with us. See you again when we bring you a fresh edition of People, Politics, and Power. Bye for now.
It's been 3 years since President Bola Tinubu was sworn in as a Nigerian leader. He promised to fix the economy, address rising insecurity, create jobs, and fight for the interests of citizens both home and abroad. As President Tinubu seeks re-election in 2027, has he delivered on his promises? And does his performance so far merit a second term? AIC News begins a special May 29 review countdown series, where we interrogate the Tinubu administration's deliverables across various sectors of national life. Join us on the AIC News Hour from May 18, 2026.
The fight against corruption has been a selling point for Nigerian politicians, many of whom are challenged by credibility crises themselves. Throughout the country's history, including the period of military interregnum, the dominant reason for interventions has been public sector corruption. It was certainly no surprise that President Bola Tinubu also sang the same tune. The problem, though, is that few believed the president could deliver on this.
Our government will continue to take proactive steps such as championing a training culture to discourage corruption.
Few months into his administration, a major financial scandal broke out in the Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation Ministry. It became the first test of President Tinubu's avowed commitment against corruption. The two principal actors involved, the then Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Betta Edu, and the National Coordinator and Chief Executive Officer of the National Social Investment Program Agency, were suspended in January 2024. The president then ordered an investigation by the EFCC. 2 years after, the outcome and report of the investigation is unknown. The individuals also are actively back in the political arena. So, what did President Bola Tinubu's anti-corruption war achieve? On paper, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) insists its enforcement output has risen sharply over the last 3 years. Data from the commission shows 3,175 convictions secured in 2023, peaking at an all-time high of 4,111 in 2024. According to the House Committee on Financial Crimes, another 3,175 convictions were logged as of October 2025. Financially, the recoveries follow a similar upward trajectory. Assets moved from over 156 billion naira and $46 million in 2023 to more than 364 billion naira and $214 million in 2024. By September 2025, total recoveries hit 566 billion naira, $411 million, and over 1,500 forfeited properties. Yet, public perception tells a completely different story. The case of former Delta State Governor Ifeanyi Okowa is a prime example driving public skepticism. The EFCC questioned Okowa in 2024 over the alleged diversion of state funds. But nearly 2 years later, Nigerians are still asking, has he been cleared? Or is the case been suppressed? If the investigation is active, why the prolonged silence? Similar transparency concerns shroud the $18 billion reportedly spent on rehabilitating 4 state-owned refineries under the NNPC Limited. The sluggish pace of high-profile accountability leaves citizens questioning whether the anti-graft campaign is sincere or merely selective, even with the ongoing high-profile prosecution of Nasir El-Rufai and the conviction and 75-year sentence of former Minister of Power Salim Ahmed. Lead Director of the Center for Social Justice, Eze Onigbinde, believes there is a lack of consistency in the fight against corruption.
The expectation is that these cases should have been investigated. Those who prima facie evidence has been established against are arraigned before courts and prosecuted, and some of them jailed, or whatever is the punishment.
Internationally, the outlook is equal.
and thanks for staying with us. Customs seized smuggled vegetable oil worth 1.3 billion naira in 12 months. Also on Customs report, Tinkan Command speaks with stakeholders on how to operate at the port. While Operation Wide Wing in the Customs Service sees a truck loaded with petroleum product about to be smuggled outside the country. Plus, more report. I am Egeseme Etienne. Stay tuned. The Nigerian Customs Service has accepted vegetable oil worth 1.3 billion naira within 12 months in the country. The country Nigerian Customs also warned importers of vegetable product to stop bringing in consignments not approved into the country.
In a major blow to smuggling activities in the southeast, the Nigerian Customs Service Federal Operations Unit Zone C already has intercepted a large consignment of foreign vegetable oil with a duty-paid value of 403.5 million naira. The seizure, which followed intelligence-driven operations by officers of the units, underscores the service's renewed determination to combat smuggling and protect local industries from the adverse effects of illicit trade. Speaking while presenting the seizure, the Comptroller of FOU Zone C, Bashir Balogun, said the operation was carried out based on credible intelligence and effective coordination among customs personnel. The Nigerian Customs Service hosted a high-level diplomatic cocktail reception in Abuja, bringing together ambassadors, high commissioners, heads of missions, and senior government officials in a strategic engagement aimed at strengthening international cooperation, trade relations, and institutional partnerships. The event, held at the rooftop of the Nigerian Customs Service headquarters, Maitama, Abuja, also attracted the Chief of Air Staff, the Inspector General of Police, members of the Customs Management, and other senior officials from key security and government institutions. Welcoming the diplomatic community, the Comptroller General of Customs, Adewale Adeniyi, expressed appreciation for the sustained support of international partners in strengthening bilateral relations and advancing global trade cooperation with Nigeria.
We do recognize the very serious importance, the critical importance of the diplomatic missions in our country. We recognize the very, very important job that you do, not just in representing your various countries, but then in ensuring that we have very good diplomatic relations between your countries and Nigeria. And by extension, when we talked about very good diplomatic relations, we're also talking about very good trade relations with Nigeria. So the promotion of trade, the promotion of your national interests are believed to be the essential characteristics of what define your mission in Nigeria. So we're therefore here to say Nigeria Customs Service, working with other agencies of government, would be here to extend warm welcome to all of you in Nigeria, to make your tenure of duty in Nigeria very experiential, to make you feel at home in Nigeria. We want to assure you that things that concern speedy clearance of your imports when you need them will be given attention all of the time. And towards doing that, one of the measures that we have considered would be the establishment of a special desk within the Trade and Tariff Department that would handle and hasten the clearances, the processing of your Form CC1 to ensure that clearance of your goods in the ports, those that relate to projects that you're handling in Nigeria, those that relate to things belonging to officials working in your embassies are given speedy documentation and clearance in our ports. And Nigeria Customs Service is an agency that is undergoing transformation. And so, because I also sit as the chair of the World Customs Organization, I do know that in your various countries, your customs administrations are also going through similar kind of reforms. We meet regularly, we compare notes, and we've seen that there is opportunity for us to learn best practice from each other. So, as a deliberate strategy for modernization, we have built on a plank of capacity building. So what this means is that we identify customs administrations that have advanced in different areas of customs operations, and we learn from them periodically. You can let that fly. Periodically. So we do benchmarking visits to some of these customs administrations. We learn best practice from them, and most importantly, we organize study tour to some of these countries. For African countries, our officers who are undergoing training in Command and Staff College go to at least 4 African countries in a year for them to know, understand, what is happening about customs modernization in those places. The second plank of modernization is for us to collaborate across borders. So we have opportunity to seek collaboration from customs administrations that are undergoing the kind of reforms, the kind of modernization that we are experiencing in Nigeria. Fortunately, the World Customs Organization, an umbrella body bringing together about 184 countries, had made it easier by providing a template for us to have a legal framework for cooperation and collaboration. As we speak, we have that kind of collaboration with about 20 countries and still counting. I had the opportunity to discuss with His Excellency the Ambassador of the Royal Kingdom of Netherlands that in June during the Policy Commission, during the Council session, we will have the opportunity to consummate the agreement we have with the Dutch customs. We have similar agreements with a number of other customs administrations. But between us customs administration, we can have intention to collaborate. But for us to take it to the level where it will be properly executed, implemented, we need the various embassies of these customs administrations, because even when we sign, we still need them to help us to transmit using diplomatic channels and taking them through various countries where they will go through some other internal processes. So
the Nigerian Customs Service and the American Business Council, ABC, have reaffirmed their commitment to strengthening trade relations and addressing bottlenecks affecting business operations through sustained public-private sector engagements. The resolution was reached during the quarterly meeting at the service's headquarters in Abuja, where discussion centered on improving trade facilitation, enhancing security, and promoting stronger economic ties between Nigeria and the United States. Speaking during the meeting, the Comptroller General of Customs, Adewale Adeniyi, stressed the importance of regular consultation with stakeholders, noting that the engagement will be institutionalized as a permanent feature of the service's calendar.
The National Association of Government-Approved Freight Forwarders in the country has commended the federal government for the improvement in the bonded warehouse operation in the country. The founder has this to say on the number of bonded warehouses in the country.
The National Association of Government-Approved Freight Forwarders NAGAF Advocacy Team has commended the level of innovation and automation introduced at the Rolling Grazing Bonded Terminal in Ijaniki, Lagos, describing it as a model that could enhance seamless cargo operations in Nigeria. The team, led by NAGAF founder Dr. Boniface Okechukwu Aniobonam, during an assessment visit to the facility, inspected the terminal's operations and expressed satisfaction with the technology-driven systems deployed to support trade activities. Addressing journalists after the visit, Dr. Boniface said the terminal represents a new phase in cargo handling with e-commerce automation fully integrated into its operations.
This is completely a new innovation, should understand that now, that all infrastructures have been put in place to create opportunity for seamless business or cargo operations. You saw the inside, I saw it myself, and they sit down here and do their business. And that's the essence of e-commerce automation. It's in full force here, and I think every freight forwarder must take advantage of this here. You see, this is what we call eyewitness accounts. And you have seen it. They are ready for business. So it's left for us now, for me as a leader, to go and tell the freight forwarders, NAGAF people in particular, to take advantage of this terminal and do their business. Because some of us are tired of getting complaints up and down. You understand? You get to some terminals, you put down your container, you discover that water enters the container. Some of the terminals, it's waterlogged. So you can video here and see the thickness of what they have done here. And so we have to have limits we project or put our cargo into risk. And like I said, the issue of security is a major problem in our country, okay? And if you don't have equipment, you are bound to compromise. But right now, the stackers, look at it, the Kalmas is here, almost a brand new to do this. And more are coming in from what I have just learned from Jibo.
He noted that the facilities available at the terminal demonstrate that bonded terminals should serve as transit points rather than storage locations, adding that such infrastructure would encourage efficiency and improved business operations.
You are watching the program Customs Report.
The Nigerian Customs Service Federal Operations Unit Zone A has handed over a seized consignment of 596,700 tablets of tramadol hydrochloride 250 milligram, valued at 180 million naira, to the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control for further investigation. Speaking during the handover ceremony in Lagos, the Deputy Comptroller in charge of administration, DC T.W. Watterson, who represented the Comptroller of the unit, Comptroller Gambo Aliyu, said the illicit pharmaceuticals were intercepted during intelligence-driven operations conducted along the Ijebu-Ode corridor. According to him, the drugs were concealed in a Toyota Hilux vehicle, and 2 suspects have been arrested in connection with the seizure, following coordinated surveillance and enforcement operations by Agbara team.
Intercepted 12 cartons containing a total of 596,700 tablets of tramadol hydrochloride in 250 milligrams. The seizure was made along the Ijebu-Ode corridor between the 1st and 11th of June 2026. The illicit pharmaceuticals were conveyed in the Toyota Hilux, and 2 suspects were arrested following coordinated intelligence and the well-executed surveillance operations. The seized tramadol tablets has a value of 180 million naira only. Here are the supply chain of these criminal networks. This intersection underscores the service's unwavering commitment to combating the proliferation of illicit pharmaceutical products and the contravention of customs zero tolerance for smuggling. This symbolic handover today represents not merely a transfer of goods, but a transfer of responsibility. We now entrust these items to NAFDA in furtherance of her mandate under the NAFDA Act Cap N1 Law of the Federation of Nigeria 2004 for further investigation and necessary legal actions.
He noted that the interception formed part of ongoing efforts by the service to dismantle drug trafficking networks operating across the southwest region. The Nigerian Customs Service Apapa Area Command has recorded a major breakthrough in its ongoing crackdown on transnational crime, drug trafficking, and the importation of harmful products into Nigeria, intercepting 1.81 tons of cannabis sativa, popularly known as Canadian loud, and large consignments of expired pharmaceutical products valued at over 12.78 billion naira. The seizures were made through intelligence-led operations carried out by the command in collaboration with the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency and other security agencies. According to the Customs Area Comptroller, Comptroller Emmanuel Oshoba, officers acting on credible intelligence intercepted a 40-foot container with container number CAAU 7569127, loaded with 3,639 sachets of cannabis sativa, each weighing 500 grams, bringing the total weight to approximately 1,819 kilograms, that's 1.81 tons. The illicit drugs were carefully concealed inside a black Toyota Nissan vehicle, a Toyota Sienna, as well as bags and drums packed within the container in an apparent attempt to evade detection. Preliminary field tests confirmed the substance as cannabis sativa, underscoring the command's growing capacity to uncover sophisticated smuggling operations targeting Nigeria's maritime gateways. The Nigerian Customs Service, in collaboration with international partners, has foiled an attempt to smuggle a large consignment of tap tramadol 250 milligram through the Murtala Mohammed Area Command. The intercepted shipment was formally handed over to the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency for further investigation and necessary action. Speaking during the handover ceremony, the Customs Area Comptroller, Comptroller Godwin Otula, said the successful operation underscores the NCS's continued commitment to combating the trafficking of controlled substances that pose significant threats to public health and national security.
Distinguished officers, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to formally hand over the seizure of a large consignment of tapentadol 250 mg intercepted by officers of the Murtala Mohammed Area Command in the course of our statutory duty of protecting our borders and safeguarding a nation from illicit trade. This successful interception underscores the commitment of the Nigerian Customs Service to combating the trafficking of dangerous substances that threaten the health, safety, and security of our citizens. I wish to especially commend the officers of the Special Wide Office of the NCS Intelligence Unit, whose diligence, professionalism, and timely intelligence played a significant role in this achievement. I also appreciate the dedication and teamwork of officers and men of Murtala Mohammed Area Command who participated in the operations. Furthermore, the command acknowledges the valuable technical support and cooperation received from UAE Customs. I repeat that. Furthermore, the command acknowledges the valuable technical support and cooperation received from the UAE Customs. The assistance was instrumental in identifying and intercepting this illegal shipment, further demonstrating the importance of international collaboration in the fight against transnational crime. As we hand over these seized items on behalf of the Comptroller General of Customs, Ashiru Adewale Adeniyi, MFRPT, to the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency for further investigation and necessary action. I reaffirm the commitment of the NCS to strengthening interagency cooperation and intelligence-driven operations in the interests of national security. Thank you, and God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The comptroller in charge of Honor 2 in Rivers State has warned would-be smugglers to desist from any acts of smuggling at the ports. He handed down the warning when speaking with a journalist in his command.
It is an unprecedented collection in the history of this command. This remarkable achievement reflects our unwavering commitment to revenue generation, trade facilitation, and the enforcement of excellent government fiscal policies. Today, I am pleased to also showcase the command's significant anti-smuggling strides recorded over the past few months. In February 2026, our vigilant officers intercepted an attempted smuggling of a 1x40-foot container declared to contain plumbing materials with a duty-paid value of 220,000 naira. Upon examination, the container was discovered that the perpetrators had concealed the original container number and replaced it with a fake one in an attempt to evade unlawfully the payment of duty. They attempted to remove the container from the port without due process. Also in the same month, our officers intercepted additional 9x40 containers laden with various items, including bales of fabrics, building and carpentry tools and materials, cartons of LED light, cartons of solar fans, and bales of garments, among other things, with a duty-paid value of 1,251,368,000 naira. The importers contravened Section 231, Section 233, and Section 246 of the Nigeria Customs Service Act 2023. Alteration of marks and numbers through document falsification and attempted smuggling. Consequently, the containers and their contents were detained and converted to seizure in accordance with the law. Furthermore, in the same April 2026, the command intercepted another 6x20-foot container carrying a total of 1,100 jerrycans of super delicious vegetable oil with a duty-paid value of 494 million naira. This importation contravenes Section 55 of the Nigerian Customs Service Act 2023, which prohibits the importation of refined vegetable oils and fats in order to protect the local industries and also to promote the production of vegetable oil in Nigeria. Also intercepted was a 1x40-foot container concealing unregistered drugs comprising about 600 cartons of High-Regera brand of drug, hidden among other items such as cartons of chili quarter, ceiling fans, and food packs. The duty-paid value of this item is estimated at over 139 million naira. The total duty-paid value for all the C-17 containers is 2,069,936,800 naira. I wish to use this opportunity to send a clear message to all mischievous importers and their agents that the Nigeria Customs Service remains unwavering in its resolve to combat smuggling in all its forms, and all forms of trade malpractices will not be allowed at this port.
According to him, the port will always maintain government policies.
This should serve as a deterrent to every importer and port user that you can't get away with this. It's better you follow due process Imagine the amount of money that has been invested in this, and it's all lost. Just follow due diligence and carry your consignment to the market. But if you decide to use other means to carry them, due diligence officers are always on watch, like the EP that we are. Yes. The same thing. All these were the flown ones. All these are the flown containers. Look at the duty paid value. All this is lost, 232 million. Lost because you want to take the easy way out. The ones that conceal drugs inside, they have lost also the commercial items inside because they try to use them to cover up for the illicit items they want to bring into the country. The same thing with this, cloning. They will change the figure, one of the figure, or all of the figures, so that they will tally with the one that have been cleared successfully, the one that have paid duty correctly. They will now come and superimpose that number, thinking that they can beat the eagle eye custom officers in one airport.
The Customs Area Controller in charge of Tinkan Customs Command have been speaking with stakeholders on the operation of the port. So at Nigerian port, we always implement government policies and fight against importation of custom goods through the port.
I recognize the strategic importance of this command to national revenue, trade, and security. And I accept this responsibility with humility and commitment. I also wish to commend the ACG for the giant strides recorded during its tenure. Under his leadership, the command witnessed significant progress in revenue collection, trade facilitation, and the suppression of smuggling activities. These achievements have raised the bar and strengthened the reputation of Tinkan Island Port Command as a critical gateway for legitimate trade. I pledge to consolidate on these gains and build a command that is even more efficient, transparent, and results-oriented.
The head of the wide wing of the Nigerian Customs Service has again intercepted a truck loaded with petroleum products about to be smuggled outside the country.
The Deputy Comptroller in charge of Operation Whirlwind in the headquarters, Lucky Aliu, has warned against the illegal exportation of petroleum products outside the country through unapproved routes. He handed down the warning when his team seized a truck with petroleum products in Katsina State.
Just before the end of this week's edition of the program Custom Report, we brought you a report where the Nigerian Customs Service has continued to speak on how things should be cleared at the port. For me, Igiseme here. Thanks for watching.
Africans in diaspora, that there are windows of opportunities back home.
Nigerians unite, unite so we can be together we shall.
He got born again too. First as a Muslim. When you know favor, I mean repent. Can't open church for a house.
Laugh for Christ's Sake is basically an evening of gospel rhythms and jokes.
Fellow countrymen and women,
Listen to this important message, oh. God don't bless us as a nation. So, whether you're from the east, the west, the north, the south, south-southeast, south-south-south, south-north, south-south central, or even middle belt. After all, belt must be in the middle.
I tell my colleagues that it's not just about, okay, yes, I'm funny, I'm a comedian, I make people laugh. Have you been able to make a change? Have you been able to pass that message that can actually help also in rebranding this country?
Let us come together, celebrate U-N-I-T-Y.
The international media hasn't been fair on us. I mean, we have to celebrate ourselves.
I say nobody, oh. Nobody. I say nobody, oh.
Nobody can beat me.
I say nobody, oh. Nobody can beat me.
How many of the ministries in this country understand that, okay, yes, change, we need that. We need to actually devote a percentage of our budget towards laundering this image. It's not all about talking. I travel at times, I get to the airport, and then I look behind me, Nigerians, fellow Nigerians, that just came down from the airplane with me, they have their passports, green passport, tucked in a wallet to conceal the color. Someone asks you, where are you from? Africa. What part? I'm Africa, forget it. They are scared to even mention where they're from because they have, soaked the image of the country in drugs, in poto. So that's exactly what my point. Whether I like it or not, entertainment is one of the major tools towards laundering this image, the image of this country. And that's what we as entertainers have been doing. That's it.
Nigerian people, my way. Okay, to Lamwe. My way.
SPAN is a place where you can grow and develop your talents, your dream.
SPAN has helped me to know dance in the professional way.
SPAN educates.
SPAN is art for change.
It's
love.
It was in 2003 where I was sitting in a Bible study with a lady that hears the voice of God, and she came to me and she said, "Sarah, do you dance?" And I said, yes, but I used to dance when I was a child. I did about 15 years of ballet, but that's it, and I stopped. So she went ahead and told me, no, there's something more. When I received the vision of SPAN, I had no idea. I didn't know one Nigerian. I didn't know anyone. And I was quite fearful of starting something that God has asked me to do, because He didn't put me in my home country. He put me in Nigeria. So it was difficult for me to go out there and say, oh, okay, I want to build a place for you. So I just prayed.
Previously, we didn't have places where we could, have an opportunity or a place where we can express our God-given talent. But SPAN is a place where you can get to do that and not only express or become a better you, but also use your gifts to change lives, to have a positive impact on our community and our society at large. And I think that is very important for us all.
SPAN is an organization that gathers dance companies, theater companies, media houses, graphic design houses together under the performing arts to be able to bring a message to our families in our community and develop them and give them opportunities. If we have a place that is professional enough, international artists, ballet companies, theater companies can come to Nigeria and know that there is a place where they can exchange together, and vice versa, and there is a school where they can develop and also present their own work, so they can have a sort of homogeneity, yet with differences.
SPAN, to me, basically is like a bigger version of what I run, which is Sons of Liberty. So what I tend basically do in Sons of Liberty is using what a whole lot of youths love, which is hip-hop, to minister to a whole lot of people. And SPAN is actually like a wider version of SOL. So they do dance, drama, and not just dance, but international dance, professional dance. So I just want to tap into that and probably, you know, make me better and a whole lot of other people.
The message in the garden came as two ways: to bring a very different lady, Andrea Hengi, and also bring different community groups from different dance groups in Nigeria, and just create the stories out of the workshops that we took. And it was just a spectacular story of people who are looking for water, and I felt and I found the right water, which is the water of God. And they honored me to do it in my garden. I believe that today there are a lot of aspects of the performing arts that is very entertaining, not really deep, and is also clustered into a community. Now what SPAN will do is will bridge the gap between different societies and different community of artists. So when they come together, they can fuse their art and create life-changing stories. Let's say you have a rich family who want to have their children taking ballet. Now those children are living in a very safe atmosphere, and so they are paying a fee, but they don't know the other side of the life of a child that doesn't have parents or is been living in an underserved area where there is drug addiction and prostitution. So imagine if SPAN creates an avenue for that child who is living in a safe haven to come into a place where he meets that other child, and then they come together, and this is what happens in SPAN.
Like, we use it to reach out to people, to the motherless babies and people that are in need. We show them love through dance and through the performing arts in general.
SPAN uses a percentage of the dance classes to sustain not only the instructor, but also to go and do community services and outreaches. Hands together, hands together. 1, 2, 3, listen to the music. Yeah. It took me a while before I got emotionally dry, because every time I went there, I started crying. So it was very hard for me, very interesting. So I started going there first. Child Development Center is a center where there is special need children. And these children range from the age of 4 to the age of 27. And a lot of these children have autisms or are very far behind. They don't even talk. So to be able to use music and dance as a means to reach out to them was, for me, a great experience. And it's something that we are doing every year, and we will never stop. And we're doing it for free. And I'm even trying to build some of those young adults to become teachers themselves, so that they can feel value, that they're not only staying in an environment, that they also can feel independent. I've noticed being part of the artistic world in the last 3 years, there's a lot of competition. Sometimes there's a lot of strife for money. Who's going to be the best, who's going to be selected. There is also anger, because it's a gift that you have, but because it's not as well respected as other professions, then the anger comes out. Sometimes they want to give up. So maybe this place, SPAN, is a place where we welcome and say, don't give up. Explore, discover, nurture your gift, specialize it, refine it. Every time I see a dance, every time I see people gathering together, even when I see an argument among teachers or, some of the artists, and I see a gallery or a painting, it comes back to me. It's a flow of energy and emotion that says, that is why you are here, and that's what you're supposed to do.
Nígbà tó jẹ́ pé àwọn tẹ́lẹ̀dùn á fi fún àwọn yìí ẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá pátápátá, gbogbo ọmọ Ìgbò pátápátá, gbogbo ọmọ Haúsá pátápátá, ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣera wa lóṣùṣù ọwọ̀ ká gbàṣà wa lárugẹ.
My baby girl, come let me.
Performing art, ó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú dance, theatre art, comedy. Àwọn Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n ní àṣà. Ẹ̀bá dákúdábọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká gbàṣà wa lárugẹ. Àṣà tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ijó, ìlù, àríyá, ẹ̀fẹ̀, pẹ̀lú bọ́ọ̀lọ̀jọ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbàṣà wa lárugẹ.
Ọ̀rọ̀ tasọ ṣólí effect ìyẹn ló má ta. Àtolówó àtòtòṣì gbogbo wọn ló ń sọ́fà. Ẹni ṣiṣẹ́ kó tó rówó ṣiṣẹ́ iṣẹ́ kó tó rówó tó bá rí tọ́rọ kí n dáná àwọn ènìyàn á jẹ níbẹ̀ wọ́n á ló láhùn wọ́n á ló láwọ́ wọ́n á rí òwe nípẹ́. Where dem dey? I go shit anywhere.
My name is Adefila. Loosely, it means the crown has claimed it.
Nigerian filmmaker Paul Cast is putting the finishing touches to his latest movie, Just the Two of Us. The project is due for release in April, and Cast says he's hoping it will hit big.
The storyline was mainly around a couple and how they were able to go through their journeys and go through lots of highs and lows, mainly trying to typify the kind of struggle that could come in when people are in relationships.
A former psychology student, Cast launched his movie career in 2019. In terms of output, Nigeria's film industry, or Nollywood, is the second largest in the world, behind India's Bollywood, producing over 1,000 movies annually. In December, the Nigerian movie A Tribe Called Judah became the first movie to earn 1 billion naira, equivalent to about $1.1 million at the domestic box office. Tribe Called Judah cast member Olumido Oworu says the movie about a single mother and her 5 sons struggling to make ends meet is a common Nigerian story.
I think everybody that saw the movie just saw a bit of themselves in terms of just wanting to do whatever it takes for your mom to be happy and comfortable.
Cast says the success of the movie Lionheart, directed by Genevieve Inaji, which became the first Nigerian film to stream on Netflix in 2019, also inspired filmmakers.
We actually didn't have avenues of distribution like that, but ever since Genevieve came up and did Lionheart, and it just opened up, the door to Netflix and other streaming platforms. It just made people see possibilities.
But filmmakers say access to funding is still a challenge and want Nigerian government and financial institutions to invest more in the movie industry.
There's been improvements in the cinematics, the cinematography, the lighting, so there are more opportunities, sound design, as opposed to before when it was just, get a camera, you have a story, you point and you shoot.
And the result and the growing market is good news for filmmakers like Paul Cast and millions of Nigerians who are waiting to see the next big film on their screens. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
"19-year-old Hussein Abdurrahman comes to this butcher shop every day to buy 8 to 10 kilograms of meat for Mogadishu's stray animals.
He is such a kind person. It's wonderful to show compassion and kindness to those who cannot afford it. He deserves support for this initiative.
Nearly 70% of Somalis live in poverty, making it challenging for many to afford food for their families, let alone for their pets. So Abdurrahman is filling that gap.
My goal is simple, to spread love and kindness throughout society. It's not just about animals, it's about reaching every corner of our community, from humans to animals, with compassion.
There are no official numbers for the stray animals roaming the streets of Mogadishu, but they are part of the urban scenery. Feeding the animals demand both time and money. Abdurrahman, who works at a commodity shop, dedicates a significant portion of his modest income to this cause. He learned his compassion from his grandfather, who also fed stray animals.
When you spend your money on good things, surely you will get back more, and your good deeds are already recorded by the angels.
Each day, Abdurrahman feeds 20 dogs and 30 cats along with some birds. The animals recognize him and rush to him. And every day he has a crowd of human admirers.
If all Somalis were like him, we would live in a better country. I encourage everyone in the neighborhood and in Somalia in general to support people like Abdurrahman because they spread love and kindness.
Somalia lacks an effective animal organization dedicated to the needs of stray animals, and the country lacks robust policies to protect them. Abdurrahman, a proud dad to 3 cats, aims to address this issue by creating an organization to support stray animals and extend his efforts nationwide. Jamal Ahmed Usman, VOA News, Mogadishu, Somalia.
For 2 years, Precious Mbomboli took pills daily to prevent infection with HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. But the 21-year-old is among the first in Zambia to receive a new injectable prevention drug.
For 2 years, yes.
I changed the new injectable on 25th February because the pill was difficult for me, as I used to forget to take it. Sometimes I was not at home at the time of taking the medication, so the injection makes me feel better and confident.
The new drug is known as cabotegravir, long-acting. Each shot prevents infection for 6 months. Zambia is the first low or middle-income country to offer the drug to the public. Lina Mwango is technical director of the local non-profit CHEP Zambia.
Our target age group for this is adolescent girls and young women who are aged 16 to 24, as well as we're reaching out to their sexual partners.
Local representatives called connectors are helping roll out the program.
The connector is based in the community. We do community mobilization, we do community sensitizations. We go on, screen the girls that are eligible for dreams. Those that are eligible get to be enrolled.
The U.S. government has donated nearly 15,000 vials of the drug known as cabotegravir. That's enough to protect 2,000 Zambians against HIV for 1 year, the U.S. Embassy says. But experts say people who get the shot still need to take precautions.
People get the injection and then they think it's a silver bullet, in that then they can go out and sleep around. And really the message here is that that's not why this drug has been brought on board. To realize that this drug does not prevent pregnancies, it doesn't prevent other sexually transmitted infections.
About 1.4 million Zambians are living with HIV, with about 33,000 new infections per year. Experts hope the new drug can help bring those numbers down. Kathy Short, VOA News, Lusaka, Zambia.
The number of children dying before their 5th birthday has hit a record low, according to new United Nations estimates. And Malawi is among countries highlighted in a UN report released on Wednesday for making significant reductions in child deaths. It, alongside Cambodia, Rwanda and Mongolia, have all been credited with a more than 75% drop in under-5 mortality since 2000. In the Malawian town of Nemetete earlier this year, parents like Secret Gibson were queuing up to get their children vaccinated against malaria, under a new program being rolled out in countries across the continent.
When a child receives the vaccine like this, it means as he grows, he will be a healthy and strong person. But also, as he attains maturity, it's like you have already laid a good foundation for him. Because if you don't take him for the vaccine, the clinic has reservations to treat a child who did not take the jab.
Preventable and treatable causes such as pneumonia, diarrhea and malaria made up the majority of the 4.9 million under-5 deaths in 2022. While that's a halving of the mortality rate since 2000, it also still represents 1 death every 6 seconds. And the UN warned that the world is behind in its goals for reducing preventable deaths by 2030, with progress slowing since 2015. Overall, deaths of babies and children under 5 in 2022 were concentrated in sub-Saharan Africa. It represented 57% of the global total, despite only accounting for around 30% of the live births that year. The UN said better access to primary healthcare and community health workers could vastly improve the outlook. But it also warned that climate change, increasing inequity, conflict and the long-term fallout from the global health crisis could all threaten progress.
In southwestern Zimbabwe, crops in the Mango area have withered away. Even local farmers will be among Zimbabweans who need aid until next year. That includes 42-year-old Singazi Sibanda, a mother of 3 children.
All my crops were burned by the sun. I don't know how we will get to next year and where we will be. The crops died at early stages.
Mangwe is one of the districts in Zimbabwe most affected by drought. Local officials say some people may have to go work in nearby Botswana or in urban areas to survive.
Boreholes have no water. Dams are drying up. There is no grazing grass for animals. Maybe some hay will be brought from other areas to feed the local animals.
Food is being distributed in hard-hit areas. Evelyn Ndlovu is the Minister of Matabeleland South, also in the Mangwe area. She says the government is in touch with international aid agencies to get more help. Officials say the crisis is growing worse in the region due to recurring droughts caused by the El Nino weather pattern.
The crop situation in Zimbabwe is very poor at the moment, and we expect that the number of people who will not have adequate stock from their own production to last them until the next harvest, which would be then by the middle of next year, that number of people who will not be able to meet their food needs over that full period will go up.
Zimbabwe's government says the 2024 grain harvest will yield about 868,000 tons of grain, an alarming 62% drop from last year's total and far below the target that officials had set for this year. Aid groups say they are stepping up efforts to help.
We're focusing on this January to March period, which we have identified is the peak of the lean season. It's the most critical period. But as you're mentioning, it's also important for us to provide additional opportunities so that even throughout the year, people have options and means to support their families and households.
A message that brings some hope to people like Sibanda. Meanwhile, Zimbabwe's information minister says the country is working to ease food insecurity by waiving taxes on the importation of rice, maize, potato seed, cooking oil, and genetically modified maize for stock feed in a bid to lower prices for average Zimbabweans. Columbus Mavunga, VOA News, Mangwe, Zimbabwe.
Hello and thanks for staying with us. Welcome to Political Platform on Repa FM and Africa Independent Television AIT. My name is Amici Anapue. Some voices are speaking up over the haste with which President Bola Tinubu and the National Assembly are approaching the establishment of state police in Nigeria. The People's Redemption Party, PRP, for instance, has opposed the move for state police, arguing that the Tinubu administration lacks the credibility and public trust required to undertake such a major restructuring of Nigerian policing architecture. They are expressing fears that the administration is planning to use the state police system to its advantage during the 2027 general election. We will examine the issue. Now, Nigerians are left in consternation after the pump prices of petroleum products have refused to come down after crude oil prices fell following the de-escalation of the Middle East war. They wonder why petroleum prices will rise immediately after crude oil prices increased in the international market and have failed to get to pre-Middle East war levels after it came down. We will offer perspectives on the issue, even as we are hearing this morning that Dangote Refinery has slashed 50 naira off the off-depot price of petroleum products. Is that enough? Should it get down to the pre-Middle East war era? What is preventing it from doing so? We'll be dwelling on that. We'll also take a look at the outcome of the primaries conducted by the All Progressives Congress, APC, for the Delta North Senatorial Zone, where incumbent Senator Nen Nwoko and former Governor of the state, Ifeanyi Okowa, are both claiming victories. We'll be joined by Barrister Tony Ogana, Director of Publicity for Anyama State Creation Group. He'll offer perspectives on the issues. My colleagues are here with me as usual, Ujoe Jeye, Shola Jasimi, and Mustafa Mohammed. Gentlemen of the press, welcome. PRP is the first political party to oppose introduction or establishment of state police system in Nigeria. They are not comfortable that it's the present administration.
You need to look at the history of...
they are not comfortable that let me just establish the basis. They are not comfortable that it is the present administration that is spearheading the move. They cited issues of trust on the part of the administration.
I mean, if you say PRP was a party founded by Aminu Kano, which also won 2 governorship seats in 1979 for Kano and Kaduna, Abubakar Rimi and Balarabe Musa precisely. But PRP is NEPU, Northern Element Progressive Union, which stood against the Fedona of Sokoto's NPC. A lot of their followers, the Talakawas, were jailed by the traditional rulers, the native authorities using the state apparatus. So they had the background of trust deficit as regards state apparatus. So if a PRP man or leaders or the party comes out to tell you that they don't want state police, because their people have suffered under state police, the native authorities, those years. So except if this current state police will be any different from the previous native authority becoming attacked.
So what happened to them during the period the regions operated native police?
They were being locked up on trump-up charges if you are a NEPU supporter. The Dogalis, the palace guards will just come. They can arrest you in your house, in the marketplace, in the mosque, anywhere, and you'll be locked up without any proper trial or charges. There were so many of them that were even released from prison when the first coup took place. They practiced what we call in political science winners take all. So that actually has affected the trust. And you know how even the state government, governors under the current dispensation have used the federal police for their advantage. Talk less of when you have state police, the governor is the one who is going to appoint the commissioner, he's the one who is going to fund them, and it's a kind of democracy we practice in Nigeria. They can use them for many other personal factors, and that was
so
one
PRP's
of the
fears are not unfounded.
Yes, their fears are not unfounded. The girls we interviewed yesterday, the spokesperson for the Senate said there are a lot of clauses that are expected to serve as safeguards, so you don't just throw away their concerns.
Yes, you see, from what Mustafa has explained now, one can understand that they're coming from. Mustafa himself has also expressed such fears continuously. But you see, the situation then is not the same situation that we have today. The level of insecurity nationwide is one that requires the creation of a police force that is close to the people, that can more effectively monitor situations around the people, and of course be able to tackle insecurity whenever it arises. So yes, we understand the fears of the PRP, but Nigeria as of today needs the state police. Nigerians have expressed concerns because the federal police, yes, the structure does not serve effectively the needs of the people security-wise at this point in time. So they need to understand that native police is different from what we have today. Insecurity at that time, or whatever problems they had, whatever challenges, are not the same as what we have today. Nigeria needs state police, a police force that is very close to the people and their environment.
Okay, let me first of all start with my thoughts on what Hakim Baba Ahmed has said. He's the one who issued that statement.
The national chairman of People's Redemption.
Exactly, who left the Tinubu administration April last year, serving in the office of the vice president to Kashim Shettima as special advisor on political affairs. And he said the way the administration was going, that he doesn't have the zeal, the administration doesn't have the zeal to fix Nigeria. He pulled out.
They are not totally against state police. What the PRP is saying, this administration lacks public trust, that we should conduct elections. After elections have been conducted, then the new administration will have all the time to go about it.
So my take and my point, which I was driving at, has to do with what the party has said. Now, there's something I want us to realize. The office of the chair of a political party is quite huge. You drive the party. You follow through on your manifesto. I don't know. I might need to go back and find out whether this current PRP is running with the manifesto of the PRP we know in the past, whereby, you know, anything that will favor the people.
The Talakawas.
Yes, and the people in the north, you know, the Talakawas are really suffering due to insecurity. And that's the point Tuju was raising, that it shouldn't be an utopian, the idea of, like I said, everything is good. The circumstance of what happened in the First Republic is different from what we're facing now. Almost everybody in the north, almost all the elites, if they are not in Kaduna, some of them are in Abuja because they are not safe. These are things we know. I schooled in the north for 6 years, so I know what I'm talking about. So, but I want to ask this key question, and I tie it back to what happened to the PRP of way back. If Aminu Kano will make a policy pronouncement as this, you will have heard that the National Executive Committee of the PRP sat, and such a statement to be issued in the name of the Executive Committee of the party. I'm looking at that statement. It sounds like, with due respect, this is Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed's, you know, push forward. And what we also need to ask
How do you know as certain that it wasn't the... Because it's not every time that the National Executive Committee of a party meets.
Formally.
Is scheduled. But the National Working Committee...
Exactly.
Sits. They can sit around them. Are you certain that they didn't sit?
I said my words were clearly that we are hoping it's not the personal decision of the chair of the party. Because at times, but like I said, political party leaders need to be strong. But when you want to issue policy pronouncements, try, and even if it's to gather members of your NWC and push it out on their behalf. Normally, other members don't oppose the chair. Then another key question, what is the perception or what is the view of the party's presidential candidate for next year, Donald Duke, on this matter? That's a key one, which we should be looking at and saying, Mr. Donald Duke, what's your take on what your party chair said? This thing is touching everybody in the northern parts of Nigeria.
Which view should be stronger here or paramount? Is it that of the party or that of the presidential candidate?
No, because the national chair is pushing and he's saying that, look, let elections hold first. These are the times we now need to be extracting what Donald Duke, their party chair, their party national and presidential candidate, thinks on the matter.
When the chairman of a party speaks, he speaks because he has the authority. If he doesn't have the authority, the party members can challenge his statement. It's just like when somebody who is under your employment commits something illegal, and then under law they call it vicarious liability. The company or the authority should answer for it. So I believe the party chairman has the authority to speak, and they have always spoken for the downtrodden masses. Look at the Hakim Baba Ahmed, his personality, his character. He had disagreement with how the government is run by the current administration, which he served as an SA under the special advisor or assistant under the vice president. He left. Therefore, when he speaks...
He's a victim of kidnapping because he told us recently how his nephew was abducted some 2 years back or so, and state agencies were unable to come to their rescue despite several pleas, so and they were forced to pay over 170 million in ransom.
It's just like Nantawe making a policy pronouncement. You know that it's APC. So how do we separate the party national chairman from the policy statement?
Let's look at this. Let's look at it this way. PRP is saying that this government for a long time was not going towards the area of state police. All of a sudden, they woke up and said, we want to do state police. And the National Assembly, you know, whenever the National Assembly goes on overdrive emergency, Nigeria view them with suspicion. When it concerns what will really benefit the people, they tend to draw it. But once they go on overdrive, there's that suspicion from people that maybe. Now, the thinking out there is that if you do state police now before the election, the APC has majority of the governors, 32, right? That it will amount to, apart from the federal police structure, which a lot of people have said are not usually enough to intimidate voters across the country on presidential election day. But when you now combine it with a 32 state police systems in control of governors of APC, that they will use it to railroad themselves back into power. That's the point that I'm making.
It is okay to have your concerns like the PRP has expressed. But my question would be, if not state police now, what else? We have an emergency. As far as security is concerned in this country, there's a serious emergency. As we have seen now, nobody is spared. It could be anybody at any time, but for the mercies of God. So what other alternative are they giving us at this time? Are we going to stay the way we are with the level of insecurity from the north to the south, east to the west, and then wait till February 2027, and of course May 29, 2027, before we can have a solution? The fact is that the situation on hand demands urgent attention. Yes, the APC may not have done that in the first year and the second year, but again, we see that insecurity is escalating more and more. And for governance, you take issues and steps one step at a time. So if they have come to the stage where, because of the prevalent situation, they now decide that it is time to implement this, are they going to?
Like 40 years ago. But some would say better late than never. I'm thinking of 1957, when Nigeria was pushing towards independence in 1960. And the minorities were shouting on top of their voices. They were saying, the way this federation is structured, we will be marginalized, we will be intimidated. They raised concerns, and people, including the colonial masters, accepted that those were genuine concerns. So they went to work. They came up with the Willings Commission and asked it to come up with measures that would safeguard the minorities' interests. The commission sent in a report and all that. Now, fast forward to this day. We are saying there is need for state police. Almost everybody have said we must have state police, but some few voices are saying What are the safeguards to protect those outside the government, the other political interest that is opposed to the government?
One of the key things that the Senate should have done so that all this hue and cry by some would have been averted. Good intention, an executive bill, but why did they jettison their normal procedures? They should have passed that bill, probably first hearing, second hearing, then do public hearing.
They say it's emergency now.
Aha, that's where persons like Dr. Akim Baba Ahmed now believe you didn't allow our voices to be heard. So if they had done that, the PRP through Baba Ahmed will go to that public hearing and state its own position as it deems fit, saying, look, these are the concerns, these are the concerns, these are the concerns, and the senators will either look at those concerns, retweak that bill, because as it is, that bill seemingly passed without any, touch on those clauses contained therein. So that's the concern. So at times when you jettison legislative procedures and, principles and patterns that you have, though you have a right to also do what you call a fast track and all of that as lawmakers, it leaves a sour taste in the mouth of those who are opposed to it.
Shola, I may disagree a bit with you there because you see that prior to this time, there have been calls for the creation of state police. In fact, the calls were so overwhelming. A whole lot of even prominent persons, the ordinary Nigerian activists, CSOs, and suddenly when the government now decided to attend to it, people are now coming to complain.
The issue is,
so
why did they not
what
attend
do
to
Nigerians
it?
really want? Have you satisfied them?
If they had attended to it that time, what Shola is saying, we would have had like 6 months to thoroughly debate the provisions of this debate. Of this bill. But they didn't.
Again,
they allowed it to get to an emergency
abduction
situation.
in Ibadan did not take place. The one in Borno did not take place. And don't forget that after that, we've had several abductions. We've had several killings in Bokos, in parts of Benue State, and particularly Plateau State. And you have, in Imo State, except that one is not really reported much. I don't know why. But the thing is that the thing is escalating. And with escalation, you look for commensurate solution. You look for commensurate solution.
Let me just
yes, they had to bypass some of their listening, but it is not the first time that it's happening in the National Assembly.
It seems we are all forgetting that this Senate, 2 weeks ago, had a bill on police, a private member bill that passed second reading, and they now kept in the cooler. Let's remind ourselves of that. Before the executive bill now came, and they pushed that one through.
So what did PRP do then?
No, as at that time, they had not put the thing for public hearing. The Senate went on its recess. So back to that point, you always emphasize, that anything that concerns president, they just do brrr. So when they do that, they give that thing in the mouth of persons. I'm saying it again, to be able to point accusing fingers at either the executive or the legislature, who some say is in the pocket of the president to do what they need to do. Give people opportunity to ventilate their thoughts, and there will be no hue and cry.
You can create, every state can become a garrison state. But I can tell you, there's one fundamental thing that we refuse to, one fundamental problem that the governors and even the politicians fail to look in the face. If we don't carry out a social policy reforms, if we don't bring around social security, each state can have 1 million state police. But so long as we have bad governance, looting and corruption, poverty, hunger, those unwanted elements will still be there. You can employ the police, yes, go ahead. But they will have a lot more to do. Even some of them that you are employing will become criminals too.
Okay, we'll take a break now. When we come back, we'll take a look at prices of petroleum products in Nigeria against those of crude oil in the international market. And we are still expecting a guest to join us to weigh in on the outcome of the Delta North Senatorial APC primaries. Do stay with us.
In the hallowed chambers where laws are forged and a nation's destiny is decided.
This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament on AIT.
Voices rise, opinions clash, debates ignite.
We cannot be apologetic in the discharge of our constitutional duties as lawmakers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The burden of proving that the elections have been conducted peacefully and in accordance with law must shift to INEC.
From the Senate to the House of Representatives, this is where policies are tested, laws are crafted, and authority is held to account.
We spoke to some lawmakers on their opinions of the document presented by the President.
Every motion, every argument carries the hopes of millions.
We need more hospitals, more health clinics in communities so that they can effectively take care of the primary health need of our people.
The questions are tough. The exchanges are intense.
Mr. President, you can have your way, but I will have my say. You can use the gavel, and I will use my voice.
And those who want the proviso are 55 in number. And so the proviso says,
but who truly stands for the people? Who is driving the change that defines our tomorrow?
Let us tell ourselves the truth. Why are we here talking about LGBT, GTBT, whatever?
Get the answers on Where Nigeria Decides on Inside the Parliament on AIT every Tuesday, 4:30 p.m.
Staying with us, let's quickly go into what concerns every Nigerian, be it a household, a firm, or an individual, the prices of pump price of petroleum products. Before now, it was up to what some Nigerians would call a tolerable limit, but the outbreak of the war in the Middle East between US, Israel, and Iraq pushed the prices up, and the Nigerian domestic pump prices responded. Now that there has been some de-escalation of conflict in the Middle East, prices of crude oil have come down. Coming down, we continue to monitor, but the rate at which it is coming down in Nigeria is what has raised concerns. Gentlemen of the press, citizens are saying it always goes up in Nigeria, but rarely comes down.
Anything that goes up in Nigeria hardly comes down. But I don't know. In this case, everybody is feeling the pinch. You know what it used to cost you to fill your tanks and what it costs. In fact, I've not had a full tank in the last 1.5 years. That's the truth. It's really, really biting. And I think that whatever reasons that were given because of the US-Iran crisis, those reasons are no longer there. And the price should come down. But like they say in Nigeria, anything that goes up hardly comes down. But I think that the authorities should look into this because it is not just a situation that affects you, your driving and whatever. It also affects the prices of foodstuff. The prices of everything, the basic necessities of life are affected and influenced by the cost of fuel.
Okay, my thoughts are this. Amechi, you said some million. You said, I just remembered I can't remember what course was that, or not course, rather, subject in primary school way back then, late 70s, early 80s, when Isaac Newton's theory that everything that goes up has to come down. But you have said it all. Things hardly come down in Nigeria. Petrol, PMS, is a major commodity. And the not DPR, what's the name now again?
Downstream and midstream Petroleum Regulatory Agency, Authority.
They need to tell us why Dangote and all the importers are seemingly not bringing out the pump price of petrol, because those who are laymen have done their own little mathematics and said, this thing needs to come down due to this, and that. So it's a question that agency and its chief executive need to answer.
But they are not speaking up.
Yes,
it is their responsibility.
That's why we are saying it openly here.
They have
on a public forum.
They have to join issues with Nigerians on this, offer explanations and tell us what they are doing to make sure that local prices reflect international prices.
But then if you purchase a particular stock of petroleum at a particular price that is considered high, will you just drop the price because international prices have dropped before you finish exhausting that one that you bought at an exorbitant price? That's one fundamental question, to be fair to the marketers. But going beyond that, Nigeria has not been ready to have a better petroleum industry. How much have we spent in the past 30 years in, rehabilitating turnaround maintenance, bringing about the 3 government refineries that are supposed to be working? Who are those who looted money in the name of
turnaround maintenance?
Turnaround maintenance. Who are those who looted money in the name of subsidy? Some of them were presented in the past. We don't know how many have gone to jail. Some
Farouk Lawan went to jail.
Farouk, his own is a different thing.
Well, he has been pardoned.
Yeah, Farouk Lawan's own has to do with the recording of his demand from somebody. So if you are looking at all these things, if we had gotten it right long ago, we shouldn't have been complaining about high fuel prices, international prices of crude oil have crashed, and then in Nigeria it's still being sold for so much. And once the price of petrol is high, it affects everything from transportation of goods and services and human
drives inflation up.
And then those who are earning salaries, whether in public or private institutions, how much are they earning? Can they see them through the months? A lot of them are living in debt, whether it's rent, gas, or whatever thing you are talking about. It's so sad that this is happening in a country that is called Nigeria, which is rich. I don't still believe Nigeria is poor. We are not just managing what we have properly.
Well, we have
certainly is not poor.
Rich governments, but poor citizens. More inflow into the federation account, more disbursements by the Federation Accounts Allocation Committee. Governors are confessing that they are getting more, but citizens are poor. They have remained poor, and more are getting poor because poverty is expanding. We now have a guest to join us. He will consider indeed a lot of issues concerning the Delta North senatorial primaries of the APC. Now, that primaries outcome is very controversial, as with many of the parties, and indeed all the parties, their primaries have been controversial. The key parties are yet to, as we speak, release the names of the winners of the parties. It is today that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, will issue codes to these political parties to upload the names of the presumed winners to the website. But before we welcome our guest for today, that's someone who has been monitoring developments in that part of the country. Will be joined by Tony Organa, a lawyer who's the director of publicity for Anioma State Creation Group. But before we welcome him, let's take a listen to this video. It is a sponsored video explaining from the interest of Ned Nwoko, from the camp of Ned Nwoko, Senator Ned Nwoko, what happened on that primary day.
Primary in FIFA World 1 because he scored the highest vote by getting 2,250 as an APC candidate for Senate. Why Kokowa got 3 votes against 2,250. So let him win here.
Official. Official.
He don't become my brother past you now.
Politics is different. Politics.
Net is a go.
It's a go.
Net is a go.
It's a go.
Muna enter line, make a catch him. Net is a go.
It's a go. Put on for right hand.
Net is a go. Net is a go. Net is a go. Net has done well. Net is a go. Overwhelming vote. Net is a go. This is Ward 10 in Dukwa East. Net is a go. 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 Net is a go.
You will pick up from here. If you want to have
I want to start counting.
Divine! Let me call Divine. Let me call her. No, you stand there so I can. No, guys. We are taking the counting. Divine! Divine, come. He's counting again.
Thank you so much for staying with us. Excerpts of what the Ned Nwoko camp said transpired in Delta North during the day of the APC governorship primaries. We are now joined virtually by Barrister Tony Ogana, Director of Publicity and Nyoma State Creation Group. He joins us virtually from Lagos. Thank you so much, Barrister, for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Barrister.
Can you hear me? Okay, he's still having problems hearing us. Perhaps he needs to unmute his device so that he can really get back to us, visual and audio, to speak to what. Okay, he's unmuted now. We can hear you now, Barrister Ogana. Thank you so much. If you can settle down. If you can hear us now, speak to the issues as to what happened on that Delta North senatorial primary day.
But that's why he's going to be asking questions. So.
Okay, he appears not settled. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we hope to have the lawyer join us from Lagos. Do stay with us.
Context, people, politics, and power brings context and clarity to issues and events in governance, democracy, and development. On People, Politics, and Power, we feature people who shape the events and define the issues.
A lot of the agencies are still struggling with implementation of freedom of information.
The government should come. We need Nigeria to work.
We examine the interplay and interaction of politics with power and their impact on policies and the people.
It's about getting the system to deliver the kind of electoral outcome that people will be happy with.
People, Politics, and Power with Imoni Amarere.
Will low-performing agencies be held to account? Or will the numbers fade after the headlines?
At 1 p.m. every Monday and Friday on AIT.
Thank you so much for staying with us. Let's hope we'll connect with Barrister Ogana now. If you can hear me, thank you so much for joining us today.
Your network is still working well.
Okay, some problems there. Gentlemen of the press, Delta not controversial. Same with, as I said earlier, many other constituencies across the country. The big parties have refused to announce winners of their elections, saying they are not duty-bound to do so. That is to INEC that will upload. And coincidentally, INEC is supposed to issue them codes for that today.
They have reasons to hide, because anybody hiding something, it means he's planning to manipulate a lot of actions. And unfortunately, this is the kind of democracy we are practicing. When the governors, for example, were asked in APC to handle the issues of primaries for 2027 election, personally, I expected all these things to happen in the name of screening. A lot of people were removed from the contest. And then even when the primaries took place, nobody knows his fate among those participants, among these contestants. And by the time they get the code and upload to INEC, when people discover to know whether they have won or lost, they have very little time to protest. And I see a lot of protest votes during the next general elections in almost all the states. Because when I'm talking about such problems, it's not just in the APC. Even in the other political parties, same problems are happening. And of course, you know, in Delta, there are a lot of other issues, the delineation of constituency, the issue of who won what in the primaries.
I'll weigh in from this perspective as we await the guest who is supposed to give us, the views of Senator Ned Nwoko on what he says is primaries that didn't go the way they ought to go. We saw those videos there. We have videos of
every side has got their own video.
Yes, exactly. And that's where I'm headed now. Yes. 2 wards. Delta North Senatorial District has 98 wards. So we don't know what happened in the 96. Ned Nwoko's camp may have videos from the other 96, which if he's going to play it on this station, he will pay for like 1 hour, to run his videos. But the pertinent issues are this. Mr. Nwoko got to the Senate on the platform of the PDP. The people voted for him overwhelmingly. And he has shouted. He said, I decamped to the APC.
Based on promises.
On the promise that I will get a return ticket into the same seat I've held in the last 4 years. So he has shouted, he's amongst those who have been screaming, amongst the APC, now APC senators, that they were shortchanged by, the powers that be in the APC. So it's either the party played in what we call in Nigerian parlance, wayo, big wayo, and he fell for the wayo. But he's saying
the party has not responded to that.
That's what I'm saying.
I said if. They should.
The party has told us, all of them are saying, until we upload who we say won election, primaries, then we'll know who the candidates are. The same thing is happening in one of the other parties, the PDP. They are saying, so one big member of the PDP said that we'll know on Saturday who are the real candidates in the PDP and the challenge they are facing. So Mr. Ned Nwoko is fighting a real battle, and that's why he's putting all his hands into it and saying, you guys want to shortchange me, I will not agree with you. He has complained, but is the party leadership listening to him? Obviously, it seems they are not listening to him. Let's also get something. The man who is also saying that I am going back to the Senate, was there for about 2 terms, former governor of Delta State, Ifeanyi Okowa. He's not also a pushover, but Ned Nwoko is saying, look, I am the one the members of the APC want, and you people must allow me to exercise my right for a 2nd term. So issues which the guests will reply.
You said parties are not giving any answer. How do you explain what you don't have an answer for? Because they know it's their strategy. It's not just the APC, the NDC, all of them are into this. The PDP too has not released the list of candidates. So they know. And when people are trying to cross the carpet, they should be more, I don't know how to put it. They should research. They should investigate before taking that very key step.
They should extract written agreements.
Well, if it works eventually, if it comes to that, because most times we know that this is how parties lure credible candidates into their fold, only to disappoint them at the end of the day.
Okay.
A lot of the people that cross the carpet, you will see, they haven't seen anything yet.
Let's see if we can connect with our guest now, Barrister Tony Organa. Barrister, can you hear me now? Thank you so much for joining us today. Barrister, can you hear me? Okay. Some problems with connections, with these connections. Right, but back to the point Uju was stressing.
Yes. When we talk about ideologies, when we talk about principles in politics, maybe this is also a lesson for our politicians. Don't always believe what you hear. Don't always believe, when parties are shopping for particularly prominent politicians, let us be more wary in taking rash decisions, because some of them are rash. Now we are seeing all over the political parties how those who were so treasured, even by their original parties, have become like. How do I explain it? Maybe Shola can lend me a word. They have become less relevant than they should ordinarily be.
Maybe as we are seeing, making efforts to see if we can get across to our guests, let's quickly run through our mails now. Yeah. And we'll have a few to share with our listeners today.
Yes, Mustafa Suleiman sent this in. He didn't indicate from where, and it's on State Police. And he says, cosmetic solutions. If the military can't take down bandits, how will state police manage? Before you know it, governors will need more money to pay state police. And the next thing is to increase fuel price and inflation will go up. Today's bandits are simply the result of yesterday's neglected children. If we declare free quality education across Nigeria, we can be rest assured of a better tomorrow. Create jobs today and watch a safer, more prosperous Nigeria emerge. Emmanuel Kama sent this from Gowon Estate, Alimosho, Lagos. He says, please permit me to observe that federal government ordered banks to freeze the assets of the named terrorist financiers in Nigeria as a step in the right direction, but this is not enough. This is because the actions of these vampires, enemies of our country, have made many widows, motherless, fatherless, homeless children, and innocent, and shedding of innocent blood. The financiers' names should not only be published for the public to see, they should be duly prosecuted. This case should not be treated with kids' gloves with any atom of sentiment or biases to serve as a deterrent to others. For how long will Nigerians continue to live in bondage in their own country?
Okay, Dixon Eka, who has written in from Abuja, the Nigerian capital, and he writes, in America, President Donald Trump is speaking and sanctioning oil dealers that have not properly adjusted their pump price in line with the current low price of crude oil after the Iran-US deal that reduced tensions in the Middle East and freed the Strait of Hormuz. But in Nigeria, marketers are selling petrol for 1,280 naira per litre, thereby unnecessarily impoverishing Nigerians. And neither President Tinubu nor the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority are not saying anything. In the international market, crude oil price has gone down below the thresholds of the pre-Iran war that skyrocketed the price, the cost of crude, and while the exchange rate remains firm, petrol is supposed to be sold for between 540 to 580 naira per litre, and it's currently sold more than double of this price. Who's further impoverishing the already impoverished Nigerians? Can President Tinubu speak up against this evil? So that's what Dixon Eka has said. But a quick one, President Donald Trump is not sanctioning. What he has said is that the Department of Justice in the U.S. should investigate those who he says are gauging the price of petrol at the pumps in the United States.
So it's not just with Nigeria that we are saying this.
Yeah, correct.
The difference is that in the U.S. they are making efforts to track those behind it and perhaps will the big stick. That's why we are asking the Nigerian Downstream and Midstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority to get to work. That is its chief mandate. Look at the factors. You must protect the Nigerian consumer. You must elevate national interests beyond and above every other interest. And we demand that they speak up today.
Yes, we demand that they speak
with
up.
Explanations.
Let the
as to what
system
the situation
work
is.
here. You're talking of the US. That's a place where institutions wield power, systems work. Do we have such here? That's why we keep talking about strong institutions, strengthen the institutions, strengthen the system so that it can produce required results. If the systems work, if the institutions do their proper work and wield their required power, we won't have this. Things would automatically fall into place and fall into line.
There's so much interest within the petroleum industry in Nigeria, both downstream, midstream, upstream. The cabal there that has refused
that's something to
prevented refineries from working.
From working in spite of huge amounts pumped into the turnaround maintenance of refineries from the time of Don Etiebet and then, of course, Dan Etete. We had so many billions going into the turnaround maintenance of refineries to no avail. And now, even under the Buhari administration, under the Tinubu administration, we hear there was a time it was started, I think that was a year or two ago, that, it will start working in the next one month, at a time in the next 2 weeks. At the end of the day, all that money down the drain, down into the pockets of some persons, down into the accounts of the cabal and their cronies. And where has it kept Nigeria? Look at how a country so endowed with so much crude, everything. Look at how much we are buying petrol for.
What we are hearing are some excuses. There are some other factors. We have to look at issues of logistics. But citizens are also saying, Naira is getting weaker. It's not firming up, so you should guarantee lower prices.
So, Rabiu Abdullahi Umar, the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Midstream Downstream Petroleum Authority, needs to talk to Nigeria. He's been in that post now for just about 3 months. Remember, President Tinubu sacked the man who he put there, who didn't last for 5 months. So we're encouraging him. I'd like to do name calling for people who are in public office. It helps us so that we don't just mention the agency. We know you, we identify you, and we say, look, what are you doing? So that's why I'm asking him this morning on behalf of the Nigerian people who have written in and those who have gone to the pumps to buy petrol and believe that the price will have come down. Mr. Umar, please explain to Nigerians. Use your public relations.
On behalf of all of us that buy fuel.
Exactly.
It's not just all of us that buy fuel. It's about the whole nation. Yes. Look at countries that are very good with manufacturing. China, for instance. If you see the goods they bring in from China, the price they buy it there, you wonder whether they're producing it for free. Energy prices are so low there. So in such a way that they can afford to mass produce at lower cost. But come to the Nigerian environment. If you want to manufacture, if you want to go into manufacturing, taxes, high energy prices, high this, high that. You can't compete with foreign products.
All these things are part of energy crisis, lack of infrastructure. When you look at energy crisis, how much are you buying 12 kg cylinder of gas in your house? And so many other people who run restaurants or using gas for so many other factors. If you are a manufacturing company, we know in the past 20 years, over 3,000 manufacturing companies have closed shop between Lagos, Ibadan, Abeokuta, Kaduna, Kano, Port Harcourt, and Plateau State. This is just a tip of the iceberg. We are just rolling down the hill. This is not the country our forefathers, the founders of an independent Nigeria, fought for.
Well, the much we can take on today's edition of Political Platform. Unfortunately, we were unable to join Barrister Tony Ogana, Publicity Secretary for the Nyama State Creation Group. He wanted to weigh in on issues bordering on Delta North APC senatorial primaries, but for poor network from his side, he was unable to do so. Perhaps another opportunity may present itself. On behalf of my colleagues, my name is Amici Anakwe. Have a good day and enjoy your weekend.
stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Completely, uniquely healthy.
This is the cool view. What did I do with my knife? Here we go.
How hard is it to get land and start a farm? It takes more than most people have. More like 60 years ago, Fairfax County was transitioning from being dairy farms to being suburbs.
That development over there was the front field. And if you go further, that's the Thompson field. And if you go across the street, that's the Weissman field. And if you go over there, that's Bradley Thompson's. And so all of these are old farmers from 50 years ago or 60 years ago who rented us property all along this road, all the way to Tyson's Corner.
And so when my parents bought this piece of property, there were no suburban developments around here. It was a 2-lane highway, Route 7, which is now currently a 6-lane highway. And all the old dairy farmers were sitting on their property waiting to sell it and waiting to make a lot of money. If you can believe this, the land that was sold adjacent to our property in 2008 was $500,000 an acre undeveloped. An insane amount of money to have to spend to come up with to grow vegetables. What's the solution? What the populace needs to do is say that farming is important to them and that it's just as important as parkland or other public amenities that people really enjoy living near. And this is a big step toward keeping agriculture going in a metropolitan area. Farming basically means at the end of the year, hopefully you paid all your bills. But that doesn't mean you have any money left to start the next season unless you happen to have such a good season. CSA is a great fit for our farm. I think I have about 600 CSA members.
Happy to be here. We're so blessed, yes.
My father used to borrow $25,000 at the beginning of the season and pay it back to the bank in September. Instead of that now, we ask our customers if we can borrow that money, and they give it to us in February and willingly, and then we pay them back in vegetables through the season. They have 3 different size shares, mini, regular, and robust. If you're a mini share, you get 6, and you just come and pick out whatever 6 things you want. And if you decide you want 6 bags of tomatoes, you get 6 bags of tomatoes.
Oh my gosh, the produce is so fresher, has better flavor. It just, and you get to pick and choose what you want to use. It is just wonderful.
When you do something the same for 20 years or 15 years or 10 years and you keep coming once a week to somebody's house every week, they're going to get to be like family.
Bye. We should have gone Spencer. We should have gone Spencer.
Hey guys, I'm sorry.
So the farmers market part of our business is roughly 40%. So we're very dependent on it.
We do have some spinach. It's in the back corner there.
We go to 5 markets a week for 30 weeks of the year, and one of them we go year-round. 20 weeks of the year, though, we don't have a market, really. So we make as much money as we can in those 30 weeks.
Thank you so much. And there is your $1. We're happy to be back.
I think the end closest to the stand is where it's a little bit biggest now.
I do not think I'm the last generation that will farm this land because I have my nephews who are how much younger than I am. They're 30 years younger than I am. And then we have Carrie, who is one of the co-owners, and she's 20 years younger than I am.
This is supposed to be the size of a ping pong ball.
I think the land will stay because my siblings and the next generation down have unanimously agreed that we will not sell the land. I don't think that people should be so fearful all the time about change. I think that there's opportunity all the time for change to be good. And that's why you have children. That's why you raise people to be better people. It's because you want the opportunities to come up.
Search and rescue intensify as death toll hits over 500, with at least 200 trapped after twin earthquake in Venezuela. Heat wave in Europe triggers widespread health emergency alert across the continent. And United Nations suspends Hormuz shipping escort evacuation operation after reported attack on cargo vessel in Oman. This is the World News on AIT. I am Onoshorena Obozege. You're welcome. Now, rescue teams in Venezuela are racing against time after two powerful earthquakes devastated communities in and around Caracas, leaving hundreds dead, thousands homeless, and many people still trapped beneath collapsed buildings. The twin tremors, measuring 7.2 and 7.5 in magnitude, struck within a minute of each other on Wednesday evening, making them the strongest earthquakes to hit the country in more than a century.
Authorities said at least 235 bodies had been received by hospital, while around 200 people remained trapped beneath rubble and roughly 250 buildings were damaged or destroyed. La Guaira State, home to Venezuela's main international airport, suffered some of the worst destruction, with about 70,000 families affected by the disaster. Emergency crews, volunteers and residents walked through the night searching for survivors. Although many communities complained that rescue equipment arrived slowly. Families desperately dug through collapsed buildings by hand, while survivors carried food, water, and medicine into devastated neighborhoods as official resources struggled to meet overwhelming demand. Interim President Delcy Rodriguez described La Guaira as a disaster zone and said the government was working with private companies to deploy heavy machinery and accelerate rescue efforts. Damage to hospitals, the Venezuelan Red Cross headquarters, the French embassy, and the Caracas airport for the complicated emergency operations, while electricity outages continued across affected areas. International support quickly began arriving as the United Nations coordinated relief efforts and several countries pledged assistance despite past political differences with Venezuela. The United States eased sanctions to facilitate humanitarian aid, while SpaceX announced temporary free Starlink services to restore communications in affected regions as officials warned the death toll could still rise significantly.
The United Nations International Maritime Organization has temporarily suspended its ship evacuation operation through the Strait of Hormuz after a cargo vessel reported coming under attack near Oman. The incident has renewed concerns about maritime security despite a preliminary agreement aimed at ending the Iran conflict. British maritime authorities said the vessel reported being struck by a projectile, while 2 U.S. officials alleged Iran fired on the ship. Iran authorities, however, insisted vessels using routes not approved by Tehran would not be guaranteed safe passage through the strategic waterway. The IMO said it paused the evacuation program to verify that adequate security guarantees remain in place for ships and crews operating in the region. Officials clarified that the vessel involved in the reported attack was not participating in the evacuation initiative. Iran's Revolutionary Guards also warned that ships must follow routes designated by Tehran and reportedly ordered 2 Panama-flagged vessels to alter their course. The development underscores Iran's continued effort to assert control over one of the world's busiest oil shipping routes. Despite the renewed tensions, oil shipments through the Strait of Hormuz have nearly returned to pre-conflict levels after months of disruption. However, disagreement over broader ceasefire arrangement and Iran's nuclear program continue to cast uncertainty over regional stability. Oil prices edged lower on Friday and remained on track for sharp weekly losses as concerns over global supply eased, with more oil tankers resuming movement through the Strait of Hormuz. The decline came despite renewed security fears after a cargo vessel was struck by a projectile near Oman on Thursday.
Brent crude dropped to around $75 a barrel, while U.S. Texas Intermediate traded below $72 a barrel after both benchmarks had gained more than 2% the previous day. The earlier rise followed the attack on the cargo vessel, which prompted the United Nations Shipping Agency to suspend its voluntary evacuation program in the area. U.S. officials said Iran fired at the vessel as it attempted to pass through the strategic waterway, although Iranian authorities maintained that they could not guarantee the safety of ships operating outside designated Hormuz routes. Market analysts said the latest developments have revived geopolitical concerns and that traders would closely monitor whether tanker traffic continues to recover or if producers reconsider planned output increases. Shipping data showed crude exports through the Strait of Hormuz climbed this week to the highest level since the conflict involving the United States, Israel, and Iran began in February. Although a ceasefire has encouraged more vessels to return. Overall traffic remains well below the average minimum of ships that used the vital shipping lane before the conflict erupted. Meanwhile, fresh supply concerns also emerged from Venezuela after earthquakes affected parts of the country on Thursday. Early assessments indicated only limited damage to major oil facilities, but widespread power disruptions have raised doubts about whether the country can maintain its oil production of nearly 1.2 million barrels per day in the coming.
Saudi Arabia's Aramco has resumed crude oil loading at its Ras Tanura terminal after nearly 4 months without shipment from the Gulf export facility. Shipping data showed 2 very large crude carriers loading oil on Friday, while another tanker waited offshore to receive cargo.
The company had suspended exports for Ras Tanura after shipping through the Strait of Hormuz became impossible during heightened regional tensions involving Iran, the United States, and Israel. During that period, Saudi exports were redirected through the Red Sea port of Yanbu to maintain overseas deliveries. Each of the giant tankers loading at Ras Tanura is capable of carrying approximately 2 million barrels of crude oil, highlighting the strategic importance of the terminal. The latest activity marks the first confirmed cargo loading from the facility since early March. The resumption follows an interim agreement between the United States and Iran that eased tensions and allowed shipping to return through the Strait of Hormuz. Regional oil producers have since increased both production and exports as supply concerns across global markets gradually eased. The reopening of Ras Tanura restores one of Saudi Arabia's most important export routes and is expected to improve the efficiency of crude shipments to international customers. Analysts view the reviewed operations as another sign that energy markets are stabilizing after months of geopolitical disruptions.
India is facing growing water shortages and mounting agricultural uncertainty after the delayed arrival of the annual monsoon left rainfall well below seasonal averages across much of the country. The weak rains have disrupted farming activities, strained urban water supplies, and heightened fears that climate change is making the country's weather increasingly unpredictable.
Mumbai has introduced water restrictions after reservoir levels fell sharply, suspending municipal supplies to swimming pools and construction sites to preserve drinking water. Residents have reported spending hours collecting small amounts of water, while officials estimate the city has only about 40 days of available reserves remaining. In northern farming regions, many growers have postponed planting because rainfall has yet to arrive, raising concerns about reduced harvest and deeper financial hardship. Farmers say uncertainty over fertilizer supplies and broader economic pressures have compounded their worries as they wait for sufficient rainfall to begin sowing crops. Meteorologists attribute the delayed monsoon to the combined effects of El Nino dry regional winds and rising global temperatures, which have contributed to a nationwide rainfall deficit of more than 40%. Experts say climate change is producing longer dry spells interrupted by heavier downpours rather than the steady rainfall traditionally associated with the monsoon season. Climate specialists warn that improving water management has become increasingly important as rainfall patterns continue to change. They say greater investment in groundwater conservation, urban reservoirs, and local water storage systems will help communities better withstand increasingly frequent climate-related shocks.
Health authorities across Europe remain on high alert as an intense heat wave continues to sweep across the continent, bringing dangerous temperatures, mountain deaths, and widespread disruption. The extreme weather has affected countries including Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Austria, Serbia, and the Netherlands, with scientists describing it as Europe's most severe heat wave on record. While temperatures have started easing in France and Britain after breaking June records, Italy is expected to face even hotter conditions through the weekend, with temperatures reaching 40 degrees Celsius. France has recorded at least 55 heat-related deaths, and officials fear the toll could rise despite forecasts of cooler weather. The relentless heat has forced the closure of cultural landmarks, disrupted farming activities, and led to the cancellation or postponement of major public events. French authorities also introduced a temporary ban on drinking alcohol in public, while police urged organizers to cancel large outdoor gatherings because of the dangerous conditions. Infrastructure has also suffered under the extreme temperatures, with Germany's A2 motorway buckling and cracking, damaging dozens of vehicles and leaving 2 people with minor injuries. Britain extended its red heat alert for a third straight day, while the Netherlands closed many schools under a nationwide code red warning, and Serbia advised residents to remain indoors during the hottest period. Scientists say the heat wave is being driven by an omega block weather pattern that traps hot air over large areas for prolonged periods. Climate researchers say human-caused climate change made this unprecedented event far more likely, while hospitals across France continue to report rising emergency admissions and warn that healthcare workers are facing severe pressures. Johns Hopkins University has laid off 110 employees following significant reduction in federal research funding under the Trump administration. The university said the cuts primarily affected administrative roles supporting its research programs. University officials explained that shrinking federal grants have forced the institution to reduce its operational infrastructure. They noted that the research funding and the number of federal awards declined sharply over the past year, placing increased pressure on university finances. Earlier this month, Johns Hopkins announced a new $60 million annual research support fund to help offset the impact of declining federal assistance over the next 2 years. The institution had previously eliminated more than 2,000 jobs after several federal grants were terminated. The Trump administration has reduced funding for universities over issues including campus protests related to Gaza, diversity programs, transgender policies, and climate initiatives. Rights advocates argue the measures threaten academic freedom, free speech, and due process. Some federal judges have ordered the restoration of suspended university funding while legal disputes continue. The latest layoffs highlight the growing financial strain facing research institutions amid ongoing disagreement between universities and the federal government. The U.S. Supreme Court has cleared the way for President Donald Trump's administration to end temporary protected status for hundreds of thousands of Haitian and Syrian migrants. In a 6-3 decision, the court ruled that federal judges cannot review the administration's decisions on the humanitarian program. The ruling affects more than 350,000 Haitians and over 6,000 Syrians who had been shielded from deportation because conditions in their home countries were considered unsafe. Temporary protected status allows eligible migrants to live and work legally in the United States during periods of war or natural disaster. Justice Samuel Alito, writing for the majority, said the governing law prevents court from reviewing decisions to grant or end TPS designations. He also concluded that claims alleging racial bias in the administration's actions were unlikely to succeed under constitutional protection. In a dissenting opinion, Justice Elena Kagan argued that courts should be able to determine whether the administration followed the legal procedures required before ending the protections. She also maintained that evidence presented by the challengers raised legitimate concerns about the decision-making process. The ruling represents another major victory for the Trump administration's immigration agenda and could influence the future of temporary protected status for migrants from other designated countries. Immigration advocates have warned that many affected families now face uncertainty as calls grow for Congress to intervene. Still with the U.S. Supreme Court has struck down a Hawaii law that restricted people from carrying handguns on private property open to the public without the owner's permission. In a 6-3 ruling, the court said the measure violated the Second Amendment right of Americans to keep and bear arms.
Overturned a lower court ruling that had allowed the Democratic-backed law to remain in effect while legal challenges continued. The conservative majority concluded that the restrictions were inconsistent with constitutional protections for firearm ownership in public carry. The ruling is the latest in series of Supreme Court decisions that have expanded gun rights across the United States. It also reinforces the court's recent interpretation that firearm regulations must be consistent with the nation's historical traditions regarding gun ownership. Supporters of Hawaii's law had argued the restrictions were necessary to improve public safety by limiting firearms in businesses and other privately owned places open to the public. They maintained that property owners should not be presumed to allow firearms unless they have explicit consent. The decision is expected to influence similar laws in other states and could prompt further legal challenges to firearm restrictions nationwide. It also marks another significant victory for advocates seeking broader constitutional protections for gun owners.
A U.S. federal judge has ordered billionaire Elon Musk to testify under oath in 2 proposed class action lawsuits accusing him of misleading voters during the 2024 presidential election campaign. The cases center on a $1 million daily giveaway organized through his political action committee, America PAC.
Plaintiffs argue that voters in several battleground states were encouraged to sign a constitutional petition after being led to believe winners would be selected randomly. They claim the prizes were instead awarded to individuals chosen because they could effectively promote the organization. Magistrate Judge Susan Hightower recommended allowing one fraud claim to proceed, saying questions remain over whether Musk acted recklessly when describing the selection process. However, she also recommended dismissing a related breach of contract allegation. Evidence cited in court included testimony from America PAC Director Christopher Young, who said Musk's description of the giveaway as random differed from the program discussed with legal advisors. Musk's legal team has not publicly responded to the latest court ruling. A federal district judge will now decide whether to adopt the recommendations and determine the future of both lawsuits. The outcome could shape further legal scrutiny of political campaign promotions and the use of financial incentives during elections.
The stories now.
You are still watching the World News on AIT. We'll take a short break and return for more stories.
Break online. Don't miss miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content, follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
You're welcome back to more stories now. Manhattan prosecutors have moved to dismiss a rape charge against Harvey Weinstein after the woman accusing him said she no longer wished to testify in what would have been his fourth New York trial. The decision ends for the prosecution over allegations involving aspiring actress Jessica Mann.
Weinstein's most recent trial ended in a mistrial after jurors failed to reach a unanimous verdict on allegations that he raped Mann in a Manhattan hotel room in 2013. He was consistently denied the accusation, maintaining that he never engaged in a non-consensual sexual activity. Prosecutors acknowledged that Mann had already testified before 2 grand juries and 3 trial juries, describing the repeated legal process as an exceptionally difficult experience. They said her decision not to testify again made it impossible to proceed with another trial on the charge. Although the rape count has been dropped, prosecutors have asked the court to sentence Weinstein to 20 years in prison for the sexual assault conviction involving former production assistant Miriam Haley. Weinstein remains incarcerated despite his earlier New York conviction being overturned because of another separate conviction. Once one of Hollywood's most influential producers, Weinstein has faced accusations of sexual harassment or misconduct from more than 80 women over several years. He continues to deny all allegations of non-consensual sexual conduct despite the extensive legal proceedings against him.
The United States has intensified restrictions on Chinese-linked electric vehicles after denying Polestar authorization to continue selling new models beginning with the 2027 model year. The move expands Washington's broader campaign to limit connected vehicle technology considered a potential national security risk.
The Commerce Department declined to approve Polestar under rules governing connected vehicle technology that covers systems such as Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, cellular networks, and satellite communications. Officials argue such technologies could expose sensitive information about American vehicle owners if linked to China. Polestar said it will continue selling its existing Polestar 3 and Polestar 4 models already approved for the U.S. market, while maintaining customer service operations. The company also confirmed it would not challenge the government's decision and will instead focus increasingly on expanding its European business. The Swedish electric vehicle manufacturer, majority owned by China's Geely Holding, has already shifted much of its long-term strategy toward Europe, where most of its sales are generated. The company has struggled financially in recent years, relying on repeated financial support from its owners while introducing updated versions of existing models instead of entirely new vehicles. The decision also raises uncertainty over the future of the US-built Polestar 3, currently assembled in South Carolina by Volvo Cars. Meanwhile, other automakers continue seeking government approvals under the same regulations as Washington strengthens efforts to reduce reliance on Chinese automotive technology.
And that's the world news on AIT. I am Onoshorena Obozege. Thank you for staying with us.
Good day wherever you're watching. It's another time, another day, another episode of your security program, The Defenders, coming to you from the stable of The Defenders TV of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. And the program is aimed at highlighting the achievements of the Corps under the leadership of our Commandant General, Professor Hamid Abubakar Howdy, MNI OFR. The precondition to freedom is security, and on the program we'll be giving you security talk, security tips, security enlightenment, and every other security-related issue. I am Babawali Abdullahi.
Join us for The Defenders, the show that highlights the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps in action, protecting the heart of Nigeria's progress. From safeguarding critical infrastructure to securing our national resources, the NSCDC plays a vital role in securing the future of Nigeria. With the mining marshals leading the fight against illegal mining, the Corps ensures that our natural resources are protected from exploitation, preserving them for future generations. The Commandant General Special Intelligence Squad is on the front line, fighting to stop illegal bunkering and the theft of our nation's oil resources, protecting our economy and sovereignty. And the female squad is dedicated to protecting our schools, keeping our children safe from the threat of banditry, rape, and other criminal activities. Every day, the men and women of the NSCDC are working tirelessly to safeguard our communities, protect our nation's resources, and support sustainable development. The Defenders, ensuring a safer, stronger, and more prosperous Nigeria for all.
The federal government has strengthened the efforts against illegal mining by procuring 8 gun trucks for the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps NSCDC mining marshals. Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake, said the move is part of efforts to intensify the fight against illegal mining across the country. It disclosed that over 300 illegal miners have been arrested and more than 150 prosecuted since the unit was established.
This is to assure the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, the mother agency of the mine marshals, that we shall continue at ministerial level to ensure that we put all necessary things in place to smoothen your operations and to assure you of our support, both materially, psychologically, politically, and economically, for you to succeed. What we are commissioning here today are the 8 gun trucks. That's a snippet of it. That is just the beginning of it. We have greater plans.
Representative of the Interior Minister, Major General Abdulmalik Jibirin, retired, praised the collaboration between ministries in protecting Nigeria's mineral resources. Mining Marshals Commander, Assistant Commandant John Atta Onoja, said the unit remains committed to sustaining operations and urged continued interagency support.
We have this great privilege and opportunity to have wonderfully well-designed standard gun trucks for mining marshal operation to further strengthen our activities and performance across the nation. We can only say we are grateful to Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps leadership, headed by the Commandant General of Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps and the entire management team, whose commitment and support made it possible for mining marshal to bear the name they are bearing today. The Minister of Solid Mineral Development, you have done creditably well for us by all forms of support that we have gotten, especially necessary logistics that will take our activities from our immediate environment towards every nook and crannies of this country.
The federal government says the initiative will help boost national revenue and reduce illegal exploitation of.
It's the best.
Under President Bola,
national service that will be corrective, that will be transformative, that will be renovative, that will be reformatory. People should go to correctional centers and become more useful to Nigeria. People should go to correctional centers and be prepared and be ready to contribute their quota for the rest of their lives to the development of this country.
Nigerians
expressed concern over the infiltration of suspected foreigners as part of the reason for rising insecurity in the country. Officers of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps in Ogun State have intercepted 2 buses conveying 19 foreign nationals at Idona community. The commandant of the corps in the state, Remilekun Ekudai, while parading the suspects in Abeokuta, said the corps received a distress call from community leaders around 8:25 p.m. about 2 buses conveying unknown persons into the community. She stated that preliminary findings show the group are 19 Ghanaian nationals, comprising 12 men and 7 women.
Regarding the suspicious movement of 2 buses conveying unknown individuals into the area. According to information received, the buses had arrived in the community at about 8 p.m. and attracted attention when disagreements reportedly arose between the occupants and the drivers. The situation prompted concerned community leaders to make inquiries, during which it was observed that the occupants were foreign nationals.
The commandant added that one of the suspects, a 28-year-old Divine Kweku, confirmed that they relocated to the area to market a product and that a local agent arranged a 3-bedroom apartment for them,
requiring further investigation. These include the circumstances surrounding the group's relocation, the choice of destination, the mode of transportation, and other observations made during the screening process. Consequently, the command considers it necessary to thoroughly verify their identities, immigration status, purpose of relocation, and other relevant circumstances surrounding their movement into Ogun State.
She commended the residents for alerting authorities instead of taking the law into their own hands and urged them to maintain vigilance across the state.
In its proactive efforts to combat crime, Ondo State Command of Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps (NSCDC), under leadership of Commandant Oluyemi Ibiloye, has arrested 7 suspects for illegal blasting activities involving explosives in Akure. Acting on credible intelligence, operatives of the command's Mines and Steel Unit, in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Mines, headed by Engineer Mayowa Omoshebi, on Thursday arrested the suspects at the Akbobo area along the Ilesha-Akure Owo Expressway, Akure. Preliminary investigations revealed that the suspects, all male, were engaged in illegal blasting operations using explosives without the necessary authorization and permits, contrary to the relevant mining and explosives laws. The suspects, all residents of Akure, was indigenous of different states. The press release issued by the command spokesperson said that the operation further underscores the strong and effective collaboration between the command and relevant stakeholders in the mining sector within the state. The synergy has significantly enhanced intelligence sharing and enabled rapid intervention in critical situations. He maintained that NSCDC Ondo State Command remains committed to safeguarding lives and properties, and we will continue to collaborate with sister security agencies to combat illegal mining, unlawful blasting activities, and related crimes.
In a renewed effort to combat economic sabotage and protect farmers from peg agricultural products, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps Zamfara State Command has arrested a 33-year-old suspect, Mustafa Sani, for alleged involvement in the production and distribution of adulterated fertilizer. The public relations officer of the command, Mansur Muhammad Umar, explained that the suspect was arrested in possession of the suspected counterfeit fertilizer bags already loaded for distribution to retailers and farmers across the state.
The command is steadfast and committed to reducing elements of criminalities rampaging the socio-economic welfare of the state. Proactive structures are established to efficiently manage these activities of unlawful manufacturing, sales, and distribution of adulterated products.
He disclosed that a total of 550 bags of the suspected adulterated fertilizer were recovered during the operation. According to the command, preliminary investigations revealed that the suspect allegedly claimed ownership of the fertilizer products and identified 2 accomplices, Alhaji Sabo Yusuf and Abdurrahman Ibrahim, who are currently at large. The command further alleged that the suspects were involved in the illegal manufacturing and false labeling of the fertilizer products while impersonating Aluma fertilizer, popularly known as Nagari.
In view of the brief parade, following the adequate completion, findings, and investigation, the State Command, as directed by Commandant Sani Mustafa, shall arraign the suspect before a competent court of law.
The NSCDC warned that it has zero tolerance for criminality, impersonation, fraud, and economic sabotage, stressing that anyone found culpable will be prosecuted in accordance with the law.
We don't come again from Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. As soon as just they finish your exam now. Now this kind of time people go run, kitty kitty kata kata. Come tell una say they fit run and for una. Make una not give anybody una money. Oh. Ha, they go fit use the money go buy Christmas clothes for this Christmas now. Make you look, anybody when he take and anybody when he give. Now the same way they go catch them all. Moreover, as I don't talk on before, no wuru-wuru, no mago-mago. This whole process be like white paper, make you shine your eyes.
As the National PRO of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, I receive various calls on this ongoing recruitment exercise, most especially on job racketeering. And as you can see, the process is free, fair, and transparent. The CDC FIB are working tirelessly, making sure that you are part of us pretty soon. While the syndicates are out with a wicked game, using a good name to put us in deep shame. Don't buy the slot. Don't pay the fee. The NSCDC job is strictly free. And remember, when you say something,
you say something.
And we will do something.
The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps has cracked down illegal immigrant camps, arresting 4 suspected inter-border criminals linked to a fraudulent network marketing scheme and human trafficking in Lagos. The commandant of the service in Lagos, Adedotun Keshinru, says the suspects operating camps within Badagry Division are 3 Togolese and 1 Beninois, while 17 victims were rescued.
Suspected inter-border criminals arrested by the Lagos State Command of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps for various crimes, including operating an illegal immigrant camp and being connected to fraudulent network marketing schemes and human trafficking in the Badagry Division. These 17 victims were rescued from 4 different camps with exhibits, including laptops, files, QNet letterhead papers, phones, and other pharmaceutical items used for their victims were recovered. The commandant of the service in Lagos, Adedotun Keshinru, who was represented, says the operation underscores the command's determination in combating inter-border and trans-border crimes through intelligence-led operations and specialized unit deployments.
These suspects involve themselves largely in human trafficking, internet network marketing scheme, extortion, sabotage, and restriction of the movements of their victims, as well as unlawful detention of their victims.
He is urging residents to support the service by providing timely and credible information to aid crime prevention and detection. The commandant adds that stronger collaboration between residents and security agencies remains key to closing security gaps and reducing reliance on reactive policing.
The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, Kwara State Command, has arrested a 21-year-old suspect, Soli Mujib, over the alleged kidnapping and murder of a 60-year-old electrical technician, Olariwaju Afolabi, in Ilorin. State Commandant Abbas Mohammed disclosed this while briefing journalists at the command headquarters. He disclosed that the victim was declared missing after leaving home on June the 7th to inspect an electrical project and never returned. According to the NSCDC, the victim's family later received a ransom demands of 2 million naira from his mobile phone and eventually paid 120,000 naira following instructions from the caller. The command says intelligence-led investigations, digital tracking, and financial transaction analysis led to the arrest of the suspect, who reportedly confessed to the crime during interrogation. The suspect allegedly admitted luring the victim to an uncompleted building in Kangile area of Ilorin, where he killed him before using his phone and SIM card to demand ransom from family members. NSCDC says the suspect later led operatives to a shallow grave believed to contain the victim's remains, while investigations continue ahead of his transfer to the appropriate security agencies for further action. The family of the deceased are demanding justice.
He attacked and killed the victim, took possession of his phone and SIM card, and subsequently used the victim's phone to demand ransom from the family. In the course of the investigation, the suspect led the operatives to the scene of the incident at Kongile, Kulende area, Ilorin, where a shallow grave suspected to contain the victim's remains was discovered. The victim's mobile phone and SIM card were also recovered. The case is still under investigation, and upon conclusion of preliminary findings, it will be transferred to the appropriate security agency for further investigation and prosecution.
It's true.
What led you into that?
Money.
Money?
Yes.
So you made like how many million are you looking for?
2 million.
2 million naira.
Who advised you to do this?
No, sir.
Nobody?
Yes, sir.
I want justice for my dad, sir. He has been working with my dad for just a few months now, according to what I know. And if he needs food to eat or anything, my dad provides for him and do all sorts of things like that.
Security is the collective responsibility of every citizen. No service has a monopoly of any strategy. Now that the 3 C's are conspicuously noticed among security agencies: collaboration, cooperation, and coordination, I'd like to enjoin all security agencies to strengthen this collaboration so that together we can provide safety and security for Nigerians and for Nigeria. My name is Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, OFR MNI, Commandant General, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Please keep watching the defenders.
My name is Olatunji Disu. I'm the Inspector General of Police. I'm here today to cement the relationship between us and the civil defense. The people are the bosses. Keep on watching the defenders.
In order to assist on the preparation, we have a command, inherited by commanders, and in order to follow the government, we have a decision, inherited by the officers, and in 80% of all the divisions, we have a household. While because of bringing security down to the grassroots level, if you notice any district in your local area, endeavor to work with any of these divisions or commands. These were join the company on this weekend conference program. After me, when you say something, please say something. Bye for now.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live. The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our governments seem to be incapable of protecting. The scheming.
This is not a period we should sit back and go.
Every part of this country is
is equal.
The intrigue.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe it was for that reason in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time. The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Hello and welcome. And I know that you're wondering where I am this really interesting evening. But first, let me welcome you to Gender Agenda, your policy literacy program. We often bridge the gap between women and their stakeholders, especially in the policy decision-making sector. My name is Adora Sydney Jack, and today's show promises to be quite exciting. And the reason is that here in Nigeria, of course in West Africa, Nigeria is gearing on for, of course, 2027 elections, but the heat has started and the game is on. With primaries a few weeks away, people have picked up their nomination forms and the energy is quite infectious. But the question is, how many women are going to be on the ballot? What are parties doing to make sure that women's political rights are not misplaced in all of the calculations within the boys' club? How are we going to also see more women encouraged by parties and party delegates, and especially those who are the helm of affairs in the parties, like the women leader? What is the state governor doing to position women's voices across board? And that's exactly what we will be talking about today. Today's program is going to be focused on the 2027 elections, women in inclusive governance and political participation. I won't let the cat out of the bag yet. I'll let you meet my guests, but that will be after this short break. Stay with us. right, so welcome back. Today's show, I'm bringing to you a woman who is remarkable, dogged, a woman who, when she was inaugurated, said, well, yes, women are hardworking and we will take APC to the next level in the state. And I'm not talking about anybody else than Lady Patricia Betty Okwebo Benson, the APC party woman leader in Edo State. You're welcome. It's great to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Well done. And well done on all the work that you're doing at the state level and across board, especially for women from Edo and young women for that matter and youth. Let me start first, Ma. When we talk about, of course, 2027 election is around the corner. The energy is high. You know, the contest has begun. But let's first of all ask, how is the party APC in your state positioning women to actually come out to run in the 2027 elections?
Well, I'll tell you that Edo State APC are in order. And thank God that we have a governor who is gender friendly. And when we talk about young ladies, women in the party positions, Edo State governor is doing very well. I can tell you that for some time before now, we didn't actually have women in elective position, but he had done so well, giving us commissioners, DGs, in agency, chairmen, and when it comes to this new, exactly what's going on right now, the primaries, he has given us about 3 women, and before now we had only 2 women in House of Assembly, and he has stepped it up to 3. And by the grace of God, we are still praying that before primary, give us the 4th woman. And I believe he's going to do that because I know his
antecedents. All right. So a lot of times women will argue that, you know, and not just in Edo State, across board, that the biggest barriers that they face in politics is financial limitation. You know, that oftentimes they don't have as much money bags as the men do in politics. What is, you know, the real picture of things? Do you think it's just finance or empowerment for women?
Well, you know, the women, some women are very bold. They are bold, but the finance is not there. Even when they have the finance, the men seem to try to intimidate the women a lot. Oh, they know that women do a lot of mobilization. They're always there on the field. They were the one to talk to people, join my party, vote for me, my children, the husband. But when a woman, we need women to support women. And the men are afraid that when women support women, they can't be there. The men won't go there. But the women have not been able to actually sit down, talk to themselves, that we need to support our fellow women. They prefer to go after the men. They run after the men, call them leaders. A man that is just maybe a leader in the local government, and you see a leader in the local government, and the commissioner, a woman commissioner, is standing before you, you will not appreciate the woman commissioner. You will run after the man just because of 2,000, 5,000. When you shout, oh, leader, my leader, my leader, and the man will put hand in the pocket and give maybe 2,000, 5,000 for transport. Meanwhile, when you follow a woman will be able to empower you. The women go out to speak to people, to empower fellow women. The men will never do that. The Commissioner for Women Affairs, the Commissioner for Humanitarian, every empowerment they do is for the women and the youth. I've never seen any commissioner that will come out tomorrow and say, let me empower the women. No, it won't happen. But the men fail to recognize the women, the power of a woman in politics. And we women also don't want to understand that when we support a fellow woman, you are building a nation, a stronger nation.
Absolutely.
So it's unfortunate we keep doing this and we keep trying to tell them that let's support a woman. And by the time you go to tell them support a woman, one leader will come up from that place and say, are you telling the women to be fighting us? No, that's not true. Nobody's fighting nobody. Support a fellow woman. So that you, as a woman, can go there and knock on that woman's door anytime, any day, and said, I voted for you. I worked for you. This is my problem. If you go to another man's place, a house of assembly, house of rep, by the time you knock on the door, the wife will first of all say, whom are you looking for? My husband is sleeping. It's unfortunate.
Wow, that's quite an unveiling.
For my governor, I can speak for my governor. He's gender friendly. He's working with the women. He's with the women 24/7, 100%. And it was one person that will call upon me anytime to say, woman leader, what do you want for the women? I saw your paper on my table. There's empowerment. You want to have a program, you want to have an empowerment for women, let's discuss it, and he'll give me an appointment and he meet up to it. He has never disappointed me when it comes to women. Asking for position for women. Never.
Let me ask you, what inspired you to join politics?
Well, my father is a politician. I've known my father to be in politics all my life, since I was born. And he was one-time chairman. He was in local government. And I'm a lion too. So I like to give.
Of course, a lion gets a lion.
Yes. I like to give to the community. I love people around me. And I also want to make sure that if you don't have, tell me the way I can assist you. If God has blessed me, I need to bless others. I don't have so much, but I know I can also give to the poor. I started giving at the age of 20 after my secondary school. And I was working with my father. He had a cool room. And I know that those days we used to take something from the cool room.
Without his knowledge?
We used to take fish and go and sell in the market. And I didn't know, as a child, I didn't know. I used to dash a lot. Come, go give your mama, let her cook for you. Go give your mama, let her cook for you, you know. I had this, it's been in me, and it's something I cherish to do. And that's one of the things that led me to join Lions. Because in Lionism, when you are doing that charity, you feel fulfilled. And you look at people, like when you go to your job, your monthly assignments, you look at people and say, oh God, thank you. You may, I can as well give to these people, as little as this. I have given scholarship to a lot of people, a lot. I can't even count how many. When I was in school, I tell you this is God honest truth. I used to my school fees to pay for my schoolmates. I know that the principal will never drive me for school fees.
I see.
I have a friend called Lizzie Okudowa. He loves both parents. So I tell, when we resumed, she couldn't come back to school. So I went to her house in the village and she told me she cannot pay school fees. I said, come, I'll pay for you. He gave me my school fees and I paid the whole school fees for her. So when my father asked me, I said, oh, I use this to buy girls' guide uniform, badge. I bought berets, I bought sandals. Oh, this. You know, that's me.
Okay.
That was when I was in secondary school. So giving has always been part of me.
Now and now you are at the center, where giving is the giving.
Yes.
You know, as woman leader.
As a woman leader, giving is the order of the day. They don't even want to know if you don't have. Once I open my door in the village, 2 minutes, my gate is full. Now you're with voters card, now your party they vote for. But I don't blame them. It's the society and the leaders, the so-called leaders we call leaders. If you are empowered, are you not supposed to look after the people around you?
And their welfare.
But they don't do that.
But how is Edo State with that? How is, I mean, talking about welfare people, talking about politics, you've talked about his representation in terms of how gender-friendly he is. This shine agenda, you know, at the state level, we've also seen it in the national parlance. What really is that about? I mean, is it a slogan or a movement?
Shine agenda is not just a movement. Shine agenda, we're talking about turning Edo State's face to another level. Edo State right now, as we speak, is a construction site. When it comes to construction, schools, health center, roads, is part of Shine agenda. It used to take me about six hours to get to my village. As we speak now, I can leave my house. In 1 hour, I'll be in my village in my other house.
In 1 hour?
Yes.
From 6 hours
to
1 hour.
That's the Shine agenda.
I see. Talking about standards, because when I heard of Shine agenda, what came to my mind is let the women shine, you know, usually. But I want to also believe that all of this development are also, you know, tilted towards inclusive governance, where you have women and young girls and even women and persons with disability in those environments, you know, actually also benefiting from some of these dividends. Now, as the woman leader of APC in Edo State, 2027 is coming. Are you confident that you would have some women who will emerge at this election? Are you confident that the state, with what it is doing in private practice and appointive positions, would replicate it in elective positions?
100%. First of all, we have chairmen, female chairmen.
Okay.
We have female vice chairmen. We have female secretaries. Local government, which we never had.
Okay.
And we have female appointees. We talk about Sube. Well, the chairman of Sube is a young girl. She's doing very well. Technical is a young girl. She's doing very well. The technical board. Then we talk about the education. The PAMSEC, they are doing very well. Talk about health center. The commissioner is doing very well. You mentioned people living with disability. You just mentioned just now. And the commissioner for health, he is very passionate about people living with disability. They've had 1 program, 2 programs about people living with disability, the awareness, people with Down syndrome. And if the commissioner is doing well, he must have the backing of the governor.
So with all of this that you have enumerated to me, what I get the sense of it is that come the elections, that this will also be replicated and that women will also emerge for elective positions.
Very well. Because when we say women, right now, for a very long time, we didn't have women in these positions.
Okay.
For a very long time, we didn't have them as vice chairman, as chairman, secretaries, we didn't have them. But now that we have them, we know that we can also run to them, the women can run to them. So now, we have to tell the women Women talk to women understand. You vote a woman, you are voting a nation. So now that the women is aware also that they are not being forgotten, like I tell the women, if they can't vote for you, they can vote for your daughter.
Absolutely.
Don't say, oh, what do I get from it? I'm not contesting tomorrow. Please, don't say that. You go and educate your daughter. Tell your daughter, come out, I will support you. I'll be supporting other people. My friends, my political friends will also support me to vote for you.
Absolutely.
So I beg the women, go back home, talk to your daughter, let them come out. It's not just, first we talk about financial restraint. No.
I'm talking about mental.
If you don't come out, if you don't show yourself, oh, I'm interested, where is the finance coming from? The finance will only come when you are out there. Let us know now you are out. I'll tell you this. There's a local government I was asked to bring out a woman as vice. I couldn't get a woman.
You couldn't get a woman?
No.
Is it that there was no qualified woman? Or woman?
Nobody is interested.
There was no interest?
No interest.
So it's not just a case of women not being able to get finance. It's women being available.
Not being available,
for some
yes.
role.
Yeah.
I see. So as woman leader for the APC in Edo State, and this will be my final question, is there any intention to also train? Perhaps they lack the political literacy.
That's the awareness we are.
Yes. Is there an opportunity to train these women, to mentor them, and to ask them young to come into politics ahead of time?
Well, that's my next assignment. As we speak, I have a conference which I want to do, whereby I'm going to ask all the local government women leaders to give me five young girls.
Okay.
First degree, HND, OND, NCE. I need them to come out so that we'll get somebody like the former deputy speaker of Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Dr. Mrs. Edeko, will be able to talk to them, to lecture them.
That's mentorship, yes.
Let them to mentor them, let them know that politics is not only for the men, that you, as a young girl, you can do it. So I thought we'll start to do this. Five girls from each local government. That's going to give us about 90 girls, young ladies. So I thought we'll start to mentor them, talk to them, mentor them, support them. If there's any position, we'll give it to them. We have 3 ladies going to House of Assembly this time by the grace of God. And I'm going to speak with them that they should pick these girls, let them be their mentor, so that next time it won't be this difficult
to find girls.
I tell you, the one from Ego, the governor picked her. The governor picked her by himself. There's a young girl of about 30 or 20 something. But for the fact she was bold to come out, the governor picked her and he gave her money. That's an encouragement. There's some sessions that we didn't have women coming out at all. No, nobody. So we also need to talk to our children, especially the girls, to also help us in these aspects of politics. So if they come out, we are ready to support them. We are ready to mentor them. It's not just money.
Absolutely.
It's not just money, but we need them to come out. Let us see them on the feed. It's not just clapping and dancing.
And social media.
And social media, taking pictures, posting pictures, Facebook and all that. So we need them.
That's also a skill.
We need them to come out so that we can support them, so that we can mentor them. In a few years, people like me will be out of politics. I can only stay at the back and say, I did this, I did this, I did this. I mentored a lot of ladies. It's not just mentor, put them in position.
And empower them.
And empower them. So that they too can empower other people. You know, it's a baton, you pass it over from one to another. The God that saves Edo State is that we have governor who is gender friendly.
All right, I think that's a great place to let it rest, because honestly, I could go on and on and on with this conversation. And I think one thing is clear, and I hear three conversation lines there ringing in my head. One is the fact that there needs to be an increase in awareness creation right from the home to encourage young girls to get into politics. And charity begins at home, like she has said here. It starts from there. And also girls should be able to understand that men alone cannot be politicians. And politicians doesn't mean that you must have all the money. It means that you have to be ready and you must come out. And I think finally for me would be the fact that she says the new agenda in Edo State, which is the shiny
agenda.
Yes, it's all inclusive. It's not just for one sector.
No.
Both men and women will shine, and the state will be better for it. And ahead of the 2027 elections, we wish you good luck with all your interventions, and we hope that the best women win. I don't know about the men, but
all the women will win.
All the women
will
win that get positions. Thank you. I've been talking to Lady Patricia Betty Okobo Benson, and it's been fantastic hearing her speak. High inspiration to join politics, and like they say, daddy's girl is a daddy's girl, and I could see that right from the interview. So thank you so much for joining me today.
God bless you,
and all the best ahead.
God bless you.
All right, that's where we take a wrap on today's show. My name is Adora Sidney Jack, and as we get on into the primaries, please remember that this time around, like I said, we're still waiting for the passage of the reserve bill by the 10th Parliament. Yet again, young women, go out and run, pick up your tickets, and I dare you to say that the best girl, like she said, all the women will come out victorious at the end. See you again next week. Goodbye for now.
Nations all around the world, we men are longing to be free, no longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development and peace.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Hello and thank you so much for joining us on this week's edition of Global Matters. I am Shola Jaisime, and it's the last edition for the month of June. So many things have occurred in the last couple of weeks, and we've brought them to you on this program. Yes, the Commonwealth Organization, that's that bloc formed in the aftermath of the decolonization, a 56-member bloc. Not a few other countries who had no dealings with Britain, the United Kingdom, have also joined the bloc. So it's a bloc that has been growing. Membership in terms of how they look at themselves and how to sync in their relationship, not just politically or diplomatically, but economically and all other fronts. So we'll be talking today on the program to the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, a former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ghana. That is Shirley Bochwe. She's our guest on the program today. But before we get into the interview with her, let's commiserate with the people of Venezuela. Not less than 500 persons have been killed in that earthquake which struck that country hours ago. They're right there on your screen. Rescue workers trying to get to persons who are trapped underneath. And the authorities there have actually asked their citizens to remain calm as they mourn at a time like this. A devastating earthquake, one would say, and the expectation is that the death toll will not rise. But in cases like this, these things do happen. Almost 1,000 people are injured. Our hearts go out to the people of Venezuela. But some good news, at least for Nigerians. Let's not forget that we've been having this issue around xenophobia in South Africa. The South African authorities have said that they're doing everything to avert a so-called deadline. Some people have said by the 30th of June, that's next Tuesday, that all foreign nationals who are not in the country of South Africa legally need to leave the country. In fact, the shops of some foreigners have been closed, damaged, vandalized. Some have been attacked on the streets for what those persons say are not being in South Africa legally. A very sour point there in South Africa. But the good news, like I said, is that some Nigerians have come back. 3 weeks ago, 258 of them came back to Nigeria, and only on Wednesday, about 65 Nigerians have returned home. This is courtesy of the efforts of the Nigerian in Diaspora Commission. On the screen there, being addressed by officials of the commission and those who facilitated their return. So about 65 back. There are lots more who are still stranded in South Africa. In fact, they've been housed up at the Nigerian High Commission in Pretoria for weeks now. And the Nigerian authorities are promising that they will get all of them who have registered to come back home, back to the country. But earlier this morning, on one of our current affairs programs, that's Kakaki, a former president of the Nigerians in South Africa Association, Barrister Austin Okeze, spoke on this issue, and I have excerpts of that interview right here. Let's listen to what he said earlier today.
We need to have sporadic attacks on foreigners. Just last week, we had a Nigerian Uber driver attacked in a location where he had gone to pick up a passenger. And so it is now moving into what we will call a disguised attack on foreigners. You don't see any longer the mobs and the mob leaders running on the street naked during the very busy hour of the day. They have shifted to shops and to attacking individuals suspected to be foreign. From your accent, they will be able to detect whether you are South African or not. A national action plan to forestall future occurrence of xenophobia. There was no implementation of it. The same national action plan was what President Cyril Ramaphosa repeated a few weeks back. No implementation of that. And in between 2008 and now, all the xenophobic attacks we've had we've had casualties. People die, people lose lives and properties. No compensation, and no implementation of all those plans. So right now, people don't trust what they say. Shops are beginning to close in major cities in South Africa from last week. Empty shops. So, and these are means of livelihood for families with children. People have to go to school or to hospital. They have to pay rent. These tenants in the shopping malls have to pay rent this month, and there's a lease agreement in place. So it is not stopping. It is not abating at all. People don't trust what the government say. You have seen several of the videos where you see police people standing, basically guiding the mobs on the streets, maybe watching a live movie of them, performing and attacking people. I don't even know how to interpret that. But I would beg the government and the people of Nigeria to please assist in airlifting these people. We thank and appreciate what the owner of Value Jet has done. It was an individual effort. A good Samaritan he is. We are appealing to Nigerians, other good Samaritans out there, so please also follow suit. It should be a joint effort, not just relying on what Nigerian government will do. These are Nigerians, most of whom we have children. I'm sure you have seen the returnees. A lot of babies are there, minors are there. I know a family of 5 minor kids. Feeding here is a problem for them because they have been dislodged from their businesses and from their homes. I'm not just talking about one family. I'm talking about a multitude of people. People like us participated in the screening exercise from the beginning till now. I see human catastrophe on a daily basis. I don't see statistics. We go there, we process them from morning till night in conjunction with the Nigerian High Commission and the Nigerian Consulate, the South African Home Affairs, and the police. We volunteered ourselves. I led a team of Nigerian lawyers throughout the exercise. The Nigerian medical doctors also participated. The Nigerian Nurses Association also participated because eventually you see people collapsing. People will faint, people are hungry, people with high blood pressure, people with legal issues that will have to intervene on their behalf against the South African Department of Home Affairs and the police so that they will be cleared to go home. So this is not a statistics issue. It is a human catastrophe that we experience every day on the streets. So on this note, I beg other Nigerian millionaires and friends, clubs, it is easy, just like the Value Jet owner has done. You don't have to send a flight.
Mr. Austin Okeke there, someone who is so deeply concerned about what Nigerians have been going through, and his hands are fully involved in ensuring that those that want to come back to Nigeria return home. Excerpts from our breakfast program, Kakaki there. And this issue also came to the fore in the interview I had with the Commonwealth Secretary General, Madam Shirley Ayoko Butchway. I spoke to her over the Commonwealth, its continued relevance in the bloc, as well as how, this bloc can hold its own. But of course, we spoke about youths, a huge proportion of the continent's and also the bloc's youth population are rearing to go. Let's serve you that interview.
What is important is to take advantage of the environment in which we find ourselves today, where multilateralism is under strain, the international rules-based order is also making things quite uncertain because people are going against it. And so for me, this is an opportunity. So it's been good. I'm working with the challenge of the environment, and I believe that we have to ensure that my vision and action, which is to recreate the new Commonwealth, one that works for all its people, especially the 1.5 billion young people of the Commonwealth, is what is driving us at the moment and is driving my strategic plan. So it's a good time, although it's a challenging time. It's still a good time because there are opportunities within the challenges that we need to take advantage of.
Okay, you recently did a tour of some particular Commonwealth countries in Africa. We call it the motherland. Can you share with us how your tour went?
Well, it was very interesting. The tours that I did, I was in Lagos, I was in Kigali, and I was in Nairobi. And one thing that struck me was, and I'm talking about young people, was the resilience of the young people who I met, who are doing everything that they can to shape the future. And they really are not waiting for the future to take them by surprise or to take them unawares. I found them remarkable. They have abundance of talent, the surge of innovation within Africa, unshakable determination to create something greater. So for me, there is hope. I see a lot of hope in the young people that I interacted with. And one thing that I also found quite interesting is that governments, institutions, civil society, they're beginning to see that the young people must be given the space to express. They must be involved in decision making. And so for me, this is good because they are the future. They must be part of the decisions that are taken today. And I see governments looking at how they can involve young people. In Kenya, Nigeria, the issues of fintech came to the fore, how the country is giving them opportunities for digital skills. And in Rwanda, for instance, where we saw their investment in the young people in AI policy, in digital inclusion, space infrastructure. And it's good because it gives you a good understanding of how when governments or leadership look at young people as the future and the need for them to equip them with skills, it really does prepare them well.
Okay, so the Commonwealth has been pushing for youths to take their rightful place. You emphasized that even in your comments just now and what you saw out there when you went to Rwanda, Lagos, and Nairobi. You've been having these youth awards for a while now to spur the young people to be able to prove their mettle in different areas. The one for this year, what are we going to be seeing? I know there will be awards again for some who were shortlisted. What are your expectations?
Oh, I have great expectations. The finalists that I engaged with, and of course the overall lady who won, Shrifa, it gave me a lot of hope because what I saw was young people who are very much involved from dealing with post-harvest losses, which is a big issue for us. Young people who are dealing with climate issues and the issue of plastics, young people who are looking at different aspects of governance, and for me, this is extremely important, and I'm really happy that the Youth Awards serves as a rallying point to showcase talent. What they've been able to do. And it also goes towards using them as examples of what is possible. Because these initiatives are saving lives and touching people. So far, the Commonwealth has spent over 400,000 United States dollars directly into youth-led grassroots enterprises, created a lot of jobs, touched millions of people, and has touched or dealt with all the 17 SDGs. And the interesting thing is 40% of these initiatives are women-led. And for me, this is extremely important. And so, yes, it gives us the platform to showcase what is possible. And then, of course, these awards showcase commitment on our side, on the side of the young people, gives them the platform also, like I said, to showcase brilliance and access funding to support the SDGs. So strengthening the position of these young people, I think, is extremely important. And I'm very excited about the future because young people are doing what they should, taking advantage of everything that's around them, even challenges. And I'm happy with that.
Okay, so let's get to the aspect of how the Commonwealth, because not if you look at the various other blocks, when you talk international geopolitics, they tell us about the EU, they tell us about the Organization of American States, even ECOWAS, the African Union, and they said the Commonwealth as an organization, those who look deeply into it, both professionals, experts, and academics, that the relevance of the Commonwealth in the 21st century, that it's, they say anyway that the Commonwealth seems to have less steam. Do you agree with them?
Well, I guess it's because they're comparing the Commonwealth as it was decades ago.
Yeah.
An organization that very vibrant, with consensus, even around the most very difficult issues. The Commonwealth stood firm and did its part to affect humanity. So that's the historical perspective against where we are now. But this is why I said from the very beginning that what we're seeking to do is to take advantage of this, once again, very difficult world situation in which we find ourselves, and how we intend to prepare our countries. And for us, I think what's important is to strengthen democracy, transform our economies, make sure that our economies are strong. So building resilience. So it's just not building resilience democratically, but also economically, as well as in the area of climate. So if you take democracy, for instance, the Commonwealth had beat. It's the need to build resilience, restore public trust, and deliver hope. And then trade and investment, for me, is extremely important. Because if we are to make the wealth common, as some people call it, we need to make sure that we strengthen and the resilience and in the area of trade and investment.
Yeah.
So we have to drive the Commonwealth's prosperity agenda, invest in skills and entrepreneurship, make young people ready, invest and bring investment into our countries,
yes.
Increase trade. We are at the moment about 900 billion in terms of intra-Commonwealth trade.
Yeah.
We want to see it go up considerably. We're looking at 2 trillion, and that will affect positively young people because we're making them ready. And of course, in the area of climate, that's also very important, because even within the climate space, as we build resilience in the area of climate, there are jobs that will be created for young people, because of course young people are the drivers of economies in the future. And our leaders have been very clear with us. They've told us that make sure that you unlock opportunities in investment for our young people. Make sure that they are ready to take advantage of trade, to take advantage of entrepreneurial skills. And as a result, this new Commonwealth is finding its voice in these 3 areas that we've set out for ourselves: democracy, and resilience. And this is our marching orders for 5 years. And so we will, for funds. One fund is a net zero fund, which is seeking to raise 700 million from the private sector, from foundations, from philanthropies, and it's to support nations to meet their renewable energy ambitions, so for transition from fossils to renewable energy. And then we have a second fund that we are raising, which is a 300 million aspiration fund. And this is to enable access, young people, to distance education. We are targeting about 10 million young people to allow them through this fund to acquire digital and entrepreneurial skills and to prepare them for the world of work. And also we are setting up a fund for entrepreneurship where they can access funding, because we all know how access to funding and finance is a major issue for young people. That's true. You train them, you give them skills, but then there's no funding for them to start for their startups. So funding has to be targeted and will make the difference for young entrepreneurs. Some development solutions in several areas are being looked at. Renewable energy, I've talked about, health, education, tech. So there's a lot that is being done, and I believe that is what will move us into the new Commonwealth.
Okay. So as we prepare to wind down now, Honorable Secretary General, the issue around, because yourself as the head of the Secretariat will be preparing, the leaders to join you in Antigua for the next Commonwealth of States and Government meeting. I remember the one that happened in Abuja here. I just started my broadcast journalism career. We covered it way back then, 2003, 23 years ago. As they gather at Antigua, some issues by next Tuesday, one of the key Commonwealth countries, talking about South Africa, some of its nationals, who the government says shouldn't be doing what they're doing, are asking other nationals, Commonwealth member states, to leave their country. Then the issue of reparations, which came to the fore at the last summit, but the final statement just said, look, we're looking at everything that concerns and bonds us together. Can you just take these two aspects, your view as the head of the Secretariat?
I think it's unfortunate what's happening in South Africa. We are engaging, and we have made a statement. We have engaged with South Africa. But it's important that we strengthen our economies in our countries, so that there's no need for anybody to leave their country. However, we must also come to the realization, all of us, that migration is part of human existence.
Exactly.
And this will definitely be something that we will have to deal with. And so it has to be done. If a country believes that there are illegal migrants, it has to be done in a humane manner, so that people don't feel like they're less human. I believe this is something that will come up in Togo amongst leaders, but this is for leaders to discuss the difficult topics, and you mentioned reparations as one of those difficult ones. This is at the level of leaders who will look at it. Already there are some conversations that have started.
Yes.
Conversations between the UK and CARICOM and the AU, conversations that are happening at the United Nations level.
Correct.
And so these are topical issues, and I believe that we will find solutions to it one way or the other.
I would sincerely like to thank you, Honorable Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Madam Shirley Ayoko-Botchwey. Thank you for talking to us on Global Matters.
Thank you very much for having me. But I just want to say that I am so proud of the youth of the Commonwealth, the 1.5 billion young people of the Commonwealth. And I really look forward to engaging them. And I believe the leaders also look forward to engaging them in Antigua and Barbuda at the end of the year when we have CHOGM. There'll be the Youth Forum, which is a platform for these young people to engage with leaders and let the whole world understand that young people are not a challenge to be managed. Our youth are partners in progress, and for everybody, all of us, to understand that youth activism it's not a threat, but a sign of democratic energy and a positive force for participation. So far as it's grounded in respect for the rule of law and all of that, let's continue to engage the young people. Let's work with them. Let's prepare them for a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, and have a nice time at during your term as the Secretary General. We'll definitely visit you in London one of these days.
One of these days.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. The Commonwealth Secretary General there, you heard all what she said about what the bloc has for its members. We'll keep talking to all the very important people in the diplomatic space on this program. Thank you for watching. I am Shalaja Isimin.
Year-old Hussein Abdurrahman comes to this butcher shop every day to buy 8 to 10 kilograms of meat for Mogadishu's stray animals.
He is such a kind person. It's wonderful to show compassion and kindness to those who cannot afford it. He deserves support for this initiative.
Nearly 70% of Somalis live in poverty, making it challenging for many to afford food for their families, let alone for their pets. So Abdurrahman is filling that gap.
My goal is simple, to spread love and kindness throughout society. It's not just about animals, it's about reaching every corner of our community, from humans to animals, with compassion.
There are no official numbers for the stray animals roaming the streets of Mogadishu, but they are part of the urban scenery. Feeding the animals demand both time and money. Abdurrahman, who works at a commodity shop, dedicates a significant portion of his modest income to this cause. He learned his compassion from his grandfather, who also fed stray animals.
When you spend your money on good things, surely you will get back more, and your good deeds are already recorded by the angels.
Each day, Abdurrahman feeds 20 dogs and 30 cats along with some birds. The animals recognize him and rush to him. And every day, he has a crowd of human admirers.
If all Somalis were like him, we would live in a better country. I encourage everyone in the neighborhood and in Somalia in general to support people like Abdurrahman because they spread love and kindness.
Somalia lacks an effective animal organization dedicated to the needs of stray animals, and the country lacks robust policies to protect them. Abdurrahman, a proud dad to 3 cats, aims to address this issue by creating an organization to support stray animals and extend his efforts nationwide. Jamal Ahmed Usman, VOA News, Mogadishu, Somalia.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Search and rescue intensify as death toll hits over 500, with at least 200 trapped after twin earthquake in Venezuela. Heat wave in Europe triggers widespread health emergency alert across the continent. And United Nations suspends Hormuz shipping escort evacuation operation after reported attack on cargo vessel in Oman. This is the World News on AIT. I am Onoshorena Obozege. You're welcome. Now, rescue teams in Venezuela are racing against time after two powerful earthquakes devastated communities in and around Caracas, leaving hundreds dead, thousands homeless, and many people still trapped beneath collapsed buildings. The twin tremors, measuring 7.2 and 7.5 in magnitude, struck within a minute of each other on Wednesday evening, making them the strongest earthquakes to hit the country in more than a century. Authorities said at least 235 bodies had been received by hospital, while around 200 people remained trapped beneath rubble and roughly 250 buildings were damaged or destroyed. La Guaira State, home to Venezuela's main international airport, suffered some of the worst destruction, with about 70,000 families affected by the disaster. Emergency crews, volunteers, and residents walked through the night searching for survivors, although many communities complained that rescue equipment arrived slowly. Families desperately dug through collapsed buildings by hand, while survivors carried food, water, and medicine into devastated neighborhoods as official resources struggled to meet overwhelming demand. Interim President Delcy Rodriguez described La Guaira as a disaster zone and said the government was working with private companies to deploy heavy machinery and accelerate rescue efforts. Damage to hospitals, the Venezuelan Red Cross headquarters, the French embassy, and the Caracas airport for the complicated emergency operations, while electricity outages continued across affected areas. International support quickly began arriving as the United Nations coordinated relief efforts and several countries pledged assistance despite past political differences with Venezuela. The United States eased sanctions to facilitate humanitarian aid, while SpaceX announced temporary free Starlink services to restore communications in affected regions, as officials warned the death toll could still rise significantly. The United Nations International Maritime Organization has temporarily suspended its ship evacuation operation through the Strait of Hormuz after a cargo vessel reported coming under attack near Oman.
The incident has renewed concerns about maritime security despite a preliminary agreement aimed at ending the Iran conflict. British maritime authorities said the vessel reported being struck by a projectile, while 2 U.S. officials alleged Iran fired on the ship. Iran authorities, however, insisted vessels using routes not approved by Tehran would not be guaranteed safe passage through the strategic waterway. The IMO said it paused the evacuation program to verify that adequate security guarantees remain in place for ships and crews operating in the region. Officials clarified that the vessel involved in the reported attack was not participating in the evacuation initiative. Iran's Revolutionary Guards also warned that ships must follow routes designated by Tehran and reportedly ordered 2 Panama-flagged vessels to alter their course. The development underscores Iran's continued effort to assert control over one of the world's busiest oil shipping routes. Despite the renewed tensions, oil shipments through the Strait of Hormuz have nearly returned to pre-conflict levels after months of disruption. However, disagreement over broader ceasefire arrangement and Iran's nuclear program continue to cast uncertainty over regional stability. Oil prices edged lower on Friday and remained on track for sharp weekly losses as concerns over global supply eased, with more oil tankers resuming movement through the Strait of Hormuz. The decline came despite renewed security fears after a cargo vessel was struck by a projectile near Oman on Thursday.
Brent crude dropped to around $75 a barrel, while U.S. Texas Intermediate traded below $72 a barrel after both benchmarks had gained more than 2% the previous day. The earlier rise followed the attack on the cargo vessel, which prompted the United Nations Shipping Agency to suspend its voluntary evacuation program in the area. U.S. officials said Iran fired at the vessel as it attempted to pass through the strategic waterway, although Iranian authorities maintained that they could not guarantee the safety of ships operating outside designated Hormuz routes. Market analysts said the latest developments have revived geopolitical concerns and that traders would closely monitor whether tanker traffic continues to recover or if producers reconsider planned output increases. Shipping data showed crude exports through the Strait of Hormuz climbed this week to the highest level since the conflict involving the United States, Israel, and Iran began in February. Although a ceasefire has encouraged more vessels to return, overall traffic remains well below the average minimum of ships that used the vital shipping lane before the conflict erupted. Meanwhile, fresh supply concerns also emerged from Venezuela after earthquakes affected parts of the country on Thursday. Early assessments indicated only limited damage to major oil facilities, but widespread power disruptions have raised doubts about whether the country can maintain its oil production of nearly 1.2 million barrels per day in the coming.
Saudi Arabia's Aramco has resumed crude oil loading at its Ras Tanura terminal after nearly 4 months without shipment from the Gulf export facility. Shipping data showed 2 very large crude carriers loading oil on Friday, while another tanker waited offshore to receive cargo.
The company had suspended exports for Ras Tanura after shipping through the Strait of Hormuz became impossible during heightened regional tensions involving Iran, the United States, and Israel. During that period, Saudi exports were redirected through the Red Sea port of Yanbu to maintain overseas deliveries. Each of the giant tankers loading at Ras Tanura is capable of carrying approximately 2 million barrels of crude oil, highlighting the strategic importance of the terminal. The latest activity marks the first confirmed cargo loading from the facility since early March. The resumption follows an interim agreement between the United States and Iran that eased tensions and allowed shipping to return through the Strait of Hormuz.
Regional oil producers have since increased both production and exports as supply concerns across global markets gradually eased. The reopening of Ras Tanura restores one of Saudi Arabia's most important export routes and is expected to improve the efficiency of crude shipments to international customers. Analysts view the reviewed operations as another sign that energy markets are stabilizing after months of geopolitical disruptions.
India is facing growing water shortages and mounting agricultural uncertainty after the delayed arrival of the annual monsoon left rainfall well below seasonal averages across much of the country. The weak rains have disrupted farming activities, strained urban water supplies, and heightened fears that climate change is making the country's weather increasingly unpredictable.
Mumbai has introduced water restrictions after reservoir levels fell sharply, suspending municipal supplies to swimming pools and construction sites to preserve drinking water. Residents have reported spending hours collecting small amounts of water, while officials estimate the city has only about 40 days of available reserves remaining. In northern farming regions, many growers have postponed planting because rainfall has yet to arrive, raising concerns about reduced harvest and deeper financial hardship. Farmers say uncertainty over fertilizer supplies and broader economic pressures have compounded their worries as they wait for sufficient rainfall to begin sowing crops. Meteorologists attribute the delayed monsoon to the combined effects of El Nino dry regional winds and rising global temperatures, which have contributed to a nationwide rainfall deficit of more than 40%. Experts say climate change is producing longer dry spells interrupted by heavier downpours rather than the steady rainfall traditionally associated with the monsoon season. Climate specialists warn that improving water management has become increasingly important as rainfall patterns continue to change. They say greater investment in groundwater conservation, urban reservoirs, and local water storage systems will help communities better withstand increasingly frequent climate-related shocks.
Health authorities across Europe remain on high alert as an intense heat wave continues to sweep across the continent, bringing dangerous temperatures, mountain deaths, and widespread disruption. The extreme weather has affected countries including Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Austria, Serbia, and the Netherlands, with scientists describing it as Europe's most severe heat wave on record. While temperatures have started easing in France and Britain after breaking June records, Italy is expected to face even hotter conditions through the weekend, with temperatures reaching 40 degrees Celsius. France has recorded at least 55 heat-related deaths, and officials fear the toll could rise despite forecasts of cooler weather. The relentless heat has forced the closure of cultural landmarks, disrupted farming activities, and led to the cancellation or postponement of major public events. French authorities also introduced a temporary ban on drinking alcohol in public, while police urged organizers to cancel large outdoor gatherings because of the dangerous conditions. Infrastructure has also suffered under the extreme temperatures, with Germany's A2 motorway buckling and cracking, damaging dozens of vehicles and leaving 2 people with minor injuries. Britain extended its red heat alert for a third straight day, while the Netherlands closed many schools under a nationwide code red warning, and Serbia advised residents to remain indoors during the hottest period. Scientists say the heat wave is being driven by an omega block weather pattern that traps hot air over large areas for prolonged periods. Climate researchers say human-caused climate change made this unprecedented event far more likely, while hospitals across France continue to report rising emergency admissions and warn that healthcare workers are facing severe pressures. Johns Hopkins University has laid off 110 employees following significant reduction in federal research funding under the Trump administration. The university said the cuts primarily affected administrative roles supporting its research programs. University officials explained that shrinking federal grants have forced the institution to reduce its operational infrastructure. They noted that the research funding and the number of federal awards declined sharply over the past year, placing increased pressure on university finances. Earlier this month, Johns Hopkins announced a new $60 million annual research support fund to help offset the impact of declining federal assistance over the next 2 years. The institution had previously eliminated more than 2,000 jobs after several federal grants were terminated. The Trump administration has reduced funding for universities over issues including campus protests related to Gaza, diversity programs, transgender policies, and climate initiatives. Rights advocates argue the measures threaten academic freedom, free speech, and due process. Some federal judges have ordered the restoration of suspended university funding while legal disputes continue. The latest layoffs highlight the growing financial strain facing research institutions amid ongoing disagreement between universities and the federal government. The U.S. Supreme Court has cleared the way for President Donald Trump's administration to end temporary protected status for hundreds of thousands of Haitian and Syrian migrants. In a 6-3 decision, the court ruled that federal judges cannot review the administration's decisions on the humanitarian program. The ruling affects more than 350,000 Haitians and over 6,000 Syrians who had been shielded from deportation because conditions in their home countries were considered unsafe. Temporary protected status allows eligible migrants to live and work legally in the United States during periods of war or natural disaster. Justice Samuel Alito, writing for the majority, said the governing law prevents court from reviewing decisions to grant or end TPS designations. He also concluded that claims alleging racial bias in the administration's actions were unlikely to succeed under constitutional protection. In a dissenting opinion, Justice Elena Kagan argued that courts should be able to determine whether the administration followed the legal procedures required before ending the protections. She also maintained that evidence presented by the challengers raised legitimate concerns about the decision-making process. The ruling represents another major victory for the Trump administration's immigration agenda and could influence the future of temporary protected status for migrants from other designated countries. Immigration advocates have warned that many affected families now face uncertainty as calls grow for Congress to intervene. Still with the U.S. Supreme Court has struck down a Hawaii law that restricted people from carrying handguns on private property open to the public without the owner's permission. In a 6-3 ruling, the court said the measure violated the Second Amendment right of Americans to keep and bear arms.
Overturned a lower court ruling that had allowed the Democratic-backed law to remain in effect while legal challenges continued. The conservative majority concluded that the restrictions were inconsistent with constitutional protections for firearm ownership and public carry. The ruling is the latest in a series of Supreme Court decisions that have expanded gun rights across the United States. It also reinforces the court's recent interpretation that firearm regulations must be consistent with the nation's historical traditions regarding gun ownership. Supporters of Hawaii's law had argued the restrictions were necessary to improve public safety by limiting firearms in businesses and other privately owned places open to the public. The They maintain that property owners should not be presumed to allow firearms unless they have explicit consent. The decision is expected to influence similar laws in other states and could prompt further legal challenges to firearm restrictions nationwide. It also marks another significant victory for advocates seeking broader constitutional protections for gun owners.
A U.S. federal judge has ordered billionaire Elon Musk to testify under oath in two proposed class action lawsuits accusing him of misleading voters during the 2024 presidential election campaign. The cases center on a $1 million daily giveaway organized through his Political Action Committee, America PAC.
Plaintiffs argue that voters in several battleground states were encouraged to sign a constitutional petition after being led to believe winners would be selected randomly. They claim the prizes were instead awarded to individuals chosen because they could effectively promote the organization. Magistrate Judge Susan Hightower recommended allowing one fraud claim to proceed, saying questions remain over whether Musk acted recklessly when describing the selection process. However, she also recommended dismissing a related breach of contract allegation. Evidence cited in court included testimony from America PAC Director Christopher Young, who said Musk's description of the giveaway as random differed from the program discussed with legal advisors. Musk's legal team has not publicly responded to the latest court ruling. A federal district judge will now decide whether to adopt the recommendations and determine the future of both lawsuits. The outcome could shape further legal scrutiny of political campaign promotions and the use of financial incentives during elections.
The stories now.
You are still watching the World News on AIT. We'll take a short break and return for more stories.
Break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
You're welcome back to more stories now. Manhattan prosecutors have moved to dismiss a rape charge against Harvey Weinstein after the woman accusing him said she no longer wished to testify in what would have been his fourth New York trial. The decision ends for the prosecution over allegations involving aspiring actress Jessica Mann.
Weinstein's most recent trial ended in a mistrial after jurors failed to reach a unanimous verdict on allegations that he raped Mann in a Manhattan hotel room in 2013. He was consistently denied the accusation, maintaining that he never engaged in a non-consensual sexual activity. Prosecutors acknowledged that Mann had already testified before 2 grand juries and 3 trial juries, describing the repeated legal process as an exceptionally difficult experience. They said her decision not to testify again made it impossible to proceed with another trial on the charge. Although the rape count has been dropped, prosecutors have asked the court to sentence Weinstein to 20 years in prison for the sexual assault conviction involving former production assistant Miriam Haley. Weinstein remains incarcerated despite his earlier New York conviction being overturned because of another separate conviction. Once one of Hollywood's most influential producers, Weinstein has faced accusations of sexual harassment or misconduct from more than 80 women over several years. He continues to deny all allegations of non-consensual sexual conduct despite the extensive legal proceedings against him.
The United States has intensified restrictions on Chinese-linked electric vehicles after denying Polestar authorization to continue selling new models beginning with the 2027 model year. The move expands Washington's broader campaign to limit connected vehicle technology considered a potential national security risk.
The Commerce Department declined to approve Polestar under rules governing connected vehicle technology that covers systems such as Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, cellular networks, and satellite communications. Officials argue such technologies could expose sensitive information about American vehicle owners if linked to China. Polestar said it will continue selling its existing Polestar 3 and Polestar 4 models already approved for the U.S. market while maintaining customer service operations. The company also confirmed it would not challenge the government's decision and will instead focus increasingly on expanding its European business. The Swedish electric vehicle manufacturer, majority owned by China's Geely Holding, has already shifted much of its long-term strategy toward Europe, where most of its sales are generated. The company has struggled financially in recent years, relying on repeated financial support from its owners while introducing updated versions of existing models instead of entirely new vehicles. The decision also raises uncertainty over the future of the US-built Polestar 3, currently assembled in South Carolina by Volvo Cars. Meanwhile, other automakers continue seeking government approvals under the same regulations as Washington strengthens efforts to reduce reliance on Chinese automotive technology.
And that's the world news on AIT. I am Onoshorena Obozege. Thank you for staying with us.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Bamboo traders in Abuja protest forceful eviction from their business premises by Abuja Environmental Protection Board. Federal High Court in Lokoja reverses ruling compelling Independent National Electoral Commission to register Nigeria Democratic Congress. And First Lady Oluremi Tinubu partners Africa, Asia First Ladies to promote sustainable healthcare and women empowerment. This is Abuja Report on AIT. I am Aicheda Majekodomi. Welcome. Now, President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to building a world-class capital that works for all residents following the commissioning of Collector Roads 01 and 02 in Mabushi district of the Federal Capital Territory. The president, who was represented by the Vice President Kashim Shettima, says the project reflects his renewed hope agenda, noting that improved interconnectivity is key to unlocking economic opportunities, easing movement, and ensuring no community in Abuja is left behind.
It has been weeks of sustained project commissioning in Abuja, with activities now entering.
We apologize for that loss of audio. Now, bamboo traders in Abuja are protesting for what they describe as a forceful eviction from their business premises by the Abuja Environmental Protection Board, AEBP, following their initial inability to meet requirements by the FCT Transport Secretariat. The land allocated along a railway corridor has been occupied by the traders for several years. They are now appealing to the FCT minister to come to their aid.
Are here to cry out to the Honorable Minister of the FCT to lay an allegation against the Transport Department of FCTA trying to displace us from our original place, which we have occupied for over 15 years. And this member are over 150 households. And the Transport Department demanded a wholesome amount of 10 million naira from the association if we are to stay in that place.
Then later they came back. The engineer Smart came back and told us that we pay 10 million. We are along the line to negotiate with him. He later came back and told us now it is 50 million. There is no negotiable unless we provide that 50 million before they will leave us there. So along the line, he sent the environmental. Environmental always come there every day to come and they park our trucks, adopt our boys. And whenever they adopt our boys, they will lock them at their office. We have to go and bear them. So we are now begging the Honorable Minister to help us and save our soul, to help us for them not to be matriculating these in poor ones. We have no 50 million to pay. Please, please.
The traders are calling on the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory to intervene to prevent them from being displaced from their source of livelihood. The Commander for Special Forces Command, Major General Olurotimi Awolo, has charged military personnel to leverage the knowledge gained from the 2026 operations plan in Kedar to strengthen operational effectiveness and contribute more effectively to ongoing security operations across the country. Speaking at the close of the training program in Doma, Nasarawa State, Major General Awolo said the Kedar had equipped participants with critical skills in operational planning, intelligence, logistics, and battlefield management required for contemporary joint and asymmetric operations.
He noted that the program was designed to enhance the capacity of personnel to plan and execute military operations in response to evolving security challenges. He urged participants to translate the lessons learned into practical results in their various units, stressing that the application of the acquired knowledge would contribute significantly to the success of ongoing military operations nationwide.
The target audience for this particular cadre are tactical level officers, the first responders. So they have been taking on series of lectures that will aid them in planning tactical level operations that will enhance their operational effectiveness in the field.
The commander reaffirmed the Nigerian Army's commitment to national security and commended the Chief of Army Staff, organizers, and resource persons for ensuring the successful conduct of the training.
What I expect from them is effective planning that will lead to effective execution of operations, and then the outcome, the expected outcome, will be successes in any operation that they are engaged in.
The Operation Training Cadre forms part of efforts by the Nigerian Army to build the professional competence of its personnel and improve operational readiness across formations. Mwesi Shakia, AIT News, Lafia.
Let's now take you to Kogi State, where a federal high court in Lokoja will begin fresh hearing of the case by the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, over its legal status as a political party. This follows a ruling by Justice Issa Dasen admitting the Peace Movement Party, PMP, as a party to the case. The case could be traced back to December 2025, when the judge issued a court order directing INEC to recognize the NDP as a political party and issue it a certificate of recognition. But the PMP later approached the court claiming that its logo was used by the NDC and that the NDC did not fully satisfy the constitutional requirement for it to be registered. The fresh claims warranted the judge to order the parties to return to the status quo while directing the NDC to bring all the necessary parties before it for a judicious adjudication of the case. Counsel for the PMP spoke to journalists after the ruling.
December had ordered INEC to recognize Nigeria Democratic Congress as a political party and register it, issue a certificate of registration, and allow it to be contained on the ballot papers for the purpose of the elections. So those were the fallouts of the judgment. The judgment having been reversed this morning, those steps taken by INEC to do so in recognition and issuance of certificates would also need to be reversed. The certificates will have to be retracted. The registration and recognition on INEC database will also have to be taken out. And wherever they appear on ballot in any election before this suit is now determined, they will now have to be removed.
Judge thereby ordered that substantive suits should start afresh with the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Peace Movement Party, and Nigeria Democratic Party, NDC. And now, following growing concerns over abandoned infrastructure, poor project execution, and unpaid student stipends across tertiary institutions in Nigeria, the National Association of Nigerian Students has inaugurated 4 investigative committees to assess, verify, and monitor educational intervention projects in order to block the loopholes. Speaking at the inauguration in Abuja, the president of the association, Babatunde Akinteye, said the committees were established to strengthen accountability and ensure that public funds allocated to education translate to visible and functional infrastructure on campuses nationwide.
If you look at the olden days, there are projects on some campuses now that have been done for like 40, 30 years ago, and they are still standing better than projects done 1 year, 6 months ago. So we need to go deep into the root of all this problem. We need to take the interest of the student as our priority, because these projects are for students.
Also speaking, the Independent Third Fund Intervention Project Assessment, Verification and Monitoring Committee, headed by Lukman Salawuddin, emphasized that its assignment is a fact-finding and accountability-driven exercise rather than a witch hunt.
I'll be requesting an action without any compromise, because this has to do with the 40 million Nigerian people. It is not about individual. It is 40 million Nigerian people versus individuals who have been identified to have fall short of any expectation as far as this exercise is concerned.
The committee also highlighted concerns over abandoned and underutilized projects, procurement issues, and alleged irregularities in some beneficiary institutions. If you're just joining us, this is Abuja Report on AIT, reaching you live from our Paduma Hill studios in Asokoro. Here is a reminder of our top stories. Bamboo traders in Abuja protest forceful eviction from their business premises in Abuja by Abuja Environmental Board Protection. Federal High Court in Lokoja reverses ruling compelling Independent National Electoral Commission to register Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC. And First Lady Oluremi Tinubu partners Africa, Asia First Ladies to promote sustainable healthcare and women empowerment.
The FCT administration informs all FCT commuters that the newly constructed bus terminal in Mabushi under the management of Planet Project Limited has commenced operations. Consequently, the administration has approved the relocation of various surrounding ad hoc motor parks at Otago and Banex areas to the Mabushi bus terminal, as formal quit notices have been issued to affected parks. The deadline for the completion of these movements has been set for Wednesday, June 24, 2026, after which the government will recover the affected parks and spaces for other overriding public purposes. FCT administration appeals for your cooperation as we work for a more organized urban transportation system and a better livable city. FCT administration, announcer.
Welcome back. Now, a new survey by the Africa Polling Institute has revealed that Nigerians place greater trust in religious and traditional leaders than in government institutions, promoting renewed calls for stronger collaboration between faith-based and traditional authorities in promoting national unity, peace, and social cohesion. The findings were unveiled at the National Social Cohesion Dialogue 2026 held in Abuja.
Although the National Social Cohesion Index remains slightly percentage point increase, rising from 46.8% in 2025 to 48.8% in 2026. According to the Africa Polling Institute, the improvements reflect the resilience of Nigerians and their continued commitment to peaceful coexistence despite prevailing economic and social pressures.
These shifts represent an important milestone in the country's nation-building journey and points to the strengthening sense of shared national identity. However, citizens' trust in government and public institutions remain extremely low.
The establishment of a peaceful Nigeria cannot be realized solely through institutional policies. It must be built upon the foundations of interpersonal relationships and the exemplary conduct of leaders.
Delivering his opening remarks, the Emir of Kano, Muhammad Sanusi II, said the high level of public trust enjoyed by traditional and religious institutions places a significant responsibility on their leaders to serve as agents of hope, justice, reconciliation, and community stability.
Building a socially cohesive nation requires deliberate efforts and partnership among government institutions, traditional rulers, religious leaders, civil society organizations, the private sector, and citizens themselves.
Communication and transportation have also merged our divided world into one. We ought to leverage on these advancements to promote social cohesion in our nation.
Stakeholders at the dialogue stressed that strengthening the role of traditional and religious institutions remains essential to building public trust, resolving conflicts, and deepening national integration, especially at the grassroots level. Oyebimpe Wealth, AIT News, Abuja.
Nigeria's position as a prime destination for international investment received another boost as a leading American manufacturing firm announced its entrance into the Nigerian market. The move underscores growing global confidence in Nigeria's economic potential, with the company citing the country's booming construction sector and rapidly expanding consumer demand as key factors behind its decision.
So there is, less profit for us in that, but we believe the opportunity here for the future, because we've been in business 30 years, we're family owned, we don't think about just today or this month or this quarter, we think about things in terms of a longer term view.
The company says it has already partnered with local firms and appointed a country manager for West Africa to lead operations.
The aim is for Unico to enter into Nigeria, do business in Nigeria as well as other African countries. We're starting from Nigeria. So the owner of Unico is here in Nigeria, and that's called in Tagliata.
They are here in Nigeria to present their products. It's a cooling and heating system. It's one of the best in the world. It's manufactured in the United States of America.
For competitive entry, the investor confirmed it has conducted intensive market analysis and will align its pricing with leading brands already in Nigeria, emphasizing a commitment to do profitable business while meeting the Nigerian market where it is. Micro, small, and medium enterprises are the backbone of Nigeria's economy, playing a vital role in job creation, innovation, and economic development. But AIT's interaction with business owners in Abuja to mark the 2026 World MSME Day shows that limited access to affordable credit and rising operation costs continue to constrain the growth of many small businesses. Meanwhile, the Director General of the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria, SMEDEN, Charles Odile, says there is a 12 billion naira single-digit interest loan scheme available for MSMEs to access to support business growth. We'll bring you that report much more later. Now, sustainable healthcare delivery, healthcare workforce development, and girls' education took center stage as First Lady from Africa and Asia gathered virtually for the 2026 MERCK Foundation Africa-Asia Luminary Summit. The forum served as a platform to access progress, share best practices, and strengthen partnerships amid the expanding access to quality healthcare, empowering women and improving social outcomes across both continents.
It was a gathering of First Ladies from Africa and Asia, healthcare professionals, policymakers, development partners, and media practitioners who converged virtually for the 2026 Merck Foundation Africa-Asia Luminary Summit. Addressing participants, Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, noted that the foundation's interventions are helping to strengthen Nigeria's healthcare workforce in key areas, including diabetes care, cardiology, oncology, fertility care, infectious diseases, neurology, and geriatric medicine.
To promote awareness of girls' education and other very important social health issues such as breaking infertility stigma, ending child marriage, and raising awareness about diabetes and hypertension, Merck Foundation provided us with 4,000 copies of 7 storybooks, which were also distributed across the nation through the offices of the state First Ladies.
Together, we have provided many scholarships for oncologists, almost 150 scholarships or 41, but it's with the new enrollment, it will be 150 scholarships for oncology and oncology care and cancer care.
One of the most successful ways to have translated this vision into action is through our scholarship programs, which reflect our strong commitment to transforming the patient care landscape across Africa and Asia.
Other First Ladies from Africa emphasized that sustainable healthcare service delivery requires continuous investment in human resources for health, stronger health system, improved access to specialist care, and greater collaboration among governments, development partners, and the private sector. Onikwojo Atta, AIT News, Abuja.
The federal government has approved the release of 32.88 billion naira as the second quarter 2026 Basic Healthcare Provision Fund to eligible states, local government, and implementing agencies. Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, announced the approval during the 15th Ministerial Oversight Committee meeting on the BHCPF in Abuja.
Professor Pate said the Tinubu administration has significantly increased investment in primary health care, revealing that 235 billion naira out of the 339 billion naira disbursed through the fund over the past 12 years was released within the last 3 years, stressing that more than 8,000 primary healthcare centers now receive direct quarterly funding, while over 3,000 facilities have been revitalized nationwide.
A recent report showed that Nigeria's health system is fourth in the continent, after South Africa, Tunisia, Kenya, and then Nigeria, even ahead of a country like Egypt, which is sometimes where Nigerians go for care. So we are seeing true progress with data to back it.
The minister also highlighted gains in healthcare delivery, including emergency medical services reaching more than 130,000 Nigerians, 6 million new health insurance enrollees, free emergency obstetric care for over 48,000 women, and more than 4,700 fistula repair surgeries.
Primary healthcare is the foundation of Nigeria's health system. It is the responsibility of states and local governments. So we call on state governments to ensure there's adequate staffing for primary health care at the state level, while we're expanding the training capabilities in collaboration with Ministry of Education to ensure that our health system continues to move forward.
Professor Patey said preliminary findings from the 2026 mini demographic and health survey show improvements in skilled birth attendance, immunization, child health, contraceptive use, and HIV services. He, however, urged state and local government to sustain the progress by providing counterpart funding and ensuring adequate staffing of primary healthcare facilities.
Efforts to increase human papillomavirus (HPV) vaccination among Nigerian girls are gaining momentum as health experts and development partners intensify advocacy, community engagement, and public education to protect millions from cervical cancer. Speaking at a stakeholders meeting in Abuja, the country director of Girls Effect Nigeria, Boladale Akinkolakbo, said sustained investment in advocacy, communication, and social mobilization have significantly improved awareness and acceptance of the HPV vaccine among adolescent girls in Kaduna, Delta, Ekiti, Ondo, and Oyo states.
Many Nigerian girls, protection against cervical cancer starts with awareness. Health experts say helping families understand the importance of the human papillomavirus vaccine is encouraging more parents to choose vaccination and giving girls a better chance of living healthy, cancer-free lives. The country director of Girls Effect Nigeria, Boladale Akinkolakbo, said OYA campaign has taken accurate health information directly to schools and communities
to ensure that eligible girls are vaccinated against HPV, which is called the human papillomavirus, which predisposes women to cervical cancer. And so we're here to discuss more about sustainability. How do we sustain the gains of what the OYA campaign had achieved?
The World Health Organization says Nigeria's introduction and expansion of the HPV vaccine marks a major step in preventing cervical cancer and protecting the health of adolescent girls.
The introduction and scale-up of the HPV vaccine in Nigeria has marked a significant milestone in our collective effort to prevent cervical cancer and protect the health and future of our girls. However, sustaining HPV vaccine uptake requires more than vaccine availability.
With cervical cancer claiming more than 8,000 Nigerian women every year, stakeholders are urging parents, schools, health workers, and community leaders to sustain efforts that will expand HPV vaccination and give more girls the opportunity to grow up healthy and cancer-free.
The Federal High Court in Abuja has dissolved the Board of Trustees of St. Joseph's Church of God and set aside key decisions affecting the church's leadership and governance following a legal challenge by Apostle James Abeche. Speaking after the judgment, Apostle Abeche, who serves with the church and was a member of its Board of Governors, described the ruling as a victory for justice. His counsel, Sasa Yengi, said the dispute began after church property was allegedly sold without following the procedures laid down in the church's constitution. Justice Lima Sulaiman, who delivered the judgment, ruled in favor of Apostle Abeche, bringing an end to the dispute at the trial. And that's Abuja Report on AIT. I am Aicheda Majakodomi. Thanks for staying with us.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
At Chabindu camp outside Goma, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF, has set up tents where dozens of displaced persons are being processed. They can also participate in listening sessions with psychologists. Rose has been receiving care for depression. She blames the war for her mental state, but says her journey to recovery has begun.
When someone flees war, they are very disturbed, and that was my case too. But here we have been taught how to forget everything we've left behind and how to calm our thoughts.
Rose is not alone. According to MSF, living in camps around Goma is a challenging environment for the hundreds of thousands of displaced people, especially women. Every day, medical staff say about 70 female survivors of sexual assault visit the 6 MSF health facilities in camps near Goma. Faustin Hakizimana is the head of Bulengo camp. He says the need for psychosocial support is more urgent than ever.
When we looked into the real problem, we found out that many have been disturbed by the horrors of war and others have been raped when they look for wood in the forests, which is why so many women here suffer of mental illness.
Gerlas Moulekia, a clinical psychologist with Médecins Sans Frontières at the Lushagala camp, says more help is needed.
Most of the people we see show signs of anxiety and post-traumatic problems. We run 3 group sessions a day, and each group is made up of 10 people, for a total of 30 people a day. If it goes on like this, we'll need to expand the activities to try and meet as many of the needs as possible.
Psychosocial care is available to both genders, but officials say most of the people taking advantage of the services are women whose mental health challenges are impacting their ability to care for their children. Zanemneti Zaidi, VOA News, Goma.
Hello and welcome to Democracy Today on Africa Independent Television, AIT. I am TV. there is a consensus amongst legal experts and political watchers that Nigerian politicians are among the most litigious political class in the world. They see courtrooms not as a last resort, but as an active strategic phase of the electoral cycle. Evidence of this emerged again this Friday when the Federal High Court in Lokoja, the capital of Kogi State in north-central Nigeria, nullified the registration of the newly registered Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, ordering the apex electoral body, INEC, to immediately withdraw the party's registration certificate. The court, presided over by Justice Isa Dashen, set aside its previous December 10, 2025 ruling that had compelled INEC to register the NDC as a political party. The court found that the initial judgment violated the rights of the Peace Movement Party, PNP, which claimed ownership of the logo used by NDC and was not involved in the original suit. While registration is nullified, the substantive case was not dismissed. The court ordered the lawsuit to be refiled with the PNP properly joined as a party.
In the judgment of the 10th of December had ordered INEC to recognize Nigeria Democratic Congress as a political party and register it, issue a certificate of registration, and allow it to be contained on the ballot papers for the purpose of the elections. So those were the fallouts of the judgment. The judgment having been reversed this morning, those steps taken by INEC to do so in recognition and issuance of certificates would also need to be reversed. The certificates will have to be retracted. The registration and recognition on INEC database will also have to be taken out. And wherever they appear on ballots in any election before this suit is now determined, they will now have to be removed.
If INEC withdraws the NDC certificate of registration, remove them from official records, and reverts to the status quo prior to December 10, 2025, the action could threaten the 2027 alliance of Peter Obi and Rabiu Musa Konkoso, both former governors and presidential and vice presidential candidates of the NDC. This is one of the issues we shall examine on the program tonight. But then, as of this weekend, INEC is expected to open its portal. In fact, the election management body gave itself the deadline of today that it will issue access code to political parties to start formally submitting the details of their presidential, governorship, and legislative candidates. For the political parties, there is a frantic scramble to meet whatever deadline that will be fixed for the parties, if it will be smooth or digital submission. So for others, it is still a race fraught with internal legal drama, substitution, battles, and 11th hour compromise. And so we have a victim of such schemings who is in the studio tonight to share his experience of what is going on in the political parties as they prepare to formally submit the names of the candidates for next year's election. Meanwhile, the election management body, INEC, has just concluded its intensive training for party executives. What was the focus? It was mastering the complex and highly sensitive digital infrastructure required for uploading lists of their standard bearers for the next round of elections in 2027. In simple language, this is where the theoretical rubber meets the practical road. In a modern election season, a party executive who cannot navigate the portal is a liability. So tonight, we will also analyze the digital demands of elections, the drama and the politics of substituting lists of party candidates. A former national chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, that is IPAC, will join us in a moment to engage a number of these issues. But then, just before we take off with the conversations, let's bring you up to speed with other major developing stories. who has signed the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC Bill 2026 into law, replacing the 19-year-old legal framework governing identity management in the country as part of efforts to strengthen national security, improve governance, and drive digital inclusion. The new Act of the National Assembly provides the legal framework for harmonizing identities, synchronizing national databases, and promoting secure digital authentication as a former pillar of Nigeria's future security architecture and support for federal government's target of building a $1 trillion economy by 2030.
Technology and reliable data have become indispensable tools in this effort. Effective policies must be guided by evidence, not assumption. We must continue to strengthen our capacity to collect, analyze, and apply data so that emerging trends are identified early, interventions are properly evaluated, and strategic decisions are informed by facts.
Between 2025 and 2026 alone reveals that a total of 29,262 arrests were made, leading to the seizure of 5,305,484 kilograms of assorted illicit drugs, valued at over 1.5 trillion naira, and the conviction of 5,225 offenders in 18 months. These numbers represent more than just data. They represent millions of lives saved, billions of naira in criminal wealth confiscated, and the future reclaimed.
Supporting the institutionalization of a comprehensive prevention framework. And this is through the implementation of the Children's Amplified Prevention Services. We're helping to address the factors before they manifest into substance abuse.
NDLEA has shown that determined leadership and coordinated action deliver measurable results.
That were officials of the NDLEA there with the Attorney General of the Federation, obviously looking at the International Day Against Drug Trafficking, which the world is observing today. But then ahead of the August 15 governorship election in Osun State, southwest Nigeria, an election observer group, Kimpact Development Initiative, says it has documented 44 election-related violence with 13 recording fatalities from October last year to June this year. Consequently, the State Commissioner of Police, Ibrahim Gotan, at a peace parley called on political parties, their candidates, and residents of the state to refrain from making inflammatory statements capable of causing public unrest. We shall take a break now, and then our guests are already in the studio. We'll get up to the conversation right away. Stay with us.
In the hallowed chambers where laws are forged and a nation's destiny is decided.
This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament on AIT.
Voices rise, opinions clash, debates ignite.
We cannot be apologetic in the discharge of our constitutional duties as lawmakers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The burden of proving that the elections have been conducted peacefully and in accordance with law must shift to INEC.
From the Senate to the House of Representatives, this is where policies are tested, laws are crafted, and authority is held to account.
We spoke to some lawmakers on their opinions of the document presented
presented by the president.
Every motion, every argument carries the hopes of millions.
We need more hospitals, more health clinics in communities so that they can effectively take care of the primary health need of our people.
The questions are tough. The exchanges are intense.
Mr. President, you can have your way, but I will have my say. You can use the gavel, and I will use my voice.
And those who want the proviso are 55 in number. And so the proviso says,
but who truly stands for the people? Who is driving the change that defines our tomorrow?
Let us tell ourselves the truth. Why are we here talking about LGBT, GTBT, whatever?
Get the answers on Where Nigeria Decides on Inside the Parliament on AIT every Tuesday, 4:30 p.m.
Political leaders should caution their supporters against acts capable of disrupting public peace and should refrain from providing support, encouragement, or protection to individuals who engage in criminal conduct.
So any act capable of disrupting the peaceful conduct of election will not only undermine our democracy, but also have far-reaching consequences on the lives, livelihood, and development of our people. Let's therefore work together to protect the sanctity of the electoral process and ensure that the will of the people prevails.
The life of Osun State citizens matter. The credibility of the election matters too. The peace of communities matters. The future of democracy in Nigeria depends not only on election day procedures, but also on whether citizens can approach the ballot without fear.
Yes, thanks for staying with us as the Commissioner of Police in Osun State there and the Kimpact official giving us update on the situation in Osun State. The governorship election is scheduled for August 15, and violence from what we are hearing and the reports that we are getting, unlike what we saw in Ekiti State. 44 violence incidents since October last year till June. It's a huge number, and something must be done in these last few days leading up to that election. But then we have joining us in the studio Dr. Kachi Ihem. I don't know whether to call you aspirant or candidate.
As I call it, aspirant is better.
Okay, an aspirant under the Nigeria Democratic Congress, the NDC, for Ishikwato Umunochi Federal Constituency of Abia State. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's my pleasure.
I don't know. I'm sure you have heard of the judgment by the Federal High Court in Lokoja. Yeah. Are you still interested in pursuing your ambition under NDC way?
Yes. I am still interested and very much convinced that by the end of the day, justice will be served.
Okay. So tell us your story. You participated in the congresses, the primaries of your party.
Yes.
And up till now, most of you are not sure of who is the candidate, who is, you said I should address you as aspirant to be on the safe side.
Yes.
You know, so I think apart from the presidential candidate and a few governorship candidates here and there, a number of people are not too sure whether they're actually going to be the standard bearers of the NDC. And it is not just the NDC, a number of the parties.
Yeah. The position of the party was very clear. When the party decided that all aspirants, all screened aspirants, should go for primaries to test their strength in the field.
Where there was no consensus.
Yes, apart from the presidential tickets. They said every other aspirant should go.
I know Kano had consensus in a number of those.
Yes, the position of the party was very clear on that. So, and they made it very clear that these primaries we hold on the 29th. That was the instruction we had
of
May, and that the results should not be announced at the field. That every result should be returned to the national headquarters and that the party will declare the results forthwith. So that is the position of the party. And of course, we complied. We went for the primaries. Primaries were conducted. You know, there was no issues, especially in the Isukwato Umunochi Federal Constituency. And, you know, it's an open ballot. So people have to stand at your back. So it is videos we are taking, you know, and the votes, the numbers we are counted. So, but because the party said, do not announce or declare anybody, we all came back, and since then we've been waiting for the result to be announced. You know, that's why it was even surprised when my own local government chairman, and then
of the party,
you know, and with two of the aspirants, one was Mrs. Evangeline Iwanjora, who was also who contested against me, you know, and in the photo that they presented, and they called it a press release that they are endorsing the winners of the primaries. So you know, it was shocking. I mean, because that is not what the party said they want. We are all waiting for the party to declare their results. So I know, right? I know it's an aberration. It is not in compliance with the party guidelines. So, and there's always a need to rebuke that, and that is what we have just done now, to say there was nothing like that. That particular act was wrong. It shouldn't have happened at all in the first place.
Has the attention of the National Secretary been drawn to this? Because if there is such supposed or purported act of indiscipline, there should be sanctions.
Yes.
So I know your party was talking of code of conduct for members and things like that.
Yes, there is, because when I received that press release signed by the publicity secretary of the local government of my party, you know, the proper thing to do is to forward it to my national chairman, and to the national secretary, and to the vice chairman, Southeast, you know, to see if this is not an aberration, you know. Yeah. But I'm confident our party is a party that is built and standing on a constitution, and we do not promote illegality. So I'm confident.
If I understand, your federal constituency is made up of two local governments.
Yes.
Isukwato and Umunochi.
Yes.
So if the party chairman and some group in just one of the two local governments says he has issued a statement or declared, how does that amount? What happens to the other local governments?
Yeah, that is what happened was that from the picture and from the press release, the candidates for House of the aspirants for Isukwato Umunochi now came to my own local government.
Okay, she's in the other local government.
Yes, she's from the other local government. She now came to my own local government. I don't know how she was able to coerce my local government chairman and the policy secretary and some other party leaders. And then they appeared. Because the photos, the pictures are there. Yeah. You know, and they're making that kind of press release and signed.
Have you confirmed this with the local government partition? Because we've had situations where pictures like this appear, but at the end of the day, you politicians will tell us that it's AI generated, that they were not the ones who generated.
Yes, of course.
So have you followed up to confirm that indeed they participated in such?
Yes. I called the local government chairman to confirm what this is all about. Yeah, he told me that the lady came, you know, and they sat together in the venue, the meeting place of the party, and that actually happened. So he confirmed that to me. That's Mr. Carlo we call it Kalo Oko, yes.
Okay. So most times, where there are two local governments making up a federal constituency or some local government making up a senatorial district, there is some form of power rotation or sharing amongst them. You are from Isukwato.
Yes.
She's from Umunochi.
Yes.
So what was the power sharing arrangement?
The truth is that in the past 20 years, there has never been anybody from Isukwato who has gone to represent the federal constituency in the House of Representatives in the past 20 years. And then Umunochi had done that in the past 16 years. 16 years, you have Honorable Nkiruka Onyejocha. Yes, she has been in the House. She's from Umunochi. No. This lady in question is also from Umunochi. Presently, the incumbent member in the House of Reps is from Uturu. Uturu is in its local government, but not from Isukwato clan. So that's the person that is there for. The
Uturu is in which local government?
Uturu is in Isukwato local government, but it's an extraction because it's Isukwato and Uturu are what made up the Isukwato local government.
The three.
Yes.
Call it three heads.
They are not even among the three good heads. They are not even among the three big heads. The three big heads are Isukwato people. Uturu people are a little bit closer to Umunochi. But they are under Isukwato local government just because of the Abia State University. Yes, that is it. So, in fairness, what we should have would have been 4 years for Uturu, right? Then 4 years for Isukwato, making 8 years. Then it goes back to Umunochi. That is what it should be. That's if you want to do what the party has positioned by giving P2B the tickets for 4 years, so that after 4 years, it should also go to the north for 8 years. That makes sense.
Okay, but if assuming you were the one elected in 2023, would you have agreed to do just 4 years? And I'm sure the person there will also want to do have a second term. You people always want second term. Though for lawmakers, there's even you can do third term, fourth term until your people say they are not voting you again, or you decide that you are not going again because there's no time limit for lawmakers.
If P2B can say, I will do 1 term of 4 years, and the party took cognizance of that, and in the National Convention, the party ratified that the power will be in the South for 4 years from 2027.
If NDC
wins to 2031, and after that, power should go to the North for 8 years. It is for a reason. Because justice and equity are measurable. So, coming to your question, if I'm in the House of Reps, if I win my elections and I do 4 years, knowing that Uturu had done 4 years, I will be very willing to allow Umunochi to take up their own 8 years so that the power will also come back to Israel. And in that way, there'll be peace, there'll be harmony.
In 2019, you contested for Senate,
yes.
Abia North,
yes,
under Accord Party.
Yes.
And then I also know that at some point you were in APC.
Yes.
So at what point were you in Accord Party, APC, and then
in
I'm sure most probably you went to Labour Party too, with Peter Obi, and then coming to NDC.
Yes, let me just give you a little bit of this of my political sojourns, and 2015, I was given the tickets to contest under the Accord Party for Abia North. No. And the reason was simple. Why I came out was simple, because in the Senate, Uche Chukwumerejim went for Senate and stayed for 8 years. Then it went to Arochukwu. Mao Habunwa, because you have Arochukwu and Hafia. It went to Arochukwu and Hafia. Mao Habunwa came in and ran his session. Then Ojuzo Kano from Bende also came in. In fact, it was after Ojuzo Kano, then And we now said, okay, it should have been the turn of Isukwato. That was when I came in. But then we were persuaded again, since we were presenting the governorship candidates, as under Dr. Uche Oga, that it would not be proper for Isukwato to be presenting a governorship candidate while and then Senate. So we said we allowed Oji to do that, to complete the 8 years for Arochukwu Hafia. And after that, of course, you know the rest. All Jews of Kano has refused to, you know. So now it was based on that harmonization that and I said, okay, let it fly. It was even on that premise that we allowed Nkiru Konejocha to do this, the other 10, yes, you know, and she went in. Right now, she's also coming back to contest the election. So you see, I don't know, but I am not wired that way.
But from our discussion, I understand that you are so much of somebody who looks at power sharing, rotation, fairness, justice. Is that the only thing you want to take into public office?
No, for me, I have always been a community leader. I am the emeritus President General of the Isukwato Development Union Worldwide. I left office 2015.
As recent as 2015?
Yes. And before then, I had also been the chairman of Oguduasa Development League, which is the biggest clan in the whole of Isukwato. I ran there for 6 years. And I left. I was also the chairman, the President General of the Achatan Union, my own union, my own town, my own community. National president and the branch president and branch chairman. Now, I am, just to make it, I am the country director of Faithful Friends Nigeria. That is the only secular interfaith project. What we do is promoting common humanity, making friends across all faith traditions, you know, and building inter-religious dialogue. I teach interfaith education. So I have so much, you know, in my kit to give.
Being a community leader for a very long time, one of the major issues, almost every Nigerian you talk to now, the issue of insecurity. Yes. We know the Southeast has its own share of it. What would you have done as a representative different from what we're seeing to change the narrative?
That is where interfaith harmony comes in.
But it's not religious.
It is.
I'm not sure the insecurity issue in the Southeast is religious the way we have it in the North. Maybe I have a different understanding.
Maybe you actually have a different. The most important thing is the platform for peace and harmony is anchored on your faith tradition.
Faith tradition.
Yes. When you begin to preach a common humanity, you begin to see everybody as the same. If you look at one of the videos that I posted after the primaries, you will see the Arewa community in Leru Umunochi dancing around my banners because I relate with them. I do not know whether you are from the north, whether you are from the south, whether you are from the east, or wherever you come from, whether you are Chinese. What I know that you are a human being and you should be treated based on who you are. That is what we do in Faithful Friends. So once you have that understanding, I can't hurt you. I cannot hurt you if I believe that you are human. I cannot hurt you if I know that it is the same red blood that flows in me that flows in you. I can't wish you evil. I can't manipulate you. And then you need to make people to believe this. And that is the way it is ordained to be. When God willing, I am inaugurated in the National Assembly, I will continue to preach a common humanity. It has nothing to do with tribe. It has nothing to do with your faith. It has nothing to do with your economic power or your muscle. But it has everything to do with you being a human being.
What would, as a community leader in the Southeast and an emerging political leader too, what would you, push forward as that should be the agenda of the Southeast? Because we're hearing a number of voices. When you listen to the Anambra governor speak, when you listen to Peter Obi speak, when you listen to others, even the governor of Imo, you're hearing different voices in terms of what should be the agenda of the Southeast. Because we for the Southwest, after June 12, we saw how it went. We saw the South-South resource control, how they eventually got to the presidency, and all of that. What should be the agenda for the Southeast?
For me, I would tell you, when you treat a child the same way you treat his friend, the child will be happy. When a child is not receiving the same attention that his mates are receiving, he feels like crying. Now, when we address this issue of marginalization, I'm sure on a level playing ground, the Southeast, Nigeria, will be better off. And I believe that is what I intend to push. If you look at the Nigerian coat of arms, the motto is unity,
faith,
peace, and progress. Unity first. Faith in the country. And then there'll be peace. And when there is peace, not the peace of Jonah in the belly of the fish. When there is peace, of course there will be progress. And we will all be happy and better off.
This marginalization, almost every group in Nigeria will tell you in one way or the other they are marginalized. Almost every group, they will tell you in one way or the other they are marginalized. So how do we, aggregate all of this, that everybody's interest? Because by the time you bring your own marginalization, my people bring their own, the other group also brings their own. There's nobody that is not marginalized. So how is the marginalization of the Southeast different from others? Because maybe you will say, okay, the presidency, but it's not just the Southeast. We have, the Jaw have gotten it, the Igalas, the Idomas, the Tea people, the Angas, the Birom, the Kute, the Jukum, in fact, some of them may not even dream of getting there in the lifetime of those who are still alive today.
No, you see, the moment we begin to address nepotism as an issue and begin to allow for a free level playing ground for everybody, Nnamdi Azikiwe said, show the lights and the people will find their way. You see, once you create a level playing ground and make it clear that you do not intend to promote nepotism, if you call for, if there is vacancy, for instance, there is vacancy in 2027 for Isukwato Umunochi Federal Constituency, I express my interest to be employed to serve as a member of the House of Reps. Right? On a normal playing ground, if you bring in every other person and you say this is the criteria, this is what we want to use to select the person who is going to carry this party flag, and it is made clear for everybody, right? And we are all there and we compete. Even the person that came last will talk, and shape the winner, because it is on a level playing ground. But once you begin to cut, I know this person, let us do this. The whole thing begins to change. And then we begin to have aggrieved people. And that is where the issue of marginalization begins to rear its head.
I agree with you. I served in the Southeast. I know the decay of infrastructure there compared to other parts of the country. So one would understand. It's just that most times when your people are talking about marginalization, they are looking at the presidency, where there are several other issues. But let's go back to your party the NDC now. They came up with signing a bond with candidates. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes, I am. Because once beaten is twice shy, to start with. The party said, if you joined NPC, and if you joined NDC, and you know the reason why you joined the NDC, and you may have gone through the constitution of the party, and you are in agreement with that, and you said, I am a member of the party, it is proper for you to abide by the rules of the party as enshrined in their constitution. So the party is saying, if you use our platform to win your election, you remain with the party. If you want to leave the party, then leave as you can, just leave the way you came. It makes good sense. Not people using the party as a special purpose vehicle just to win an election. At the moment, it kills the ideals of the party. So I am 100% in support of the party on the bond, loyalty to the party. The party is supreme.
But your party leader, Sherika Dixon, also defected from PDP. The presidential candidate, Peter Obi, also defected from Labour Party, from NDC, from ADC, sorry.
Yes, so NDC.
The vice presidential candidate, Rabiu Musa Konzo, also defected from MPP.
Yeah.
So people are looking at it, okay, you defected from other parties, but you don't want other people to defect
that is why we in the NDC, we describe the NDC as the Noah's Ark. The Noah's Ark is here to rescue the people who are battered. So when they came into NDC, it is because they now realize the need to correct these anomalies. And when they saw the NDC as the platform that has the potentials of correcting these anomalies, that they came in and they are safe. So if you come into the Noah's Ark, of course, you will be safe.
You will be safe from the flood. Thank you very much, Dr. Kachi Heme, aspirant in the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, Ishikwato Umunochi, Federal Constituency of Abia State. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. It is my pleasure.
Yes,
right.
Welcome. We shall take a break now, and after that, we shall be engaging the second aspect of the conversation, where we have the former chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council joining us right after this time.
The issues as they break, the multitude, the political figure, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our governments seem to be incapable of protecting.
The scheming.
This is not a period we should sit back and go. Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigue.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe it was for that reason in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time. In today's global economy, information is everywhere, but insight is rare.
Because of the high rate of fuel, the cost of commodities, cost of everything in this country is high.
This is unacceptable because Nigerians cannot be made to suffer every time.
So, where do you turn for clarity? The right questions.
What is the need for Nigerians? Let's really break it down. Income strata-wise, revenue strata-wise for companies. What are some of the inhibitions that are not making trade work for all?
The real answers.
Stimulus package must take a different shape beyond what we have seen in sharing of rice, sharing of money.
Nancy brings it to you on Moneyline with Nancy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Moneyline with Nancy.
Clear, well-researched conversations focused on what truly impacts you.
Is it that we don't know the number of MSMEs we have in the country, or we don't know where they are?
I don't think we can identify 40-something billion MSMEs as a people and as a country.
Nigeria has the policy framework in place to be a leader on this approach. You can make farmers bankable.
Moneyline with Nancy now airs 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. weekdays, live on AIT and online. If it matters to the economy, join us.
Thanks for staying with us. We now have with us the national chairman of the Action Democratic Party, ADP, former chairman, Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, Yabaji Yusuf Sani. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
I must say, former presidential candidate. You've tested the waters.
Yes, exactly.
So you'll be speaking from very deep experience, as it were. Yeah. We have reports that INEC has trained party officials. I don't know whether you were part of that training about uploading, because INEC told us that today was supposed to be the day they are going to issue the passcode for uploading. Have you received the passcode?
We're in the process. We're in the process. But like you rightly said, the training has been going on since yesterday. I think also today. That is giving the staff that are going to participate in the uploading the required knowledge as far as the process is concerned. Because the process is one of the fundamental processes that will kickstart the INEC processing of the candidates and then the other things that will follow. So it's a very, very important process, and the parties are not taking it lightly also, because we know that any mistake, will translate to something that people may not be happy, with. So both the parties and political parties and INEC, we are taking this stage of the process, very, very serious. Yeah.
Is it the same process that would also be used for uploading of agents, party agents for the election?
Well, the same portal is used in the sense that everything now is done electronically. Yes. INEC has upped their game as far as the issues of elections and then party management and things are concerned. We now interface with INEC through their portal. So every other process, is now through the portal, which makes it very easy and very tidy in the sense that chances of mistakes are very, limited in the sense that it's not manual. If it's manual, then there's a lot of back and forth. But this is straightforward. It can be revisited. You can go back to what you have done and see it. That is what happened.
We saw that in the 2023 election, some parties were unable to upload party names of party agents, or even some of the candidates said they were struggling with the portal or the deadline, and things like that.
Yes. It happened.
Yes.
It happened to most parties, because remember that was the first time really that most parties were engaging with INEC through electronic So, and then there were also, issues of the time, that's required to do it. It was rather short.
Let's take a break now. Yes. I'm being told that your microphone has to be taken a look at so that the viewer can hear you clearly. So we'll take a short break now. We'll fix that technical issue, and we'll be back with the discussion. Stay with us.
In the hallowed chambers where laws are forged and a nation's destiny is decided.
This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament on AIT.
Voices rise, opinions clash, debates ignite.
We cannot be apologetic in the discharge of our constitutional duties as lawmakers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The burden of proving that the elections have been conducted peacefully and in accordance with law must shift to INEC.
From the Senate to the House of Representatives, this is where policies are tested, laws are crafted, and authority is held to account.
We
We spoke to some lawmakers on their opinions of the document presented by the president.
Every motion, every argument carries the hopes of millions.
We need more hospitals, more health clinics in communities so that they can effectively take care of the
Yes, thanks for staying with us. That issue has been fixed, and we are still with the national chairman of the ADP, former chairman of Interparty Advisory Council, IPAC, Yabaji Yusuf Sani. You were making a point on the issue of interface with the OPLO, but let me also ask you this submission. We've seen you've been in this party business for a long time. We've seen, even before you came on, the guest we had was complaining that he doesn't know whether he's a candidate or he participated in the primaries. The party has not announced the result, so they're still waiting. In most parties, I don't know whether in your own party you've declared the candidates, people already know, who is carrying the party's flag, and all of that. But we have that major issue across most of the political parties this time around.
Yeah, it's not far-fetched because we all know that the guidelines that INEC gave, the time was too short for the process that of nominating candidates and then declaring who your candidate is going to be. You know that after every election, you normally have issues that you have to settle. And the time given is very short.
Sure.
So that's why I wasn't surprised when a court of law now says that INEC must comply with the Electoral Act, the period given by the Electoral Act, which I think is another, maybe September or something like that.
180 days.
Yes,
also.
yeah, 180 days. So, because anything that's worth doing at all is worth doing well. And when there is haste in anything, you are bound to make mistakes. So this is why I'm appealing to INEC that they should look at it from that perspective. It's not that parties don't want to comply, but this is a human process, isn't it? Whereby, even if after you are finished, because it's done by people, you are bound to have some issues, mistakes, human errors, environmental errors, some deliberate errors and things like that, normally creeping. So this is why some parties are still finding it difficult to say this is our candidate because there are issues that will come up which you have to address as a political party.
Those issues.
We also have our own issues too as the ADP. Yes.
Those issues that we know those days could be the issue of qualification, for instance, or some other issues where can be taken care of as substitution of candidates, as it were. But it appears the parties want to do the primaries and the substitution almost all at the same time. Because you have a situation where they've done the primaries by the counting. People know who won the primary election. But then they are sitting and waiting, and maybe at the end of the day, somebody else will be declared the candidate of the party. Is that democracy? Is that fairness? But you accuse INEC of being unable to conduct elections, but you parties, you can't conduct your own simple primaries.
No, even INEC would tell you, primaries are very, very contentious, process, in the sense that, that is the stage,
the bedrock
at which an aspirant is now processed, along the condition, the guidelines of the party, guidelines of INEC, guidelines, by the act itself and things like that. So, and then again, don't forget that this is politics, isn't it? It goes beyond the issue of, somebody standing for election counted and things like that, this number of votes that he won or something like that. It goes beyond that. Because sometimes, yes, you may have the votes, but you may not meet the requirement of the party because the party may be looking for somebody who will win the elections for them. It's not just enough to say that within the confines of the process that has been given for the first stage, which is primaries, what about the general elections? Sometimes the parties look beyond the primaries and try to see, this person that has emerged, will he really appeal to the general public? You know, because it's not just about people who came together as as the members of your party that will decide, you know, at the end of the day, who really, you know, will represent you, and in government or in whatever position the person is contesting for. So this is why sometimes issues come up, you know, of stability, electability, appeal, you know, to the general masses. I mean, the electorate who are going to now, you know, give you what you want, which is to win. So that's the political aspect of it that perhaps people are not looking at. They say, oh, no, the party managers, they just sit somewhere and say, no, they're changing somebody's name. No, they're not changing it. Just like that. Every party, believe me, is after who will win the elections for him.
And those who also have the money to drive the process.
Well, it's part of the politics, part of the process.
Okay, just before we go, the judgment, the ruling from the Federal High Court in Lokoja, you were a member of IPAC. It's not your party, it's the NDC, but I'm sure you have an opinion on it. The NDC, from their statement, they're telling us that the Peace Movement Party is an unregistered association, that it is unknown to them, you know, and all of that. But then, here we are, party symbols.
Well, you know, it's a lot of dynamics that is happening in the Nigerian political space, you know, this time around. This is the time when opposition parties have become endangered species. You know, why? I don't know. It shouldn't be so, really, you know, because it's about people. You know, democracy is about people, isn't it? So it shouldn't be somebody sitting somewhere and trying to dictate, you know, how the process should be, you know, over and above the wishes of the people. So, I mean, registering a party, I don't think is something that is funny at all, because it has to do with people's, you know, sentiments, you know, their ambition, what they want to do. They have spent their money, they have spent their time, their resources, their energy, and everything, you know. And then all of a sudden, somebody comes and says, no, we're in fact, the entire party doesn't exist anymore. I mean, in a serious climb, that cannot happen, you know. For God's sake, we should respect, you know, the most important element in democracy, which is political parties, because they are the vehicle that you use to recruit leadership for your country. So it shouldn't be toyed with in the manner we are doing it.
Thank you very much, Yabaji Yusuf Sani, National Chairman, Action Democratic Party, and former Chairman of IPAC. Thank you so much for your interview.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
And as the program Democracy tonight, we shall return with other issues eventually tomorrow. But then like we always say, Nigeria's democracy should work for every Nigeria. Right. Be a good citizen and stay out of trouble. I am TV Tiaf.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
17 years old, Job Nimbi has never spoken a word. Born with speech and hearing disabilities, Nimbi and others at this Ghana school instead found their voices through photography. Nimbi says he is happy to share his life journey with the world through photos, and he wants to inspire others who live with disabilities. But Nimbi and his peers face significant challenges, including discrimination. Other hurdles are limited training and resources. Ghana's Statistical Service estimates only a fraction of the children with a hearing disability are able to pursue a higher education. Yet, Nimbi remains resolute.
So now, what I'm learning and focusing on is to become a doctor.
Photography was introduced to the Savalugu School for the Deaf by Geoffrey Buta. The award-winning photojournalist is on a campaign to amplify marginalized voices through visual storytelling. His project, Photo for Change, has one focus.
Train people, assist people to tell their own story in the community they find themselves, and as well as using photography or visuals to address societal issues.
Buta's Photo Club offers classes on photojournalism. In less than a year, students can take professional quality pictures by themselves and write captions.
So with the power of photography, they can tell stories around them. They can become visual journalists in the future. They can become broadcasters.
The teachers also benefit, with the club providing easy access to visual learning materials.
You have seen a picture somewhere that has connection with what you are going to deliver, the lesson you're going to deliver. And so you use the camera to take that photo, bring it to the class, and then show it to the children. Then you can develop your lesson from there.
Buta plans to expand his project to 10 more schools in Ghana and create exhibitions to showcase students' work. Other plans include setting up internship with media outlets. And in the long term, he wants to inspire a generation of students with disabilities to become award-winning photojournalists. Sana Nutod, VOA News, Savalugu, Ghana.
Federal High Court sitting in Lokoja set aside ruling ordering NDC registration. President Bola Tinubu reaffirms Nigeria's commitment to drug abuse as NDLEA recounts major gains in 18 months. And Commonwealth Secretary General Shole Ayoko Boshwe calls on South African government to treat irregular migration with human face. And in business, small business owners decry high cost, limited access to affordable credit. And in sports, Africa's World Cup hopes soar as Côte d'Ivoire advances to round of 32, while Egypt, Senegal, Cape Verde face decisive group clashes. Hello there, nice to be here. Thanks for joining us. This is the News Hour on AIT. I'm Hadiza Aldu, and with me is Shola Jayesimi.
Thank you for joining us. Let's begin the news from the courts, where a federal high court in Lokoja will begin fresh hearing of the case by the Nigerian Democratic Congress, the NDC, over its legal status as a political party. This follows a ruling by Justice Isa Dashen admitting the Peace Movement Party, PMP, as a party to the case. The case could be traced back to December of last year, when the judge issued a court order directing INEC to recognize the NDC as a political party and issue it with a certificate of recognition. But PMP later approached the court, claiming that its logo was used by the NDC and that the NDC did not fully satisfy the constitutional requirements for it to be registered. The fresh claims warranted the judge to order the parties to return to status quo, while directing the NDC to bring all the necessary parties before it for judicious adjudication of the case. Counsel for the PMP spoke to journalists after the court ruling.
Court in the judgment of the 10th of December had ordered INEC to recognize Nigeria Democratic Congress as a political party and register it, issue a certificate of registration, and allow it to be contained on the ballot papers for the purpose of the elections. So those were the fallouts of the judgment. The judgment having been reversed this morning, those steps taken by INEC to do so in recognition and issuance of certificates would also need to be reversed. The certificates will have to be retracted. The registration and recognition on INEC database will also have to be taken out. And wherever they appear on ballots in any election before this suit is now determined, they would now have to be removed.
The counsel for the NDC was not available for comment on the ruling. The judge thereby ordered that substantive suit should start afresh with the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, the Peace Movement Party, and the Nigerian Democratic Congress as parties.
President Bola Tinubu has signed the new National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, that's the Act 2026, into law, replacing the 19-year-old legal framework governing identity management in Nigeria as part of efforts to strengthen national security, improve governance, and drive digital inclusion. The new law is expected to make the National Identification Number, NIN, the country's trusted platform for identity verification, digital transactions, and access to government services. Speaking after the signing ceremony at the presidential villa, Senate President Godswill Akpabio described the legislation as a major milestone in Nigeria's digital transformation, saying it would enhance economic planning, infrastructure development, immigration management, and national security.
But let me say it's part of your innovation, part of your intuition, part of your reforms for Nigeria. You have promised that under your tenure, by the time you are through, that Nigeria will never be the same again. So even from the achievements so far made by the Ministry of Interior in terms of identifying and picking up criminals at the point of entry,
so with this new act now, we have what it takes to be able to integrate all this system and to be able to protect ourselves better.
Director General of the National Identity Management Commission, Abisoye Koka Odushote, said the law established a modern legal framework for Nigeria's digital public infrastructure, strengthens data protection and cybersecurity, and reaffirms and reinforces the national identification number as the country's single trusted identity credential.
We have been able to achieve with this act also is to ensure that digital trust is cemented in our administration and administrative efforts in driving digital transformation across Nigeria.
She added that the legislation would improve access to legal identity, expand financial and social inclusion, boost confidence in digital transactions, and support the federal government target of building a $1 trillion economy by 2030.
President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed the country's commitment to intensifying the fight against drug abuse and illicit trafficking. The president said this at the 2026 International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking, an event held at the presidential villa, where the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, the NDLEA, also announced major breakthroughs in its nationwide operations. Our State House correspondent, Yemi Adebayo, now reports.
Drug abuse and illicit trafficking remain a growing concern in Nigeria as government intensifies efforts to contain the menace. At the presidential villa in Abuja, President Bola Tinubu restated commitment to a stronger and more coordinated drug war. The Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, speaking on behalf of the president, says the administration's approach will focus on enforcement, prevention, and rehabilitation.
We must continue to strengthen our capacity to collect, analyze, and apply data so that emerging trends are identified early, interventions are properly evaluated, and strategic decisions are informed by facts.
He warns that Nigeria will not relent in dismantling drug trafficking operations across the country. Chairman of the NDLEA, Brigadier General Muhammad Buba Marwa, retired, says the agency has recorded major operational breakthroughs in the last 18 months. He says this followed sustained intelligence-led operations and international collaboration.
Between 2025 and 2026 alone reveals that a total of 29,262 arrests were made, leading to the seizure of 5,305,484 kilograms of assorted illicit drugs, valued at over 1.5 trillion naira.
Marwa added that several drug cartels have been dismantled across the country. Stakeholders at the event called for stronger collaboration in the fight against drug abuse and illicit trafficking.
At UNODC was supporting the institutionalization of a comprehensive prevention framework, and this is through the implementation of the Children's Amplified Prevention Services.
NDLEA has shown that determined leadership and coordinated action deliver measurable results.
The event ended with a renewed call for sustained vigilance, stronger partnerships, and collective responsibility in the fight against drug abuse and illicit trafficking. Yemi Adebayo, AIT News, Abuja.
The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Ogun State Command, says it has arrested 306 suspected drug offenders and prosecuted 64 persons for drug-related offenses between January and May this year. The agency also says it recently dismantled a clandestine methamphetamine laboratory allegedly operated by foreign nationals in the state. This were disclosed during a press briefing in Abeokuta to commemorate the 2026 International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking.
The Ogun State Commander of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, Tijani Rabi, says the command's intensified operations have continued to yield significant results in the fight against drug trafficking and abuse across the state.
From January to May 2026, the command has arrested 306 drug offenders, comprising of 272 male offenders and 34 female drug offenders. In the same period, we prosecuted and convicted 64 drug law offenders, comprising of 54 male suspects and 10 female suspects.
Meanwhile, the wife of the Ogun State Governor and matron of the State Drug Control Committee, Bamidele Abiodun, represented by the Executive Secretary of the Ogun State Drug and Health Commodities Management Agency, Dr. Funke Wineye, urged parents and guardians to pay close attention to their children and words.
Addressing drug abuse requires a comprehensive and coordinated approach. Law enforcement alone cannot solve the problem. Families must provide guidance and support.
The 2026 International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking is themed The World Drug Problem, Persistent Issues, New Challenges, Innovative Responses, was marked with a roadwork sensitizing the public on the danger of illicit drug usage. Niyi Marayesa, AIT News, Abeokuta.
Then we go to Kano, where the state governor, Abba Yusuf, has constituted a special task force on drug abuse and illicit trafficking as part of his administration's renewed commitment to tackling the growing menace of substance abuse and drug-related crimes in Kano State. The Director General of Media and Publicity to the governor, Sanusi Bature, disclosed this in a statement, adding that the task force will be chaired by Muyuwi Magaji, the immediate past executive chairman of the Kano State Public Complaints and Anti-Corruption Commission. Also appointed to the committee, a business leader, A.A. Zaura, and 15 other prominent Kano's sons and daughters, including representatives of relevant government agencies, security, and civil society organizations, and they have a mandate related to drug control and illicit substance trafficking. The task force is expected to provide a comprehensive framework to ensure that they dismantle illicit drug networks, speed up the prosecution of offenders, and reduce drug demand through sustained public enlightenment and advocacy campaigns.
Let's now go back to our top story of tonight, saying that Federal High Court in Lokoja will begin fresh hearing on the case by the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, over its legal status as a political party, where reactions are coming in for that report. And we have here joining us Peter Ame, NDC chieftain. Thanks for joining us on the News Hour.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so court reverses ruling compelling INEC to register NDC. What's your take on this?
I think as we wait to see the certified true copy of this judgment, it is clear that this is an unprecedented period in our democratic system, because you cannot have a court that is taking a decision at the eve of an election after parties are made to, follow the guidelines as released by INEC. They have submitted their party register to INEC within the before the date stipulated by the commission. They have conducted primaries. The name of their candidate, I speaking to you, I'm a senatorial candidate for Kogi East Senatorial District. The name of the candidate has been submitted to the commission. And then you go brazenly, taking this such decision in a very reckless manner to now say they have been deregistered. The case in question that registered NDC was, the judgment came on December 10th. And if you look at what is normal a precedent within the legal system, is that within the 3 months, those who have the right to appeal should have carried that appeal, which is INEC. INEC did not carry appeal within that 3 months, which is supposed to expire by March 10th. And 6 months later down the line, a non-existent party who have not been registered, who is competing to be registered, is not a registered party. The Movement for Peace, or they call themselves, have not been registered. And then they will go through the back door and start a fresh case to be able to now say that the status of the NDC should be withdrawn. And the court went ahead to listen to such matter. This is democracy. Apart from even law, when you say that there must be certainty or finality of cases at the Federal High Court, when it comes to issue of fortis officials, you almost also know that judgment is not only based on law, it's also based on public interest. Because the right for Nigerians to participate in the democratic system is a constitutional right. And people who have already expressed their right to contest election, it looks as if it is the hand of of government trying to restrict the democratic space.
Okay,
because
Chief
this is
Ame.
not so unprecedented and so embarrassing for our international community to see that such decision can come on the eve of an election.
Okay, Chief Ame, this judge who has given this verdict, or rather this ruling, has asked that all parties should simply maintain status quo. That means all the parties involved will come back before the judge. So you're making it sound like as if it's a final verdict, which is not what the court has said.
What I'm saying, the court gave a judgment December 10th. If there were issues before the court and the people who were supposed to, who are not a meddlesome interloper, who are supposed to, or people who are directly affected by this judgment, which is INEC, the commission himself, that did not appeal this judgment, why do you come with another process of a fresh suit to be able to undermine a judgment that has been previously given? Yes, well, as much as a court has a right to review cases, the parties must be properly be put on notice, because such level of judgment has the capacity to undermine our democratic experience. It has the capacity to cause chaos and misunderstanding within the democratic practice that we have uninterrupted for years since 1999. Because a judge must also look at public interest and look at the rule of law. Because what justice is he trying to deliver? When these parties and the NDC has conducted their primaries, their candidates have emerged, are you trying to deplatform this candidate? Are you trying to be able to create an honorable advantage for the parties in power or parties at the other parties? So this is an uncalled judgment. And I think that those who believe in this democracy must be able to rise up to defend the right of political parties to exist. I have been an advocate for inclusivity, for multiplicity of political parties.
We have to leave it at that, Mr. Ame. We have to leave it at that. We have to leave it at that, Mr. Ame, for lack of time. Thank you for joining us on the News Hour. We've been speaking to Peter Ame, NDC Chieftain. Moving on with more stories, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, in Akwa Ibom State, has intercepted a 45,000-litre tanker carrying suspected illegal acquired ethanol in what authorities describe as a major breakthrough in the fight against economic sabotage. The State Commandant, Geraldine Abetembe, disclosed this at the State Command Headquarters, Uyo, Akwa Ibom State, while parading the suspects before the media.
According to the State Commandant of the NSCDC, Geraldine Abatembe, operatives of the anti-vandal unit intercepted the tanker on Tuesday at Ikoromoisen along Aba Road in the Sinodum local government area following credible intelligence.
Regrettably, during this operation, misinformation from the suspects nearly pitched another agency against us. In an attempt to frustrate the arrest, this underscores why antagonism among security agencies only serves the interests of the criminals. Through synergy, mutual respect, and timely information sharing, we recorded this success, despite the attempt to derail it.
She revealed that the 45,000-litre tanker was loaded with a substance suspected to be illegally sourced ethanol, while suspects were arrested at the scene. Preliminary investigations, according to the commandant, uncovered discrepancies in documents presented by the suspects, while further checks confirmed the product did not originate from legitimate supply channels.
With a capacity of 45,000 litres, was laden with a product suspected to be ethanol, acquired illegally. Upon interrogation, the suspect presented a waybill, which immediately raised suspicion due to several discrepancies.
The NSCDC says the seized tanker and its contents remain in custody as investigations continue, reaffirming its commitment to protecting critical national assets and ensuring a safe environment for legitimate business activities in Akwa Ibom State. Idonset Ikono, AIT News, Uyo.
The Nigerian military is demanding stronger, unbroken cooperation among security agencies, government institutions, and local communities. The objective is to better safeguard the nation's pipeline networks and energy assets. The call comes as a fresh set of future military leaders from the Armed Forces and Command Staff College in Jaji, Kaduna, inspected the landmark AKK, that's the Abuja-Kaduna-Kano gas pipeline project in Kogi State.
Pipeline vandalism and coordinated attacks on strategic assets
remains a multi-billion naira headache for Nigeria. This continuous act of economic sabotage slides deep into national revenue and triggers severe power grid instabilities. To understand the tactical weight of these assets, because 48 participants, comprising 138 student officers and 18 directing staff, descended on the AKK gas pipeline project camp at Aku. Their goal is to gain first-hand ground-level insight into the multi-state infrastructure they will soon be tasked to defend.
So this collaboration is what motivated even the armed forces. How do we make sure that we are working without security threat?
The sprawling Ajokuta Kaduna Kanu gas network is a crown jewel in the federal government's energy industrialization agenda. It stretches across hundreds of kilometers to fire up dormant manufacturing hubs, expanding electricity grids, and generating thousands of local jobs. But technology and concrete are only half the battle. Military authorities insist that hardware alone cannot stop oil and gas theft. The real victory depends on building a shade of trust between host communities, state actors, and frontline troops.
So it's going to benefit Nigerians. It's going to benefit in the area of industrialization, and it also is going to benefit in every Nigeria, even in the area of this gas, cooking gas, and some other things.
Secure our equipment. By embedding critical asset security into curriculum training, these future commanders are preparing to transition from conventional warfare to precision economic defense. Tehumba Akaya, AIT News, Aku.
Now, contrary to the earlier claim that the recent Mushin market explosion was caused by an improvised explosive device, IED, recent findings after a thorough investigation by the Explosive Ordnance Department, EOD, an arm of the Nigerian Police Force, has proved otherwise. According to the Commissioner of Police, Lagos State Command, Fatai Tijani, when he interacted with journalists at the State Police Command, Ikeja, revealed that Monday's explosion in Mushin was not caused by an improvised explosive device, IED, rather an underlying mechanical fault from the packed Sienna that led to an explosion. He said that preliminary observations at the scene of the blast had raised concerns about a possible IED explosion, prompting the police to activate standard security protocols and deployed experts from the Explosive Ordnance Disposal and Chemical, Biological, Radiological, and Nuclear EOD CBRN unit.
I am pleased to inform the good people of Lagos State and Nigerians at large that investigation has conclusively established that the incident was not caused by an improvised explosive device, IED. Terrorist activities, sabotage, or any form of criminal use of explosive. Our technical findings reveal no traces of explosive materials, detonators, initiation system, explosive residues, or blast characteristics ordinarily associated with explosive attack. Furthermore, the affected vehicle did not exhibit structural deformation, fragmentation patterns, crater effects, or displacement typically observed in incidents involving explosives.
CP Tijani, however, explained that the affected vehicle did not exhibit the structural deformation, fragmentation patterns, or other indicators commonly associated with explosive incidents.
Investigation established that the incident resulted from catastrophic failure of pressurized mechanical components outside the vehicle. This failure generated a sudden release of energy which caused the shattering of the vehicle's front passenger side glass panels and resulted in minor injuries to the occupant. Based on these findings, the incident has been professionally classified as mechanical explosion.
Members of the public to remain vigilant and continue reporting suspicious activities while assuming them that all reported incidents would continue to receive adequate attention.
The Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, has dismissed fears that state governors could abuse state police, insisting that the proposed constitutional amendment contains sufficient safeguards to prevent political misuse. Kalu, while speaking with parliamentary correspondents after returning from engagements at the Chatham House and the London Climate Action Week in the UK, said concerns about abuse were considered during the drafting of the bill, resulting in constitutional guardrails that define the powers, duties, and operational limits of state police.
How many police or how many governors have used state high courts to jail opposition? How many? What is the statistics out there? So the fear, yes, the fear is there. It's legitimate fear. But what is more legitimate is that Nigerians should embrace the benefit of state police.
The Deputy Speaker explained that the amendment places policing on the concurrent legislative list, establishes national minimum standards for state police organizations, and expressly prohibits their use for partisan political activities or politically motivated conflicts.
Because of that fear that Nigerians have, while drafting this document, we make sure we put in guardrails on what the House of Assembly can do with regards to the powers, the duties, the roles of the state police. We also created, while on bundling police, we also into the concurrent lease, we also put in a parameter where they can legislate, and also a national minimum standard that they cannot go below.
Olu has disclosed that the National Assembly would follow the constitutional amendment with a repeal and reenactment of the Police Act to provide a legal framework for implementing state police, saying many of the operational concerns raised by Nigerians will be addressed in the new legislation.
If you just joined us, you're watching the News Hour on AIT. Coming up next is business. After this break.
We don't like to eat better, more nutritious meals, more veggies, but we want it tasty and easy too. Knorr Cubes, that's the secret. Made with real ingredients like chicken, parsley, and garlic, and enriched with iron, so your meals are better for you and more delicious too. That's the cocoa. Let's give it some accolades. Change your world by changing what's on your plate.
The FIFA World Cup 2026 is here. Watch all 104 matches live on Star Times, from the opening match to the final showdown.
And this time, it's not just watching, it's watch and win.
Subscribe or buy a Star Times decoder and stand a chance to win the 10 million naira grand prize, plus many exciting prizes nationwide with subscription packages starting from just 4,000 naira. Recharge now via Star Times app or visit any Star Times office or dealer outlet near you.
Star Times, enjoy digital life.
TerraCube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Every day, across forests, highways, towns, and villages, brave men and women stand watch so that Nigeria can sleep. They leave their families behind, confront danger head-on, and make sacrifices many of us will never see. Yet, the enemies of our nation continue their assault. They target our children. They murder innocent citizens. They force families from their homes. They turn thriving communities into places of fear and uncertainty. Their goal is simple: to break our spirit, divide our people, and steal the future of our nation. But Nigeria is stronger than terror. As we demand greater accountability, stronger security measures, and more effective action from those entrusted with our safety, we must also play our part. Support our security forces. Salute their gallantry. Stand with those who stand for us. If you see something, say something. Let us be our brother's keeper. We must never surrender to fear, despair, or hopelessness. This is not the time for division, not by tribe, not by religion, not by region, not by political party. Because terror recognizes no ethnicity, no faith, and no ideology. Its enemy is all of us. And together, united as one people, we can defeat it. For our children, for our communities, for our future, for Nigeria. Join the movement. Stand for our country. Stand for one another. Hashtag Unite Against Terror.
We don't like to eat better, more nutritious meals, more veggies, but we want it tasty and easy too. Knorr Cubes, that's the secret. Made with real ingredients like chicken, parsley, and garlic. And enriched with iron, so your meals are better for you and more delicious too. That's the cocoa. Let's give it some accolades. Change your world by changing what's on your plate.
Oh, remember how mom used to wake up before everybody to make breakfast, iron our uniform? Let's surprise that woman with something special.
Treasure Mom this 2026 with a trip to Zanzibar in the 3 Crowns Mom of the Year competition. Write a note using each letter in your mom's name and upload with a photo of 5,000 Naira worth of 3 Crowns products on our website or at any of our collection centers. T's and C's apply. 3 Crowns Milk. Healthy moms, happy families.
Welcome to Business Report. I am Amaka Okoro. We'll begin on IMF report on aid to Africa. African governments are facing difficult choices between borrowing more or cutting development spending as foreign aids to the continent continue to decline. The International Monetary Fund, in its latest regional economic outlook for sub-Saharan Africa, says the sharp reduction in official development assistance is placing additional pressure on already strained public finances across sub-Saharan Africa. According to the IMF, the aid cuts, which began in 2025, are the most severe in recent history, with low-income and conflict-affected countries bearing the greatest burden. To address the challenge, the IMF is urging African governments and development partners to prioritize high-impact spending, expand innovative financing options, and strengthen domestic revenue mobilization. It says these measures will be critical to sustain economic growth and protecting vulnerable populations amid declining external supports. Now, the micro, small, and medium enterprises are the backbone of Nigeria's economy, playing a vital role in job creation, innovation, and economic development. But AIT's interaction with business owners in Abuja to mark the 2026 World MSMEs Day show that limited access to affordable credit and rising operating costs continue to constrain the growth of many small businesses. Meanwhile, the Director General of the Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria, Smeden, says MSMEs can access a 12 billion naira single-digit interest loan scheme introduced since 2023 to support business growth.
From fashion and food processing to technology and retail, micro, small, and medium enterprises continue to power Nigeria's economy. They create jobs, drive innovation, and provide livelihood for millions of Nigerians across the country. Yet, despite their resilience, many entrepreneurs say access to affordable finance remains a major obstacle, limiting their ability to expand operations, employ more workers, and invest in modern equipment.
My biggest challenges in business is money to support my products.
No, I haven't have access to it. I'm just hearing it today. Today is my first time here. So when I asked them, they said that they can give you grant and loan. So I asked them and they were like, you can have access to it.
Marking the 2026 World MSME Day, the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria, Smeden, reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to strengthening the sector. The agency's Director General, Charles Odi, said supporting MSME remains central to the government's agenda for economic diversification, job creation, and poverty reduction.
I think that's the essence of the World MSME Day.
is to listen to the challenges that SMEs have and start to profile solutions to those challenges. It's on that premise that I said that it is important that each and every one of you hear this, take advantage of it, and also tell other associations and tell other small businesses to form themselves as a group so that they can take advantage of this. We might not be able to meet all the tens of thousands of cooperatives in Nigeria, but I think that if we target a reasonable number in each of the states.
This Median Director General said lack of trust in government still prevents many MSMEs from accessing available funding.
A lot of people still do not trust this thing. Okay, we're giving out 50,000 naira. Even in that event, where we told people who are registered with Smena to come outside, many of them did not even believe until those people started to get the money in their accounts. It's the same thing we want to do.
The Median boss added that the agency is partnering with financial institutions, development partners, state governments, and the private sector to expand access to funding, improve the ease of doing business, and unlock new opportunities for entrepreneurs. As Nigeria joins the global community to celebrate World MSME Day, stakeholders say sustained investment in small businesses will be critical to driving industrialization. Olamide Rio, AIT News, Abuja.
And now to stock report. The Nigerian equities market ended the last day's trading session on a negative note, with the all-share index depreciating by 0.69% to close at 232,049.02 basis points. The volume of shares traded is 388 million, corresponding to a market value of 18.4 billion naira. The market capitalization now stands at 148 trillion naira. Over 100 equities participated in today's trading activities, with 37 losers and 13 gainers. Now topping the decliners chart is Aradel Holdings, which depreciated by 10%, followed by International Energies, which depreciated by 9.95%, among others. On the gainers chart, we have Universal Insurance, which gained 6.32% to close at 1 naira 1 kobo, followed by Nichols, which gained 5.52% to close at 8 naira 60 kobo, among others. The top 3 active trader stocks for the day are Access Holdings, Wema Bank, and Deep Capital Management and Trust. In the oil market, prices depreciated for West Texas Intermediate and Brent crude as they both traded in the negative, owing to de-escalation of tensions in the Middle East. And that's Business Report. I am Amaka Okoro. The news hour continues.
During this blessed month, we begin with prayer, with faith, and with the spirit of giving. Ramadan is more than just about fasting. It's about bringing hearts together. Together we break our fast and celebrate the blessings of this holy month. Bring out the flavors of the season with Anga. Ramadan Kareem.
And tasty, something to fill my belly. I want my golden penny noodles full of flavor, the weekend. I want what I want. Golden penny noodles is sweet though. It was made for me. I want what I want. Golden penny noodles is sweet though. It was made for me. I want what I want.
My skin is my identity, my strength. It's unique and deserves care made specially for me. New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Even Glow, enriched with 95% pure vitamin C and pearl extract. For visibly radiant and even-toned skin in just 2 weeks. New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Even Glow, for your shade of beautiful.
No worry, you said go make am. Mogo Bible.
Victor, even you, they use money point?
Of course now, they use money points.
Confirm.
Money Point, made
for your progress.
We don't like to eat better, more nutritious meals, more veggies, but we want it tasty and easy too. Knorr Cubes, that's the secret. Made with real ingredients like chicken, parsley, and garlic. And enriched with iron, so your meals are better for you and more delicious too. That's the cocoa. Let's give it some accolades. Change your world by changing what's on your plate.
Hello again. Thanks for staying with us. Direct humanitarian organizations in Nigeria have been tasked to prioritize transparency and accountability, especially on how they use funds from donor organizations and government. This was a central message at an event that attracted top government officials, especially those from the health sector, to mark the 25th year anniversary of Excellence Community Education Welfare Scheme, ECEWS.
Organizations in Nigeria are under fresh pressure to prioritize transparency and accountability, especially on how they use funds from donor agencies and governments. Top government officials from the health sector who were speaking at an event to mark the 25 years anniversary of ECWIS, a non-governmental organization in Abuja, said donor agencies and governments are committing billions of naira to health, education and emergency response, but impact will remain limited if funds are not properly tracked and reported.
We don't have too many institutions, whether in the health sector or education sector, that has endured this long, in terms of the sustainability of their results, the efficiency of their approaches, and the kind of impact that they continue to deliver for the Nigerian people.
His emphasis on education, health, has impacted, communities, and I thought that it is an opportunity to support him.
The Chief Executive Officer of ECWIS, Andy Ayo, while appreciating both government and donor agencies for standing by ECWIS in the last 25 years, tasked humanitarian actors to show more patriotism despite Nigeria's current economic and security challenges.
A love for country, I think, drove us into trying to fight education and making education better for the poor, and love for country made us try to make healthcare get to people. I think we must encourage organizations to become more patriotic.
Other speakers, including the board chairman of ECWIS, said well-managed humanitarian organizations can play a critical role in minimizing infectious disease outbreaks.
Many people were dying from HIV/AIDS, but with the intervention of ECWIS, from that point on, with the provision of antiretroviral drugs, people's lives became improved.
He has impacted some of the things we have to do at the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research. People who are living with HIV, AIDS, but also tuberculosis.
As the forum ended, participants agreed on one point. The future of humanitarian work in Nigeria depends on accountability, patriotism, and results. Those who stood by ECWIS in the last 25 years were recognized, including the CEO of Renaissance Africa Energy Limited, Tony Atta, who backed the Champion of Humanitarian Award in recognition of his outstanding commitment to improving lives across Nigeria. Amaka Ezekwe, AIT News, Abuja.
A disconnect between savings, investments, and economic growth in Nigeria has been linked to poor implementation of policies and programs of government responsible for attracting foreign investors to effectively boost economic development. A professor of business administration, finance, and capital market, Abdul Adamu, says it is a cause for concern about the trend of growth in investment and domestic savings in the country.
It was the 62nd inaugural lecture of Nasarawa State University, KEFI, as the management advised policymakers to take advantage of research work to stimulate economic development in Nigeria.
At Nasarawa State University, we have gone beyond dumping our researches in the libraries or wherever. It doesn't happen here. When we research in Nasarawa State University, we deliver it to the world. We make sure that the right people that need to research get it.
A professor of business administration, finance and capital market, Abdul Adamu, insists that Nigeria, as a developing nation, need adequate savings to encourage investment and promote economic growth, hence the need for a favorable environment for investors.
When you talk about saving and investment, especially that we are talking about digitally enabled saving, a lot of people have to have confidence in the process. So you see, when you save and somebody can crack the digital technology where you are saving on and take away your money, nobody will have confidence in the saving. So we are saying that they should provide an avenue for people savings and investment to be protected.
The 62nd inaugural lecture of Nasarawa State University KEFI has the theme Reimagining Nigerians' Finance Influx, the Savings First Investment Paradigm. Dimas Nanzang, AIT News, Abuja.
President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to building a world-class capital that works for all residents following the commissioning of collector roads, that's 0, 1, and 2 in Mabushi districts of the Federal Capital Territory. The president, who was represented by the Vice President Kashim Shettima, says the project reflects his renewed hope agenda, noting that improved interconnectivity is key to unlocking economic opportunities, easing movement, and ensuring no community in Abuja is left behind.
It has been weeks of sustained project commissioning in Abuja, with activities now entering day 13. Vice President Kashim Shettima, who represented President Bola Tinubu at the event, says the completion of the collector road CO1 and CO2 will bring the much-needed relief to residents by easing traffic and improving connectivity.
We are not just opening 2 roads. We are opening up Abuja. We are connecting people to opportunities and cutting hours of wait from daily life. For many years, movement in this part of the capital was a struggle. Traffic bottlenecks, needless detours, time lost that should have been spent at work, at school, or with the family. Today, that changes.
Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, attributes the rapid pace of infrastructure transformation in Abuja to the strong backing and support of President Bola Tinubu.
Everybody's saying that things are happening in the FCT. It is because of you. It is because of your leadership. When you have a courageous leadership, when you have an assertive leadership, when you have leadership that is focused and determined to achieve results, the subordinates do not have any other choice. We have no choice but to do what you've directed us to do.
The FCT commissioning activities are expected to continue next week as more projects are lined up for inauguration. Chukwebuka Obodo, AIT News, Abuja.
Members of Olu for Hope movement have reaffirmed their commitment to supporting Senator Hope Uzodinma and to building a stronger, more united future for the people of Olu. They gave the commitment during the official inauguration of its executive members in Olu, Imo State.
It was a gathering filled with unity, vision, passion, and hope for a better tomorrow. Great minds, respected leaders, party faithful, youth, women, and supporters came together, united by a common belief in progress, development, and purposeful leadership. The Olu for Hope movement, which was officially inaugurated in grand style on 27 May 2026, stands as a platform dedicated to promoting good governance, empowering the grassroots, encouraging political participation, and sustaining the vision of hope, peace, and development within its communities. Organizers say it's more than just a movement. It is a symbol of collective responsibility and a commitment to positive change and demonstration of true leadership, true service, compassion, and dedication to the people. Personalities who graced the occasion and contributed immensely to its success, namely Honorable Chukwuneye Octus Daniel, Chairman and CEO of the Chukwuneye Octus Foundation, Sir Chinedu Nwachukwu, Honorable Chukwuma Onwoha, Sir Louis Alon, Comrade Emeka Gabriel, Honorable Chief Stella Ogoko and Honorable Mark Adindo got special recognition for their unwavering commitment and support.
Okay, the General Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Shirley Ayoko Bachwe, says the South African government needs to handle the thorny migration issue, which has brought about xenophobic tensions in that country in a humane way. This is as a June the 30th deadline by groups of activists draws closer. In an interview on AIT's Global Matters, the Commonwealth scribe added that migrants should not be subjected to degrading treatment under any guise.
I think it's unfortunate what's happening in South Africa. We are engaging, and we have made a statement. We have engaged with South Africa, but it's important that we strengthen our economies in our countries, so that there's no need for anybody to leave their country. However, we must also come to the realization, all of us.
In the news hour on AIT. Coming up next is Sports Track.
Welcome to Sports Track. I am Lai Lawal, and Africa's campaign at the 2026 FIFA World Cup continues to gather momentum, with Cote d'Ivoire becoming the latest African nation to qualify for the round of 32, while Egypt, Senegal, and Cape Verde all face decisive group matches today. The Elephants still qualification with a 2-0 victory over Curaçao to finish second in Group E behind Germany.
Pepper scored a brace as the Elephants booked their place in the last 32 with a comfortable 2-0 victory over Curaçao in their final Group E fixture. The result saw Cote d'Ivoire finish second behind Germany, who advanced as group winners despite suffering a surprise 2-1 defeat to Ecuador. In Group F, the Netherlands wrapped their group stage matches following a 2-0 victory over Tunisia, while Japan and Sweden played a 1-0 draw. Attention now shifts to Group G, where Egypt sits top of the standings ahead of its final group match against Iran. The Pharaohs need only avoid defeat to secure a historic place in the round of 32 and continue their impressive campaign after recording the nation's first ever FIFA World Cup victory against New Zealand. Cape Verde, one of the tournament surprise packages, remains in contention for a maiden appearance in the knockout stage. The Blue Sharks need to avoid defeat against Saudi Arabia to keep their qualification hopes alive and continue their remarkable World Cup journey. With Cote d'Ivoire already through, the next 24 hours promise to be decisive as the Elephants booked their place in the last 32 with a comfortable 2-0 victory over Curaçao in their final Group E fixture. The result saw Cote d'Ivoire finish second behind Germany, who advanced.
Now it's already half-time in the Group I contest between France and Norway. Ousmane Dembele scored the hat-trick in that one as France leads Norway 3-1. And of course, in the other contest between Senegal and Iraq, Senegal is leading Iraq by 1-0. And our young chess players in Edo State tested their skills at the maiden edition of the Edo State Chess League that held in Benin City, the state capital. The one-day tournament drew participants from 18 clubs, including schools across Edo State. AIC's Osaro Sesado has details.
Organizers of the event and government officials from the State Sports Commission say the championship provides a platform to discover young talents while promoting critical thinking, patience and problem-solving skills through chess.
Chess kind of build the cognitive domain of the students. Hence, I say, okay, let us develop the children by introducing chess in schools.
From here, we will see them. And then when we get them, we will nurture them. We will not let them go. We will always keep them together so that at the end of the day, you have athletes that will step into the feet of these elite athletes when they are no longer productive.
Participants drawn from primary and secondary schools across the state described the competition as both exciting and educational.
It brings out the intelligent side of you, and it also brings out the calculated side of you. Like, it makes mathematics easy for you to learn.
Anytime I play it, I feel good. I feel emotions. I feel better when I'm playing. When I'm playing chess within my mates, it makes me feel that I need to be serious. It makes my brain active. And whenever I'm playing it, I feel as if I'm on top of the world.
Osase Sado, AIT News Benin.
And our sports track money, thanks for watching. I am Lai Lawal.
All right, let's do a little bit of foreign. At least 920 people have been confirmed dead, while more than 3,000 others have been injured following this week's devastating earthquakes in Venezuela. Rescue teams are working around the clock to locate survivors trapped beneath collapsed buildings before the critical search window closes. Thousands of residents have been displaced, with many left homeless in Caracas, La Guaira, and surrounding areas after homes and infrastructure were destroyed. The disaster has deepened concerns over Venezuela's strained emergency response as residents call for more volunteers to assist in clearing debris. Doctors also warn that years of underfunding have left hospitals overwhelmed by this surge in casualties. And that's the news on AIT. Many thanks for staying with us. But let's remind you that the challenge of criminality and insecurity affects everyone. We must be watchful.
So let's help to notify the authorities when we see things that are not going in the proper way, talking about insecurity. I am Shola Jai Simi.
I'm Hadiza Audu. Many thanks for staying with us.